Alrighty, folks, we are back. Back with more Echo, and joining me, of course, is the wonderful Rowan.
Hello.
So yes, we are back doing more wonderful visual novel goodness. As ever, Rowan, would you like to explain what Echo is?
Echo is a furry reverse dating sim horror visual novel created by the Echo Project. As such, it deals with many 18-plus themes from the itch.io page. Content warning: Echo can be an emotionally intense experience and may not be for everyone. Please put your mental well-being first and take this into consideration before downloading, in this case, listening or watching. It is about a small, isolated desert town located somewhere in the southwestern states. Chase on a school break goes back, meets up with some friends to do a school project, and then things begin to get spooky and very sexual. Especially the route we're doing. You really lucked out and did Flynn first, didn't you?
I get the most hardcore sex one out the way first.
Yep, pretty much. There is nothing quite to the extent of the smoke room scene in any other route, though it tends to get more emotionally harrowing. It's a very interesting game. I believe so far we're about to hit the barbecue scene, which, from what I remember, is one of the last, quiet scenes on his route. Before we get into endgame territory, shall we say?
All right. Well, let me. There we go. All right. Let's just back up a bit till we get to this part, because this is where we. Yeah, I'll get back to the beginning of this one.
Yeah. Also, I hit out on luck recently, and I have my favourite biscuits with me again.
Ooh, what's favourite biscuits?
They're chocolate biscuits from Italy with little white stars on them with the name that roughly translates to biscuits of the night or something like that.
Ooh.
If I am reading it correctly. They're really chocolatey and hazelnutty, and they're good sugar kind of level. It's not too sweet, not too much.
All right.
They're really good.
Awesome. What are they called?
Something in gnoccoletti. Let me. I can't remember the name.
It's fine.
They're really good though.
That's fine. As long as they're good and tasty, that's what matters.
They're good. They're really good.
I am mostly eating the remains. I say remains. There's like half a bar left of a white chocolate and raspberry chocolonely bar.
Ooh, nice.
It's white chocolate, raspberry, and popping candy apparently.
That's the one that I couldn't stand because the popping candy made me want to vomit and run away.
Right, well, we shall carry on the story from there. But yes, thank you very much, first of all, to Helene for reading in, and thank you again to Sharona for just being here and being amazing. So yes, we will continue on from there. Yes, you're lovely too. Okay. A strange sense of sad nostalgia takes hold of me as I approach the faded white old brick structure that was my home. The white picket fence that surrounded the exterior is all but gone now. Should we do a explain of what's happened in the story so far, actually, or should we just carry on?
Maybe a little bit of an explanation. Chase arrives back in Echo, meets her with friends, go to the fairground, went to the river, which is close by to the lake. The lake being the site of a traumatic event in the kids' past, namely that their friend Sydney drowned there. Flynn then accuses everyone of basically not caring, rips them all apart verbally, and storms off. We then made the existentially desired choice to follow Flynn in this example. And from there, we have spent time with him, had a lot of sex, ended up at a gay sex bar on the Native American reservation in the area. People joined in.
That's a nice way of putting it.
people joined in. Oh, everyone's an animal person, by the way, so yes, this was a gay furry sex pile.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chase ran out of there, and now today he is hanging out with the rest of the friends at a barbecue, probably trying to forget about the smoke room.
Mm.
And
Right.
this is his old house from when he used to live here. He hates Echo. This town needs secrets.
All right. Well, carry on from there. Actually, did it say Sydney drowned, or is it just
Yeah,
said that a
yeah,
lot?
they have now said that, yes, Sydney did drown in the lake, I believe.
Okay. The white picket fence has surrounded the exterior. It's all but gone now. A few remaining posts are scattered all over the yard, some half buried in the loose barren topsoil. I remember Dad always made me paint it every summer, and I'd pitch a huge fit because I hated it. Working at 110-degree temperatures with scratchy bramble getting stuck in my pads, not to mention the dirt on the paintbrush. Dad was never happy with how it turned out anyway. He'd yell at me for laziness and doing a poor job. He claimed I had no aptitude for work, first placing the blame on me playing too many video games, then Leo. People are supposed to have... sorry. People are supposed to have a sense of satisfaction in their work, but every moment away from the escapist diversion seemed to make me miserable. I'd keep myself up in a room with a big-ass plug-in fan watching TV daydreaming about fictional guys and eating just an absurd amount of cereal. I sigh as I walk over to the old plot where Mom's garden used to be. According to City Hall, the place is abandoned and condemned now. I step up to the window of my old bedroom, squinting through the dusty glass and spying on familiar turquoise shag carpet inside. All the furniture is gone, and spiderwebs hang in every corner. There's some graffiti on the wall as well, a gang sign or something that looks like a crooked red number 8. Seeing it, I'm left with a feeling of unease, like the sanctity of what was once mine has been taken away. I don't exactly pine for the days of being stuck in there, but there's this overwhelming pang of awareness that those times have passed and are never coming back. The worries I had growing up are gone and replaced by these visceral, very adult concerns about money, jobs, debt. And I'll never have a group of friends like I did back then. A sharp whistle breaks my train of thought. I spin around to see a silhouette of two figures up the hill overlooking the house. Leo and Jenna. After a moment, TJ walks up next to them and waves.
Hi, Chase.
I lift my paw up, offering a limp wave in return. Next thing I know, TJ is making his way down the slope, Leo right behind him. Jenna follows shortly after.
Chase, it's good to see you again.
The lynx looks tired, all things considered, the tips of his fur tinged with orangish dirt of the area. Still, he's beaming at me regardless. It's good to see you too, actually. TJ cocks his head.
Actually?
I blink. Yeah, well, what do you mean by that, or? Leo has a stern voice, his eyes hard upon me. I mean, you know what I mean. A smirk appears at the edge of the wolf's muzzle and he steps up to me, slugging at my shoulder with enough force to sting a bit. Well, astonishingly, it's good to see you as well. I wince a bit from the blow. Leo reaches over and ruffles my head fur. Sorry. He grins a little awkwardly. He seems cheery. Overall, it's hard to believe he's the same Leo that just yesterday I was hiding in the bathroom cupboard from. I try not to look too tense.
Next time, hit him harder.
Jenna gives me an edged look, though there's warmth to her eyes.
Jenna.
She looks me over and then glances towards the road.
I'm surprised you didn't drive.
We found a picnic table in one of the yards of the abandoned houses. We've set it up over there. He points to the base of the hill slope, where sure enough an old wooden picnic table sits. And TJ was okay with this? The lynx frowns, digging his toes into the dirt.
Well, as long as we put it back when we're done.
You're becoming quite the rebel, TJ. I manage to smile at him. He looks slightly aghast, though Leo chuckles.
We should put the hot dogs on the grill now. The bacon won't take as long.
Jenna turns, making her way over to the table. Beside it is a green portable propane grill, like the sort used for camping trips. Top of the grill are a couple of Ziploc bags. We're gonna grill up these fancy pepper jack hot dogs we got in Peyton, and some applewood smoked bacon. That sounds good. We even got some tofu dogs for Carl. Just like old times, eh? I hope we've got better cooking since then. Where is Carl? Leo shrugs. TJ chimes in.
Maybe he slept in. It's kind of early. For him, I mean.
We make our way towards Jenna. Leo's tail wags slightly as he walks. I set my gear down and peer at the table. The thing is dirty as hell, probably over a decade of dust and weather etched into the wood and metal. I can't remember what neighbour this belonged to. Over the years there was just so many. Usually hippies or retirees seeking to get away from the hustle and bustle of urban and even suburban living. Most become rather disillusioned with the idea of Echo being some lovely desert escape after about a month of living here though. I glance up at Leo. He looks back at me. He's taking the hot dogs out of the packaging and getting them set up on the grill. The wolf doesn't say anything and neither do I. He keeps making the same faintly awkward smile whenever I look at him too long. TJ and Jenna have sat down at the table and are digging through a weathered backpack. Jenna takes out some paper plates, setting a small stack and weighing them down with a rock so they don't blow away.
That seems kind of unhygienic. Don't worry, we won't eat off of that one.
She looks up and over at me.
We'll just give it to Chase.
TJ frowns and shakes his head. I sigh, furrowing my brow some. Look, I'm sorry I haven't been around as much this whole trip. I kind of regret it too.
Really?
The Fennec responds with a tone of feigned surprise, though when we lock eyes she seems to waver some. She crossed her arms over her tank top chest, looking down and then back up again.
It's okay. It's been an interesting few days for us.
I raise a brow inquisitively. Yeah? Same here. Jenna smiles, same in apologetic fashion. Then I move over and move to sit next to her. TJ reaches into the bag and holds a few bottles of condiments to me.
We got jalapeno ketchup, relish, spicy mustard, and a baggie of chopped onions.
Sounds delicious, TJ.
Yes, I know, it's a spice overload, but it was to appease Leo's iron palate.
Hearing his name, Leo waves at us. You know, I read an article that people who like spicy food have masochistic tendencies. Jenna rolls her eyes, glancing at Leo, then back to me.
Only you could confirm that in Leo's case. As for the articles, yes, I've heard that before. It's pop psychology based off survey statistics.
What about me? One of Leo's ear flicks to the point in our direction.
Chase was just telling us about your masochistic tendencies.
Leo stops what he's doing, looking at us with slightly widened eyes. My what? Oh god. I cover my face with my paw. I wouldn't say I'm into that. You shouldn't be talking about people behind their back, Chula. He says this in a teasingly, stretching out some of the aluminium foil in the grill and placing the strips of bacon on it.
Someone should have told you that earlier. You've been talking about Chase non-stop this week.
Leo stiffens some, then tries to laugh it off. What? It was just, you know, worried about him, you know. He looks at me. With Flynn, I mean, Flynn was being all unstable and shit. TJ flinches at the swearing. I'm surprised the Lynx was unperturbed during the masochism talk. Maybe he doesn't know what that is. I rub my arms apprehensively, peering at Jenna. What sort of stuff is he saying about me? Jenna looks in that wry way she does when she finds herself in a position of advantage over Leo. Leo looks at her anxious. Hang on one second. What's that? What?
I'm gonna pet my kitty. Hello, Holly.
Jeff's asking for character creation. Should I just link the one you put in Dark Tide?
Yeah, just say the one I put in Dark Tide's fine.
Sorry, I just wanted to...
Soft and fuzzy.
Nothing bad, Ord. I bit my neck.
Maybe it's best if you two find some time to talk alone today.
The Fennec looks at Leo as if having delivered an act of supreme mercy. Leo in turn looks grateful, keenly aware he's become indebted for the act. Right, we were planning on that anyway, I think. Jenna just nods.
Good.
You all need to stop distracting the cook here. Chase, can you... Past the sizzling grill, the clops of hooves in the dirt become audible. TJ cranes his neck to peer past Leo, then smiles.
Carl. And, oh, hi. Yo.
I can't remember who.
Daxton, Carl? I'll do Daxton.
Okay.
Hi.
Carl immediately plops himself down at the table across from me, the ram rubbing his eyes with his fists. Daxton, meanwhile, lingers at the end, his eyes on me as if waiting for something. Oh, hey Daxton. I didn't know you were coming.
Carl invited me. I wasn't really doing much else today anyway.
I put on a smile, but seeing the two just sort of reminds me all of last night.
Good to meet you. I'm Jenna.
Jenna offers a quick nod. Meanwhile, TJ seems to bolt up, offering a paw to the tall salamander.
Hi, I'm TJ. Good to meet a friend of Carl's.
Daxton looks a little surprised, shaking TJ's paw before looking back at me. He still has that same expectant expression on his face. Daxton? Flynn's roommate, right? Leo strolls up beside him, spatula in grasp.
I'm said roommate, yeah. Wait, you look familiar.
Leo squints. You the Vespa guy? Daxton looks back towards the road.
Yeah, I drive a Vespa. Why?
Leo lets out a humoured noise, rubbing his brow with his free paw as he grins. You came in my dad's shop with an oil leak, that thing. Daxton blinks in realization.
Oh, a risotto up in Peyton. Yeah, I went there.
That thing was a damn nightmare. At first I thought you were just using the wrong type of oil, since it's the most common reason. People don't know they've got to use motorcycle oil when lathers up the transmission gears, valves and all that. Plus it's less thick. But the thing was still leaking. So next I drained the overflow tube on the airbox and troubleshooted. Took me about 2 hours to figure out that all I had to do was the piston rings had worn out. Problem is, your little ride's a damn special overseas import, yeah? There's no place that replacement parts is needed for at least 7,000 miles.
I inherited it from my uncle in the old country. I guess that's why it took so long.
You can't say I've ever worked on a machine like that prior to you, so thanks for the experience. Like I was saying, my dad owns that place. I'm Leo Alves. Leo extends a paw, though with less gusto than TJ.
Leo.
I see Daxton's gaze flick to me, his lips pulling a bit tighter on his smooth face. He takes a paw, shaking it. Leo perks a brow. Judging by that look on your face, you've heard of me.
A wee bit.
Oh, good, I hope. Leo smiles lopsidedly.
Not really, but whatever.
The response elicits a collective irk from most of us. The salamander withdraws his hand and Leo looks a little gobsmacked. Your roommate's Flynn, so I guess that's to be expected. Daxton shrugs, then moves to sit at the table next to me.
Chase, if you've got a minute, can we talk later?
Sure. Salamander looks grateful, but doesn't elaborate further. Leo, meanwhile, stands there rotating a spatula in his paws with his eyes in the dirt. After a moment, he turns, heading back to the grill with an expression on his face that can't quite make out. Jenna props her chin on the paw, smiling faintly at Daxton.
Wow. What? Nothing. Just musing out loud. Where are you from, Daxton?
The salamander rests his hands on the table, rubbing his thumbs together.
I've been living here in Echo for a year or two. Before that, I was in Colesville, where I grew up. Ugh.
Jenna stops smiling.
Colesville? Really? What? What's wrong with Colesville? Everything, dude.
Colesville, isn't it the place the lampposts have a little cowboy hats on top of them?
Oh yeah, they have the cobblestone streets there. I went there for a field trip once. That place is too rich even for me. They put up those creepy smiling native mannequins on the sidewalks as decorations, like it isn't grossly offensive noting in history.
Oh yeah, they shot that one big western film there. Done with Jack Gillow? Yeah, Gillow. Searching for some family's daughter that got abducted by a Mesita. The town sort of rode off in the fame of the movie for the past 40 years, for what it seems like. Daxon looks at all of us, crossing his arms tightly across his chest.
It hasn't been doing as well as it used to.
Westerns aren't exactly as big as they used to be.
It's kind of a shame that it's not really a surprise noting how tasteless most of them were.
Carl shifts in his seat a bit awkwardly. TJ speaks up.
Speaking of Old West stuff, how goes the project, Chase? Leo said you couldn't hang out with us because you were working on it?
Jenna reaches into the backpack and pulls out a notebook, laying it out in front of her.
We were bored at the motel, so we did some research ourselves. If you want to discuss your findings, that is.
I feel a bit put on the spot. Mainly most of what I've done so far has been shooting B-roll.
Apparently my house used to be a castle. Castle?
Yeah, I looked up Carl's house at City Hall. The records show the big medieval-looking place. There was some sort of collapse in 1915.
Living in a castle would be pretty cool. Not that I need more space, but you get what you mean.
Sure.
I wanted biscuit.
That's fine.
House Hendricks, the Lords of Echo. I would watch that show. Would probably have too much sex and violence in for you, man. I truly doubt that there would be much of the former with you on it.
Carl lets out a little snicker before drifting his gaze to the sizzling grill nearby. Even Daxton seems to smirk a bit.
If you say so.
TJ flinches at the lewd talk and Jenna quickly shifts her tone.
Continue, Chase.
Well, like that's the thing. Carl's ancestors founded the town. I think Flynn's family are the ones that mainly controlled it during the 20th century. There's tons of Moor names in the records for leadership positions.
We were too busy making ice cream, I guess. Speaking of, I'm starving. How much longer, man?
He calls it out to Leo, the wolf looking over his shoulder. Unless you want your hot dogs medium rare, just a little longer, eh? Jenna waves off the boys' banter, speaking to me again.
That's strange. Noting Flynn's species, reptilians weren't really trusted by the majority of society in the country until relatively recently. Again, more reptoid jokes. They went there.
I shrug. I'm not sure whether it's relevant to what I'm trying to cover. I mean, I haven't been able to find anything about the initial 1877 hysteria incident. It's like all those files are just gone. I pause, chewing my lower lip as I remember something. There was some legal documents I found, you know, concerning the mine.
I don't know, but go on.
There was a mention of some sort of messed up murder happening in the mine in 1915 that somehow resulted in a riot. No mention made of the 1877 hysteria event though. Jenna pulls her notes up, her eyes bouncing left to right as she speed reads.
That's interesting. You mentioned that year earlier, 1915. The census recordings show there was a large drop in the population between 1910 and 1920. I couldn't find any economic justification for it, since the mine continued to operate and the railroad line still served Echo.
Daxton holds up his hand.
So, sorry, I'm trying to catch up with what you guys are trying to figure out here. Are you saying that these mine raiders caused Echo to lose all its people? The correlations do not imply causation, but this is for Chase's video report, not an academic paper. You know how it is. Being interesting is more important than being thorough. Your piece could be called Top 10 Reasons Echo Depopulated from Evil Mine Murder. You won't believe reason number 2. Like, throw some boobs up on the thumbnail image, posted on the Pueblo website?
Pueblo, yeah.
Pueblo website, yeah.
I frown. I'm used to hearing about an internet age has become a modern journalism. Has made modern journalism sort of a joke now, but it still stings. This isn't for the website or anything, it's just a class project.
Then it matters even less, dude. You're not even getting paid. Hell, you're paying them thousands. They should give you some slack.
I need to build up my portfolio because right now, all it has is a fluff piece about Pueblo's GSA's Pride concert.
You You still got a few more days, Chase. It isn't like you can do your project and hang out with us at the same time. Or can't, sorry.
Daxton looks like a tad hangdog. Hangdog?
That is
It's
what it
very
says.
American. What?
Speaking up from beside me.
I guess that means, like, bit miffed, bit out of it,
Maybe.
put out. I hope I'm not impacting on y'all's reunion time.
I'll see what I can do, and you're fine, Daxton. Thought it strikes me that tomorrow's the day Flynn planned to question TJ. I don't think anyone will be much of a hanging out mood after that. Maybe I should warn him after yesterday. I don't know if I should give a damn what Flynn wants. Maybe that's too harsh. Maybe I don't want to think about him right now. I hear the sound of heavy steps on the soil and the wafting smell of cooked meat fills my nose. Glancing up, Leo's standing over me. He holds a pair of tongs with a plate of bacon and hot dogs. Buns and booze are in the cooler. As if rehearsed, Jenna picks up a small plastic cooler from beside the table. She rips open the packaging and distributes the buns accordingly. Ah! Hangdog apparently is dejected, guilty, or shamefaced. I've never heard that term before.
Thank you, Sharona.
Thank you, chat, I'm guessing.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank
Sharona
you,
and chat.
Have a cookie. I've got my kitten with me at the moment. Queen! Hiya! Junie bloody hides all the time. Like, you see her.
Yes.
It's nice having a kitten, like, sitting with me. Adorable.
It's
Soft and fuzzy.
TJ.
Is it just alcohol in there?
TJ sounds disappointed. I got you some juice pouches, Tej, don't you worry.
Yay, thank you.
He smiles appreciatively. Daxton seems to peer curiously at the links before taking a hot dog for himself. Leo looks a bit reluctant towards Daxton. You guys, eat meat? Daxton already absolutely covering his hot dog with ketchup.
By you guys, you mean salamanders?
Leo nods. I finally get a bun and begin to assemble my hot dog, wrapping it in bacon.
Yep, we eat meat. My grandpa used to say that you should never trust somebody who doesn't. What?
Carl looks up.
Except for Carl. He's cool and trustworthy as all hell.
The ram tries to force the hot tofu dog into his maw, hide the big smile forming on his muzzle. Jenna looks at him curiously, waiting for TJ to finish placing relish in his cut-up bunless hot dog. Carl swallows, speaking up finally.
I guess your grandpa's at least half wise, dude man.
Daxton shakes his head.
Nah, not really. He was a major speciesist and hated Jews.
Fuck's sake. TJ chokes in his juice a little and Jenna pats his back a few times.
Yeah, appropriate response. Whose grandpas didn't? Mine.
Yeah.
Mine
Thanks,
didn't. This-
Carl.
America's weird.
Yeah. Let's just move on. TJ,
Yeah, probably for the
TJ stares
best.
at them with furrowed brow and wide-eyed. There we go.
Mine? Boys.
Jenna gives us a look, speaking in that same old maternal tone she's been using since she was 10. I merely shake my head. Leo comes around and sits at the remaining spot at the end of the table. Jace? Look
Well,
up
I
quick.
guess they are they in the deep south of America.
I look up quickly, finishing my bite of bacon. That's my name. I was gonna ask you earlier, I just got my speaker set up, hooked up to my playlist on my phone. Pick out some music, will you? He gestures to the pill pod looking thing at his phone sticking out of it near the grill. Any guidelines? Stay with the sample music folder. He smirks. What a callback. Rise to my feet and head over to the speaker. I pick it up and squint at the phone screen, the overhead sun casting quite a glare. I see a few playlists on here. Which one should I pick?
I mean, I like rock, but I don't know what Cousin Angels.
Well, let's find out what Cousins Angels is. Huh.
Okay.
Not super high quality, but it'll work. That's my cousin's band. Pretty good, yeah?
It reminds me of Cherry Blue, back when they still were in their garbage band days. Garage band?
Garage band.
I don't know what that is.
I find myself smiling a bit. TJ and Cherry Bloom are like Daxton and Andrasta. Lynx pushes himself to his feet.
Good choice, Chase. Okay, I guess.
Leo reaches into the cooler and grabs a spare bottle of hard lemonade. He makes his way over, handing one bottle to me and keeping one for himself. I give Leo a grateful nod, hitting the bottle tap against the edge of the grill to get the cap off. Part of the top just shatters, spraying glass on the ground. Christ! Leo just laughs, taking a swig of his own drink.
Well, I suppose with all that, with that little gesture, it's dancing time.
Jenna stands up as well. I'm not sure this is her type of music, but she begins swaying to the beat regardless.
Aren't you supposed to do that for a new boat? I'm still eating.
Next thing I know, Leo is popping his shoulders up and rolling his arms. Leo used to be great at dancing, but that was when he was 4 inches short and 140 pounds thinner. He's kind of giving me the dad at a cookout vibes, which in turn is starting to give me mild midlife crisis by proxy. TJ soon joins in, the Lynx doing some basic shuffles. I look down at my feet. Ah, fuck it. I'm an alright natural entertainer.
Aw,
Who are we gonna dance with?
who would you like to dance with?
I don't know. Let's have a... Do we think about this properly, or do we just go with the first one that comes to mind?
Your choice. Dealer's choice there.
Let's go with Leo.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's exactly safe to drink out of the bottle with a broken top, but I might as well try. Got some in my throat to make the alcohol work quicker, right? After avoiding Leo for the past day, it might be best to not ignore him right now. I'm still wary as hell about the way Leo has been acting and embarrassed by my own behaviour. But he's still Leo and he's the closest I've gotten to another person. Plus someone needs to stop him from doing that lawnmower move from the 8th time in a row. He spots me walking towards him and his whole face seems to light up. Otter, Leo, dance with me. I smile lopsidedly. Somebody has to. I can feel the other's eyes upon me as Leo and I begin to move closer together. I keep things simple, doing some basic two-steps with rolling my waist, no gimmick moves. Leo begins to catch on and does the same. We've done this before, after all. Leo dragged me to every prom, junior prom and homecoming dance there was, haters be damned. It wasn't much for those things, but it was a varsity football guy, so unwritten high school law, he was expected to go to these things. We still good to talk later? Yeah. Sounds good. Leo's gaze drifts past me towards the table. He's quiet for a moment, simply moving to the rhythm. Hey. You remember when we... It takes me a moment, but my eyes widen and I feel my neck begin to burn. Oh god. Hey, you were the one who insisted on putting ketchup on it.
Oh my god.
Should have put that jalapeno ketchup on it. Leo smiles cheekily. Wouldn't bother me, I'm spicy Latino, remember? He rumbles some. The look on your face when I could barely fit it into the bun. Now my cheeks are absolutely burning. Man, you jerk. Whose idea was it again? My crotch smelled like concession stand for a week.
Oh my god.
It's not my fault you don't know how to properly wash. Hey? Says Mr. Muskie himself. I let out a large puff of air. It feels just like when we were a couple. And that's the scary part. My mind reels back to Leo's confrontations with Flynn these past few days, his violent behaviour. I take a step back, clearing my throat. Let's just dance, okay? I hear you. We continue on, it feels like an hour passes. I peel a bit of wallpaper off the mantle with my thumb. Without all the furniture, the place looks much older than it actually is. I managed to get in by unlocking the front door with one of the credit cards. The deadbolt never worked, and I guess my parents never fixed it after I left town. Everything kind of smells faintly familiar. Just dustier and without my mom's burning cinnamon incense that seemed to be a constant feature of my childhood. I rest my forearms against the windowsill and let my eyes lull a bit. Order! Leo smacks his paws on either side of the window, looking up at me from the outside with a pleased expression on his muzzle. Jesus, man. I blink. Why are you shirtless? Leo pulls back, some crossing his arms over his chest. He rolls his shoulders, a sort of indirect shrug. Well, it was getting hot, especially with all that moving around and grilling. I give him a dubious look. Yeah, you're a hot dog, alright. The Red Wolf responds with a delighted smile. I harumph, trying to change gears a bit. You're not, like, self-conscious or anything. I mean, isn't like the height of football season for you anymore. I flick my gaze towards his stomach. Leo's demeanour cools as though he keeps smiling as if he's trying to not let that one sit in too much. He points up towards my chin. Do you dye that? What? My goatee? Isn't that what you call it? Yeah. He lets out a small humoured grunt. What? Seems like a lot of work for a little scruff of air, yeah? I frown. Pushing back away from the window, Liam seems to stiffen some. Hey, I'm just kidding. You look very good. Seeing you dancing and all that takes me back. But you're different. He pushes his tongue against the roof of his mouth, Leo's eyes darting from side to side as he tries to find the right words. I haven't seen him like this since we were younger. I wonder if his English has been getting worse without us around. His family really only speaks in native tongue at home, and I imagine it's the same as the shop he works at. Thanks? I'm honestly not sure how to respond to that. What am I doing that's so different? I can't explain it. You're just like you used to be, just less. I feel a sinking sensation within my chest. Leo suddenly snaps his fingers. Mellowed out. That's it. Listen, Leo, you said you wanted to talk, right? Because if this is your big point, is that I'm not a complete spaz anymore, I'm already aware. Leo furrows his white ridged brow. You were never a spaz, and I was getting to that.
Chase?
I spin around and see the familiar salamander standing anxiously behind me. Oh, hi. Hola, scooter guy. Leo leans past me and waves.
Hey, got time to talk, Chase?
Well,
Spicy.
since Leo can't find his words, let's speak to the thing.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Chase? I turn back, Leo's smile had grown more tight, although he's tried to play off the reaction. Chase, I've been meaning to talk to you about some things. Leo lets out a large breath of air, checking his phone. Fucking Pops, man. He doesn't care whether or not it's my day off. Family, out family. Leo mumbles a few inaudible swears in his native language before looking up at the two of us. He seems to think for a moment. I'll see you guys later. Chase, we're gonna have a talk. Right. I give him an awkward thumbs up. He nods, turning and making his way offward. Daxon pushes the tips of his fingers together, trepidation upon his face despite the initial request. I'd offer you a seat if the house still had furniture. Let's have a small puff of air, looking around and seeming to acknowledge the environment for the first time.
Carl told me you grew up here.
Yeah. This place isn't as old as it looks, by the way. I think my uncle just really dug the whole prairie aesthetic.
I'm admittedly a wee bit done with that theme at this point.
Growing up in Colesville? No surprise there. It's like... I try to find the right word. A facade of a town. Daxon nods slightly, not about to protest that. He turns, walking past the doorway and into the foyer.
Indoor windows, though. Whose idea was that?
What? I follow him. Daxon points to a teak-boarded window, surprised none of the glass has been shattered yet. Oh, well, obviously not mine. My parents enclosed part of the porch when I was like 10. They left the windows, though. Daxon nods as he paces around the room, the floorboards creaking beneath his unpadded feet. And careful where you walk, I wouldn't doubt junkies shit up here. That stops the salamander, his blue-eyed fellow shifting his gaze back to me.
Right, good idea that.
He sniffs.
So...
I lean against the back wall and offer a cursory glance, making sure it's spider-free. Daxon says nothing. In fact, he just keeps looking at me. A sense of unease begins to tingle down my spine and remind me of last night, the way Daxton looks to me in the car as we drove home. He didn't say much the whole ride, thankfully. At first he attacked me about my lack of shirt, but after I didn't respond, he kept pretty quiet.
I had a dream last night. Can I tell you about it?
I feel a mixture of relief and awkwardness. Sure? Daxton's mouth pulls to one side, his face contorting into some sort of sheepish half-smile.
Yeah, well, it wasn't truly like a dream or nothing of the sort I'm familiar with. Dreams are the sorting and categorizing of things that happen in the day by the subconscious of your mind. You know how they are, where the sky never looks quite right, or night, always some sort of violet or reddish dusky scent.
You always have some limited control over the environments around you. Again, mainly on the subconscious level. In the dream, if you're worried, then you have a right to be worried. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy, or what you have.
Fearing that a bad thing might happen to a loved one, a bad thing will happen to a loved one. Afraid that something scary might be in the room, then something scary is in the room.
I look around briefly. He gesticulates like a whirling motion to get my attention, shifting to digress.
It's why the stressed, the traumatized, and the guilty get night terrors more than anyone else.
Daxton let his hand fall on his hips, my eyes trailing downwards the dusky boards beneath my feet.
Lately I've been getting a lot of bad dreams, but the ones that don't seem to, I don't know, align with me. I'm doing things that I've never done in places I've never been, and that sense of subconscious agency is entirely absent. Like I'm out in the pines and holding this wreck.
Daxton? He looks up. No offense, but where is this going? Daxton's posture seems to go a bit more rigid, the salamander's nostrils flaring as he exhales. I'm beginning to think that Daxton is a little weirder than I initially thought.
Okay, I'm getting to it. Last night, after you dropped me off, I fell asleep in the recliner in the living room. Shortly after, I felt like I woke up, but I wasn't in the house anymore. I was in some school computer lab. I didn't recognize it. You were there, except it wasn't you.
He clears his throat.
It was a different you. Younger, louder. Carl and Flynn were kind of standing behind you too, but they weren't saying anything. Sometimes I'd blink my eyes and they were there, and sometimes they weren't. I think words were coming out of your mouth, but I couldn't make out anything, and it was like a waterfall was rushing behind me. I started to hate you. I couldn't believe I had hung out with you voluntarily. Like the sight of you made my stomach hurt.
I blink, frowning some before opening my mouth to speak. However, Daxton cuts me off, continuing on.
There was something on the computer screen next to you that you kept showing over and over again. It was this other otter, sitting in this bedroom with a big water sports poster on the wall.
Another otter?
And he was crying, staring out at something in the corner of the room. Again, you were just playing the same scene over and over again. Eventually, you just deleted it, outright, and that made me mightily perturbed for whatever reason. I wanted to hit you, so I did.
Daxton sees the deepening frown on my face and he smiles very slightly, though he quickly goes back to a more serious expression.
It was like I teleported across the room. The next thing I knew, I grabbed and I had hit you, but your body had the consistency of like bony sand. You were crumbling and dissolving every time I touched you. Your fur turned grey and speckled, and your face didn't look like you anymore. Everyone else started grabbing me. I recognized Carl's arms, but there were a bunch of others. Even you, somehow, had a hold on me. No Flynn, though. I couldn't even see him anymore. I remember calling for him, hoping he was back from that bar. The next thing I know, I'm on a beach. I'm just standing there, watching the tide lick up the sand beneath my feet. Then there's this.
Daxton pauses, crossing his arms over his chest. He moves across the room to lean against the wall beside me, staring ahead.
Well, it's just this. I don't know what it was. I'm thinking it was a face, but it could have been a weird-ass rock. Kind of reminded me of an electrical outlet. Everything just went dark, and I was staring at the rock face, which was staring at me in turn. I was just stuck there in real time, staring at it for like around 20 minutes. Then it faded away.
Jesus.
After that, I was sort of fort-looking at this sort of fort-looking place. Lots of old-timey folk going around with this trumpet guy emblem everywhere. I kept asking the people around me where I was, but they always just shuffled away. I followed this one fox lady with a big old blouse on the ground, around a corner, and suddenly I was in Echo again. The sky was wrong, but it was Echo. I walked into my house and saw myself in the kitchen. Flynn, Carl, and you were there too. Adastra was on the TV. There was this uneasiness in the air, because I was pissed about the whole computer lab thing. I wanted to yell at you about it. Carl for grabbing me, Flynn for abandoning me, and the other me for not being the real me.
Salamander rubs his smooth forehead some and then seems to realise something.
You didn't have a goatee either, which I thought was funny at the time. I remember saying, I guess someone shaved off your goatee after all.
I reach up, pinching the excess scruff hanging below my chin. Still there.
You just seemed confused about it.
I'm confused about that now.
Well, hold on. Flynn, Carl, and the other me just vanished at that point. I asked you where they went, and you told me they went outside to, and I quote, jerk each other off.
Wow. You've, only known Carl a day. That's a bit forward.
Be quiet. You were completely different than you from the computer lab. Older for sure. We sat down, drank beer, and reminisced about things I don't remember. I stopped feeling so uneasy and scared. It's like you melted away all of that weird bad shit that had happened prior. It became nighttime, and you said you were sorry. I asked you why you were sorry, and you hugged me. It was
Salamander presses his thumbs together, avoiding looking at me now.
the realest thing I've ever felt in a dream. I could feel your heartbeat, the bristle of your fur, the fabric of your shirt, everything.
He touches his own chest, then slowly curls his hand into a fist before letting it fall back at his side.
You told me that to forgive someone is to release a prisoner, and discover that the prisoner was you. You let go of me and began fiddling with something. I heard Flynn laughing and turned around to see him walking through the door. Out of the corner of my eye, you began taking a bracelet off your wrist. You held it up in front of my face and...
Bracelet? Daxton shifts.
yeah,
Did it have a little metal anchor attached to it?
I don't know, I couldn't really see it because, well, Flynn was there, but it wasn't a dream anymore.
What?
He had just gotten home from the bar. Didn't say 2 words to me and beeline to his room. There was no bracelet. Of course, because I was wide friggin' awake. I'm guessing the laugh wasn't real either? It never felt like I'd been asleep in the first place, actually. But I'm left with the feelings of it. Like, haven't you ever had a dream about somebody and felt completely different about them afterwards? And I don't mean like weird puberty sex dreams about your cousins or something like that.
I furrow my brow some. Yeah, I guess to the former? Are you saying that you feel that way about me now?
I guess. Hence why I'm talking to you.
I go quiet for a second. I'm still not sure how to feel. Huh, I don't really know how to make of it, Daxton. Not really the eclectic spiritual sort.
Me neither. That's the thing. I mean, I own a Dreamcatcher and a couple of New Age albums, but who doesn't?
I raise my paw. Daxton looks at me, slightly rolling his eyes.
Didn't you say yesterday you had something similar happen to you, though? When you passed out at our place?
I pause, then nod. Must have been the fishy cheese bread we ate.
You thought it had a fishy taste too, right? I told Flynn not to put his catches in the damn freezer on top of the other food.
Daxton sighs.
I don't know. Chase talking to you about it seemed like a better idea in my mind.
I shake my head, waving my paw to the side. No, it's fine, really. I'm glad I'm not the only one dealing with this sort of stuff for once. Daxton perks slightly, looking me over.
For once?
Damn, I shouldn't have said anything. I hate trying to explain this. I drift my gaze to the crackled ceiling, staring at the hole where the brass chandelier once hung. Try to put a nonchalant tone. I have mental problems or something. At the corner of my eye, I can see Daxton cock his head towards me. Smooth. Like sleep paralysis, lucid nightmares, that sort of thing. Sometimes I don't have any problem with them, but as of late, I don't know. I try not to think about it too much, otherwise I get all insomniatic.
Man, that sucks.
They all know about it. I gesture toward the backyard. I can still faintly hear TJ chatting excitedly over something and Jenna chiming in every now and then. At first everyone thought I was making it up and to be special.
When did you start getting them?
I don't know, about my tween years?
I used to get really bad nightmares around then. I watched some clown TV movie and it traumatized my ass off.
Effed? Oh fuck. Daxton looks over.
Ass?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Daxton looks over towards me, except to realization that, seeming to realize the need for clarification.
Tadpole.
Oh, cute.
Aww. That's actually kind of cute.
Daxton splutters out a dismissive tone.
Tadpoles. I was not cute. Yes, you were. You coward. Admit it.
Well, neither was I. I was kind of a shithead. Daxton peers at me for a moment before his gaze trails up to the brown fur on my scalp. Takes me a second to register. I mean, regarding how I treated other people.
Gotcha.
I reach up, trying to make my head fur lay flatter. Daxton, meanwhile, reaches into his pocket and checks his phone. Neither of us says anything for a while.
I'm gonna head out, but thank you for listening and such.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. You, gonna go home and do some writing?
I think I might. Either that or put on some New Age music.
I'm sure Flynn loves that.
What sort of music does Flynn like?
Don't think he does.
What?
Don't think he listens to music, like, in general.
Doesn't like music.
I shrug. Someone like Flynn, I guess.
Makes sense to me.
He shoves his phone back into his pocket, stepping forward.
Hey, since chances are I probably won't see you again, I just want to say it was good meeting you.
I find myself smiling in spite of the previous tone of the conversation. Likewise.
Thanks for introducing me to Carl. Never had a rich friend before.
You lived in Colesville. How have you never had a rich friend?
Hey, I didn't live in the Rizzy tourist pack part of it. Plus, I was homeschooled.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Shithead.
He grins some and I can see the pink of the inside of his mouth. It's quite a contrast from the rest of him.
I feel a bit better now. See you, Chase.
Fuck it, we'll hug him. Alright, self-fulfilling prophecy, here it comes. Here, what comes... No. Oh, sorry. It's your line.
That's alright.
Moved to embrace him with more velocity than I initially intended, nearly sending the tall amphibian back against the wall. Lets out a bemused noise, patting my back and returning the gesture before pulling away.
Now, time to find Carl.
With that, he turns and heads out towards the backyard. Looking around, I don't see any sign of Leo. In fact, the van's no longer out front. I reach into my pocket, feeling the phone as guilty sensation takes hold. I just know I'm probably going to get a whole another wave of passive-aggressive text messages that I don't want to deal with. At this point, I probably deserve him. I can't keep dodging him like this. I notice something odd sitting on the top of the water heater. Curious, I pick it up. Oh. I never knew Mum framed this. I mean, it's just a shitty selfie I took my first day at Pueblo. She kept insisting I send her a picture of myself on my big day. For some reason I thought not smiling or looking at the camera was the cool thing to do. Wonder if she forgot this during the move. Though it kinda sucks. I wouldn't have been surprised if they left it on purpose. I haven't talked about them much lately. I should go. I step outside. The air is still kinda hazy and the smell of hot dogs is pretty palpable. I look across the yard. TJ and Jenna are still sitting at the table. TJ's munching down his third helping of cut up hot dogs while Jenna's sits up top with her feet hanging off the side. It's kind of funny how small she is, like she never grew past age 13.
Oh, piss off.
My mind drifts back to the other Phoenix in the smoke room and they all kind of had that youthful appearance to them. I wonder if that's the point, I wonder if that's part of the appeal.
I'm surprised you were so comfortable walking around in there.
I glance over my shoulder looking back at the weather-worn house. Huh? Why?
The spiders. You are still afraid of them, right?
I had been trying to not think about it the whole time, actually. I felt like there were lots of them in the house even when I lived in there, and that was my parents bug bombing the place every month. I was just the urge to reach down and rub my feet in case there were any walking around in my fur. Not, like, deathly. I crossed my arms over my chest, tugging some at the fabric of my shirt.
Right, of course.
TJ snickers some. Jenna pulls out her phone, beginning to tap away at the digital keypad.
By the way, we found something else that might help you with your project.
Oh?
It's in my purse. Could you grab it?
Sure, where is it? Jenna doesn't answer, continuing her texting. TJ, meanwhile, seems to be grinning at his empty ketchup-covered plate. Jenna? Move over to the purse, unbuttoning the main flap. I've already been a bit wary about going through girls' purses for obvious reasons. The first thing I notice about how piece of folded paper with Chase written on in all capital letters on the top. It looks like there's something wedged inside of it as well. Curious, I pull back the top of the paper and feel something fuzzy against my paw pads. It's a bristling sensation. Thin, prodding things tickle the tips of my fingers and I squeeze one and yank it up. Dangling before me is an orange and black tarantula, its limbs bouncing out from the sudden pull of force. Jesus fuck! I toss it down in the dirt, but it seems to bounce right back up and land sideways on my foot. I scramble back up, kicking at it with as much force as I can muster. Shit, 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 shit! My chest heaves and I feel like my heart is about to burst from my chest. The tarantula doesn't move, and that's when I realise TJ and Jenna are grinning at me. Jenna has her phone pointed in my direction. Jesus, she's filming this.
Language. It's just rubber, Chase.
That. I point at the limp eight-legged thing that's now 3 yards away, stuck in a patch of gathered brambles. Gathered brambles. That is not funny. It is actually. Not so it's you.
It is,
I
actually.
would hate you if you did that to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chase. It was Jenna's idea. It was 99 cents at that gas station we stopped at in Two Canyons.
Ugh, no wonder you two wouldn't let me see what you bought. Do you guys actually have anything for me? I mean, regarding my project? TJ begins to look even more guilty. Jenna sets her phone down and goes about reclasping her purse.
Not really, Chase. As you said, there wasn't much information about the 1877 happening. Most search results directed us towards a dubious ghost hunting websites with no source veracity that could have been utilised as informal report.
Well, I sigh, stilling my swaying tail and feeling calm once again. Was there anything that could be used in a non-informal report? Fennec cocks her head, her eyes seeming to look right through me as she thinks before meeting my gaze once again.
What did you want to know more about? The UFO spotted over Echo Canyon by a group of night hikers? The Masata ghost woman who wanders along the edges of the rares, seducing men before impaling them on the branches of moschetti trees? Or perhaps the Mothman, who now apparently has been seen driving a semicircle route round 93 at midnight? Maybe he needed a side job. The economy's been tough lately.
Let out an exasperated noise. Okay, I get your point.
Hey kitties. Julie, it's okay. Stop fuzzing your tail. Good girl.
Sorry, Junie got a bit nervous because Holly ran up to her.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Although there's a lot of mentions of the riots here. That includes the happenings in 1915, as well as some other unsourced stuff about violence after World War II. And just the general perception that we were a bunch of desert malcontents living in some sort of Sodom and Gomorrah style situation for a century.
Sounds about right.
Is that a Bible reference?
Yes, Sodom and Gomorrah is very much a Bible reference.
I think the South of America is probably the only area more weirdly Christian than, like, where I'm from. Like, weirdly, Catholics don't really read the Bible.
Yeah.
They just talk a lot about it.
Yeah, I think generally you've kind of got that Southern America and then Ireland as a nation.
I find that, like, Protestant branches tend to be more Bible-based, while, like, Catholics and other non-Protestants tend to be more, like, church-based. Like, I spent a lot of time doing church stuff. I didn't actually spend much time reading the Bible.
Yeah.
We even had a famous brothel that served all of the miners in the area. I would go to that. A brothel?
I look at TJ, who's frowning acknowledgingly. Does he really not know? It's a place where they make broth and other types of soup.
I know what a brothel is.
Jenna merely smirks and shakes her head.
Oh my gosh.
It was called the smoke room.
Wait, what? I tense up and they seem to notice.
Chase, is something wrong?
Smoke room?
Yeah.
That still exists. I was there last night.
You went to the brothel last night?
Jenna says this in a less of a question, more of a deadpan matter of fact.
What?
No, it was this bar that Flynn went to. It's right by the casino, there's no sign for it or anything, it's just this sort of gay bar.
A gay bar? In this county?
At least, that's what it seemed like it was. I shrug.
I'm gonna clean my glasses so if words come up I won't be able to see
Yeah.
for a sec.
That's fine. I shrug, trying to phrase it as careful as I can without going into too much detail. Everything smelled like cigarettes and there was this really shady back room that they called the smoke room.
That is...
Jenna presses her knuckle to her lower lip, seemingly in thought. She glances up towards me after a moment.
interesting.
With that look, I regret bringing it up already. Jenna seems to be maintaining this sort of intrigued expression. I begin bracing for any follow-up questions.
What sort of music do they play there?
Surprisingly, TJ is the first to speak. I don't see any sign of judgment in his face either, just genuine curiosity. Oh, it's some kind of weird actually. It was this sort of droning, bassy synth.
Really?
Yeah, never heard anything like it, but it was kind of loud too. Not sure why you'd be asking. It's TJ's turn to shrug.
Just curious. So, you went to a gay bar with Flynn named after an old famous brothel?
I exhale, resting my paws on the edge of the table. It's not like that.
Like what?
Daxton Carl and I followed him after he left us in the middle of hanging out last night. But he sort of, well, I think he was trying to invite me to go along with him in his own sort of way. He left his phone behind with just one text message with an address. I think he just wanted to see if I'd be interested enough to snoop around his phone instead of outright inviting me. It's hard to explain.
Oh, no, I understand completely. That sounds quite like Flynn. Very non-committal and giving himself something that he could hold against you if need be, to protect himself from having any semblance of vulnerability.
Jenna rubs a pinch of her small nose, still seemingly frustrated with Flynn's behaviour. She reaches down, picking up the paper plate from beside her and shoving it into a plastic bag.
I'm ready to head back to the motel. Chase, are you coming?
Oh, sure. Gigi begins clearing up as well, moving to drag the picnic table back to the appropriate yard. I help. I sit cross-legged on the edge of the bed with a notebook in my lap. I sort of half planning out my script, half kicking myself for not doing a lot on this Primrose stuff earlier. I'm also kicking myself for not getting any scans of the photos and documents I found at City Hall. And the B-roll I've got doesn't quite cut it. Having actually historical papers with pictures of Echo inhabitants aren't available online might look good for my portfolio. At least that's what Jenna said. I kind of doubt they're open on Saturday, so I'd have to talk to Flynn. And Flynn still wants me to assist him with his whole interrogation he has planned. Or at least stay out of his way. For now, I just want to focus on the project. Currently, Jenna is tapping away at her laptop at the side of the room, although she seems more distracted than she was at the beginning of the trip. Gigi has the TV on, some behind the album rock music history show that's been pretty engrossed in for the looks of it. He lays beside me, his back propped up by pillows. After a few more scribblings from my outro, I toss aside my notebook and slink over to the other side of the room. I take a few packets of candy egg oatmeal that we've got about 20 of and empty them into a complimentary styrofoam bowl on the table. I know it's for the kids, and I've always kind of liked this stuff. I'm a sucker for anything that's
what they're referring to.
a sucker for anything that's bland as hell with the tiniest bit of sweet add-ins like oat bran cereal with dehydrated marshmallow bits. I fill the bowl with water about a centimetre higher than the top of the oatmeal. A little bit of maple cinnamon dust rises from the mixture.
Is he eating cereal with water?
Welcome to America. Hopefully this pack isn't too old. I didn't check the expiry date before grabbing it from my dorm room.
This feels like a crime against food.
I bring the mixture to the microwave and set it for 1 minute. On the TV, some raccoon is talking about how the music video went viral back in 2006, and how fame went to his bandmate's head. It's weird to think in 2006 was nearly 10 years ago at this point. Oh god.
Yeah, this game was made around 2016, which is why it's got a lot of things that sound like frustration towards like Trump-era politics in particular.
I remember watching shows like this with my mum as a kid. They were always about hair metal bands from the 80s and 90s. Each episode was full of grainy, old pack film photograph of alleged happier days of the focus superstar. I was thinking about how much stuff like that there is from my childhood. There's nearly a gig of videos on my old laptop ranging from home movies, Makima, to class projects did with the group. Plus all my...
I think that's pronounced.
Machinima, okay. Plus all the student media posters still there. It's not like the days, the faded memories of sepia tinted photo roll picture. What? Turn the light on.
The kitty.
Yeah, he stood in my next to my fan. He's turned the light on it. I'm just turning it off. Are you done?
I think I can hear. Is that the sound of the microwave coming from the game, or is that?
No, that was me fixing the light he's turned on.
Okay, because I can still hear it.
Oh, might be then.
Is that the game? It might be the game.
It might be the microwave then. They're right back in the full 1024 by 768 aspect ratio, a few clicks away. Maybe that's why I don't think about Echo as much nostalgia as someone like TJ or, well, Leo for sure. Speaking of which, I checked my phone a little while ago. He hasn't texted me. The microwave beeps and I take the oatmeal out. The directions say to leave it in for 2 to 2.5 minutes, but that always seemed like overkill. I like it a bit soupy. Oh god.
I'm horrified. Chase, what are you doing, you absolute fucking gremlin? He's full on girl dinnering this. I'm going to take a shower. Do you guys want anything? What, in the shower?
Well, I mean, if they're offering. What? TJ stares blankly at us. Did we want anything from the shower? Jen, after a couple of seconds, looks up from her laptop at the links.
TJ?
He looks as if he's going to come to his realization and quickly covers his face with his paw.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot to say the second part.
I shift awkwardly, bowl of oatmeal and paw. I didn't get much... Oh, that's you.
I didn't get much sleep last night.
Jenna sighs.
It's okay, neither did I.
I didn't wake you guys when I got in, did I? I hope the hell they didn't see me slink in with a cum-covered shirt, that's for sure. Jenna gives me a sidelong look that I can't quite describe that makes me even more worried.
No.
Whew.
We were already pretty much awake.
Shit.
That man shouting in the parking lot was making me uneasy. Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear any of that. Jenna lowers the top of her laptop some, though not closing it all the way.
It started a little bit before midnight. You hadn't arrived yet. It sounded like he was walking all around the motel. He even screamed at our window.
Was he yelling anything specific?
No, he was just shouting. I heard a few words here and there, but never like any full sentences or anything. He just sounded really mad or sad.
TJ pauses, looking at the bowl I'm holding.
Or scared. I don't know. Part of me kind of wanted to call Leo.
I can't help but smile a little at that. Really? Wow.
I didn't actually.
Leo the Protector. I can't believe after all this time TJ still sees Leo that way.
I called the police. They said they'd send a patrol car, but never saw anyone show up. He eventually just left. A little before you showed up, actually.
It feels like everyone's on drugs in this town now.
Now?
Jenna retorts, looking at me with a raised brow. Well, I mean, it wasn't always this strange, was it?
Even back growing up, I'd still wagered that at least a third of the population was on heroin or worse. It comes with the territory. But I will say I do somewhat agree with you.
What's worse than heroin?
Meth, probably.
Meth is probably worse than heroin.
I would also argue ketamine, because ketheads are the absolute worst humans.
Yep, well, badly cut ketamine is definitely worse. Definitely worse.
Badly cut ket. Honestly, ket is just...
Oh yeah, but bad ketamine is bad
The one
times.
drug I fucking love.
Anyway.
Also, people who are way too into cocaine, like not like once in a while cokeheads, but like every single day, 40 times a day cokeheads.
Yes.
They are quite a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I remember when
That in Pompey.
when I was at uni, there was someone that he couldn't have a night out unless he started with cocaine,
Yeah.
and literally he was just like, I have to go and snort, and you're like, why? And it's like, you know, we're just having a quiet night. Oh, but I've got to start with cocaine. You're like, oh, okay.
It's because then he doesn't feel the alcohol.
Yeah.
I know some
That's
people
why
like
people
that.
use cocaine so they can drink more alcohol. I can't have cocaine because it makes me murderous.
Didn't really do anything for me.
I properly,
I did
like,
it once and
5
nothing
minutes
happened.
later wanted to grab a knife, go outside, and I stabbed one out. I didn't care who, I just wanted to stab someone.
Yeah.
I didn't! But the urge, oh.
Yeah, just didn't really do much for me. But then again, I only tried it once, and that was kind of like, yeah. Anyway.
I got offered it, did it. My nose tasted of hairspray. I was dead sober.
Yeah.
Again, how could my nose taste of hairspray? That's the only thing I don't understand. It was just... That's the only way I can describe it. It
Yeah.
sucks. Why do people do this one?
Yeah.
Anyway, Echo depopulated by around 100 people since I was born. That in itself is the other 2/3 of the population. Those who remained didn't have that same level of general township community that we once had. What little that was.
TJ nods, rubbing his wrists and looking forward towards toward the drape-covered window facing the parking lot.
I remember when we used to have our own grocery store. Oh, speaking of, we ate at the diner after the hike yesterday. Julian works there now as a busboy. You remember him, right?
I think for a moment. Was he the green reptile kid who peed himself at Applet? TJ looked a little gassed.
What? No.
Then I don't know him.
That was Cody.
Wait, the Cody you did? Jenna makes a slightly disgusted noise, shaking her head.
You're thinking of the upstate Cody. I never got to meet him. Yes, well...
Jenna lets out a little puff of air, pushing up her laptop screen again and typing something.
Neither did I.
She stops for a moment, turning to look at me.
May I have some of that? Jenna, no. No.
My oatmeal?
you're
Oh,
all
sure.
Absolute gremlins, all of you. Animals. Literally
I hand her the-
animals.
I hand her the still warm styrofoam bowl with a spoon. Damn it, I wanted that.
Styrofoam bowls? Like those melt in the way. You absolute cretins.
Oh, if only Birdie was here to tell us how he thought.
Who?
Belry.
Still be listening to it 2 hours from now.
Yes.
If only Belry was here
Yeah.
to tell us what he thought of oatmeal being made in styrofoam bowls in a microwave.
Oh, I hate that.
With
I
water.
hate that. Everything about this I hate.
One sec. Could you check them and see if there's a limit how many I can have? Because otherwise I will go through the whole packet to keep my throat from going dry. I know they've got sugar in them, but apart from that, yeah. Anyway. Oh, fuck. Kitten. And of course she's digging out the sugar dinosaur egg first.
So right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Julian was telling us that the diner will probably end up closing down at the end of the year. Maybe next if they're lucky. That's like the last business in town besides the motel.
The last legitimate business, you mean? I see Jenna nod before taking another bite of my oatmeal. It's no wonder that people act weird. Even Leo, Carl, and definitely Flynn are different. Did you guys see Janice again after what happened on the road? TJ nods uneasily. The Link's beginning to busy himself and collecting a fresh set of clothes.
Jesus Christ.
I asked if she was okay or needed any help, and she said she was fine. Great even. But she looked really bad.
TJ picks some red pajama pants that have faded with little Christmas ornament symbols etched in them around the bottoms and pine tree decals on the waist. What are you doing, kitten?
It doesn't say maximum, but it's 76% sugar.
Oh
That's a sugary thing.
no!
I mean, it's honey and
I'm
fruit, what
running
we're
to the
expecting.
toilet. Give me
Sorry?
a sec.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. He also a bit more discreetly grabs a pair of red underwear and hides them in the folds of the pants. I wonder if he's matching the two intentionally.
The American thinks the oatmeal's wrong too.
I never really got the whole. Like, I do know some people who do have water with cereal, and I'm just like, I understand that it's easier than trying to sometimes get milk, but still, no.
I don't even like cereal.
I know you don't like cereal. You especially don't like warm cereal, which is another thing.
It's mush.
It is. Sorry, you're just not all seeing the sort of black face Miro is making. But yeah, I sort of don't mind the mush for cereal, but I wouldn't really take it as
It's a sensory thing. I can't.
as a sensory thing.
I can't eat mush.
Rather eat it dry? That's fair enough then. I think it's because when I was young I had to grow up on like really bad porridge. That's all we really had. We didn't really have many cereals. We just had really weird porridge, especially on winter ones, where it was like, if you wanted, you know, anything other than cold cereal, you'd have this really weird mush. It was fine, just yeah. Yeah, I was typing a small essay to you all.
It's not an essay, I just had to think of the word.
I mean, I do know, I did work with someone that used to just have Weetabix out of the box dry, but they were a weird bastard.
Mine were like kind of like Choco Pops.
Yeah.
They were just
Sugar Pops or something that I can understand having
They
them
were just
dry.
like
They've got a nice
chocolate things.
crunch to them, yeah. Whereas, as I said, I used to work with someone who literally would open a box of Weetabix, take them out, and just eat them as they are, and I'm like, why? Why?
Oh, Sharona.
Like
Oh.
crave or like
Did
cinnamon
you
buns,
slap those
I
people,
understand.
Sharona? Please tell me you did.
Oh God. What was that?
Twitter thing where people were rating like their best biscuits and they put like Weetabix on it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, you showed us that.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember Bill getting really angry about that. Chat's saying that they know someone who, or they met someone who had orange juice with cereal. That just sounds... No. Unless it's like a sort of milkshake smoothie thing maybe, but no, not orange juice.
I can imagine orange juice working if you had some kind of like really sweet cereal,
Mm.
with like a complementary flavor.
Mm.
But like I don't know any cereal that is like that. I mean, maybe Cheerios could work, but it would have to be like when they haven't soaked up the orange juice,
Mm.
because that sounds vile.
Yeah. It does sound
Yeah.
vile.
We do have something at the care home where we make toast for them with cream, just full fat cream, just to get calories into him.
Yeah.
And that actually smells really nice.
Mm. Mm.
Either way.
We would take cold cereal like Cheerios and microwave it. Like, just dry cereal, or like, do you mean like with like, put the milk and stuff on and then put it in the microwave? Because I do that.
You put Weetabix with milk and Kinder
I put
chocolate.
Weetabix, and one of the things I lived on for a while was I got the little Kinder bars and I would break them up and I would throw them into a bowl with some Weetabix and milk and throw it in the microwave for like a minute. Because
That actually sounds good.
it just makes like this porridge with this nice sort of like very light sort of milky chocolate through it, and it's just really nice. But then again, it was literally for like surviving long days in nursing,
Yeah,
because it just gave you a good
Yeah.
start to the day.
I can imagine.
But yeah.
Crave is good when you're working in that kind of job.
Mm,
Just
mm.
to give you sugar in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't tend to eat breakfast. I can't eat first thing when I wake up. And I wake up at like 4:45 and get to work for 5:30, so I can sit down, have a couple of ciggies and a coffee,
Mm.
and that keeps me going through to lunch. I would
Yeah.
have like 2 or 3 coffees in the morning.
Mm.
But when I wake up on my own, I have
The real
breakfast because
question
I wake up
is-
a lot later.
Mm, mm. What's that? What's the real question, yeah? Well, she's typing it so we can all see it at the same time. What? I mean, the reason that I basically would throw the Weetabix in the microwave with the milk and stuff was because it would, one, melt the chocolate, and it would, two, just all kind of mush together nicely.
Yeah.
But I couldn't really see it happening with Cheerios, but maybe? It's not the worst.
Like, Weetabix hot with milk in the microwave tastes and looks a lot like porridge.
Yeah. It basically just becomes porridge, it's just really easy.
We give it to a lot of the clients because soft food diet.
Yeah.
No, but this is
It's like hot
different
and you
because
can
it's
put a bit
like
of sugar
sit in
on it
milk
and it
all
turns to like
day
a...
What?
until making it. She
Why?
would take the cereal in milk to work and then put it in a microwave. So it's extra soggy.
Oh, yeah, that just sounds
That-
like horrible.
That just sounds premeditated enough that that person could easily be a killer.
My stomach. I just had dinner. My stomach is literally trying to turn around.
Yeah.
It's making me so sick.
Alright, well, we'll carry on with this story because we've probably had enough. So where were we? This bit. TJ picks up some red pajama pants that are faded like Christmas ornament symbols stitched in the bottoms and pine tree decals around the waist. He also, a bit more discreetly, grabs a pair of bright red underwear and hides them in the folds of the pants. I wonder if he's matching the two intentionally.
Nah, I'm eating again. And I don't mean like ugly. I mean she was kind of grimy and smelled like raw meat. Oh! She was definitely on something, TJ. I hope not.
TJ turns, shuffling himself into the bathroom. The door shuts.
You know?
Jenna sits up some.
I think it was Clint.
Jenna's speaking to me, but her eyes are on the laptop. Huh?
The man outside that was screaming. At first I thought he had Jeremy with him. And God, just the thought of that makes me want to get out of this town and not look back.
I don't blame you, but Clint? Judging from popular television growing up, it seems that everyone alive had a childhood bully. Some with multiple. We had Clint and his little gang of assholes. Jeremy, Mika, hell, even Heather sometimes. The thing is, in a town full of 50 people, escaping your bullies is near impossible. They're everywhere. They hate you, they hurt you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, until Leo did something about it. I still remember the squelching noise Clinton made as Leo hit him over and over again outside his own trailer. Leo didn't speak any English and they were all a couple of years older than us, but that didn't stop him. I don't know how things would have turned out if he never moved here.
The voice. It had a certain cadence to it that reminded me of him.
I resigned myself to the notion that Jen had eaten all my oatmeal at this point. Moving over to the microwave, I grab another styrofoam bowl and a couple more packets.
Oh no! Chase, stop!
I can already tell there's not going to be enough left to be really satisfying.
Oh no!
I'm assuming you haven't gone to see Jeremy and the rest of the family either.
No, and I doubt I will. By the way, how are you doing?
And look over.
Jeremy and all those other characters mentioned, like Mika, they come up again in other rounds and you get to know them better.
Ah, right, okay. I look over my shoulder. She seems to be deciding on what font for whatever she's typing away at. Catching my glance, she meets my gaze for a moment.
And I don't just mean in general. Any sleep issues?
And of course, she changes the topic just like that. Sleep issues, as she calls it, for my sake. I pour some water on the oatmeal. No paralysis, just sort of strange, really lucid dreams. I think my subconscious wants me to shave off my goatee.
This may be the one time that you should listen to the voices in your head.
I make a growling noise that comes out a lot less intimidating than I intended. Jenna doesn't look up.
What are the dreams like?
I let out a long exhale, placing the oatmeal in the microwave. I don't know, I'm just tired of... I think I'm just tired and mixing badly with my current mental state. I've been kind of crawling in my skin since I got here. I saw a face behind someone's shoulder that wasn't really there last night. It wasn't something I thought about much at the time. I was already upset, but the more I dwell on it, I don't know. I shrug, waving dismissively. When I look at Jenna again, I can see the fur on her neck is lifted a little. It's probably just the angle though. You alright? Jenna looks back at me and I can tell she's debating whether or not to tell me something. I wait.
Just made me think about when I was a kid. Hadn't thought about it for years, actually.
I pause. Do you want to talk about it? I'm worried I'm about to open a can of worms.
It wasn't traumatizing or anything like that. Well, it was, actually, but it wasn't real.
Did you see a face?
Yeah. It was a reddish colour. Black, too.
Whoa.
Yeah. It had a body as well, but I can't remember exactly what it was like.
Did you dream it?
No, not really a dream. At least not in the sense that I was asleep when it happened. I just see it walking around in broad daylight sometimes.
What the hell are these, like, really solid memories? Like it really happened?
I don't know. It usually happened when I'm sad or angry, like when Dad was having one of his moments. You mentioning that you saw something while you were upset reminded me of it. I just see it walk past the doorway or sit in the closet.
Really? What the fuck?
This was a long time ago. Like when I was 5. I don't want you thinking I'm crazy, Chase.
I don't. I saw things too as a kid. I mean, more things.
Yeah, I think you told me.
I had, and something I really don't want to think about right now.
I'm pretty sure it's just something my mind made up because I was under a lot of stress. The brain can make up whatever it wants, really. This part of me is part of the reason I went to the field, into the field that I did. I want to help figure these things out.
Do you see it anymore at all? She's quiet for a while, then shakes her head.
No.
Saturday.
How are you feeling so far with the story?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
I like the way it kind of builds up this kind of social conflict and tension that rises into what happened.
Yeah. It kind of has its moment, then goes back to character building, then has its moment again, and goes from there, and it's good.
It's
This very loud purring.
about like the structuring a little bit for a sec. This is quite loud.
Hang on, if I... we'll carry on, we'll just get through this bit, so we can get past the loud bit. I stand above the turnbuckle, holding my arms high above my head, flicking my strong tail behind me. I hear a lot of boos in the crowd, but that's how it's supposed to be. I'm a bad guy, or rudo as they call it here. I'm not actually a bad guy for real though, it's just an act. The flashing of the cameras is a little bit distracting, but nothing I can't handle. I'm good at keeping cool. I reach up, making sure my mask is secure even though my muzzle is covered. I can't risk my identity being revealed, especially in a match against Tigre Santos. He's one of the Technicas, the good guys, a real goody tissues. Okay, goody tissues. I don't trust him, he's too good. I don't trust people that are too good. They're always hiding something. The announcer just shouts in a foreign language that I don't understand, and I growl, flexing my giant muscles towards nobody in particular. Sorry, I'm just trying to stop the cat going behind the thing again. Tigre's been staring at me from across the ring this whole time. No showboating, no. That's not his character. It's like 7.5 feet sorry. At like 7.5 feet tall, I'm totally bigger than him. He's only 5'6", and I could basically eat him for breakfast. The crowd's always cheering for the smaller guy though. I don't. The smaller guy could just be as bad as the big guys, maybe even worse. I looked at the crowd. There's a couple of thousand people here, which is a lot. Sometimes I wish I could just tell them all the truth. The bell rings, it's time. And we're back to
Shall I do the dad?
Sure.
Hey!
Dad yells from the kitchen. I flinch and feel like my stomach is suddenly tied in a knot. Not now, please. Dad walks in, he's wearing...
Just put a trigger warning in place for child abuse. Trigger warning, child abuse.
Dad walks in, he's wearing all camouflage with an undersized scout cap. He seems to squeeze his head.
What are you doing?
I look down at my feet and pick some of the fibres at the rug. I don't respond. I hear him step in front of me. The crowd chanting on the TV catches his attention and he stops.
No, you can't be watching this. And you also know what day it is today. You're still in your pajamas. Watching this.
Dad lets out a noise. I can't really describe it. I look up and he's pointing at the TV. He stands there watching for a moment.
What is he doing to that other man?
A reverse suplex.
And this is fun for you? You enjoy watching this?
I don't know. It was just on. I lie. Dad looks down at me and I can't tell whether he believes me or not.
When I say something, you need to listen. Last night I told you to be dressed in clothes I gave you and be ready to go by 5. It's over 15 past 5 and you're not even dressed.
I'm sorry, okay? Dad sighs, stepping out of the room. His footsteps are heavy, like he doesn't care that Mom and my brothers are still trying to sleep. Next thing I know, he's back in the living room. He tosses in the camouflage outfit on my lap and sets a rifle on the couch.
When your mother and I talked about sending you up north to your uncle, we were not joking.
Dad? He points again at the TV.
And there's certainly no television up there, no violent video games, and no adults that tolerate this sort of behavior.
I ball my paws up into fists, pushing them into my stomach. Don't say anything. Anytime you say anything, it makes it worse. Dad looks at my paws, lets out a strained, amused-sounding grunt.
What? Are you going to hit me? Do you want to punch me now? Is that what you're learning?
Again, he's pointing at the TV, his eyeballs are bulging and his mouth hanging wide open. The way his hat tugs at his head makes him look different, scrunching his features. I don't know why he's wearing it. It looks uncomfortable.
I'm so sick of your behavior. We are all so sick of your behavior.
I feel my breathing start to get shaky. Don't cry. Not give him the satisfaction.
Are you sick?
He just keeps staring at me, that same expression on his face. I drop Tigra's torso down on a knee, my backbreaker. The crowd roars. I'm grinning beneath my mask, playing up the part through all the jeering and the hatred. They may love to hate me, but that's still love. Tigra's been getting a lot of good blows in, actual blows. His stiff arm is like nobody's business. I'm a little bloody, but that's okay, I'm tough. That's my thing, I'm tough. I'm really tough. But so is Tigra. He's small, so he's got a lot of finesse and can dodge a lot of my stuff. I climb over the top rope and onto the floor mat below. They always keep a few goodies beneath the ring for people like me. Pulling the flap up, I find a pile of long wooden staves. These could cause some pain. I yell out to the crowd and they boo in response. They're really, really mad. Tigra is still groaning, prone in his belly. As I approach, he mutters something in his native language that sounds like a bunch of cuss words. Not so good after all, I guess. Time to get revenge for all those stiff hits from earlier. With a mighty heave, I bring my staff down on Tigra's back. He practically bounces, and the lady fan of Tigra in the crowd screams. Realizing how hard I'm hitting now, he quickly scrambles to his knees. Although I just hit him right back down. That's what you get. His shoulders twitches and he quickly clutches it with his free hand, rolling onto his stomach. More curses. I hit him again, this time in the sort of soft of his stomach. There's no referee to help him now. I hear him gasp, holding his paw up in front of him, trying to protect himself. This time I hit him in the crotch, not that there's much to hit. He has a little penis and balls because he's so small. Mine are huge, of course. I have to wear like a super big cup so that things don't flop around. I drop down on top of him, grabbing him by the scruff of his spandex leotard. He whimpers beneath me, his black and orange tail coiled inward between his legs. I lower my voice, speaking in a deep raspy tone. Don't stiff arm me again like that or else, Tigra Santos. I think he quivers out and I won't. He's probably so humiliated now. His eyes are like saucers looking at me, waiting to see what I'll do next. Like completely at the mercy and everything. I bet he'd be really humiliated if I, unmasked him. And then I'll pull him up and hug him in front of everybody. He'll be so ashamed. I'll show them I'm the real good guy. Maybe he'd like that and feel better. That's fine too. I place my thumbs beneath the bottom of his mask and pull up. Dad's gunshot rings out so loud it seems to shake the leaves from the trees nearby. Some kind of bird falls in the sky. I think it's a dove because it's all white and stuff. Or at least it was white. I actually saw a pink mist as the bird shot hit, like in the movies. The rest of the flock keeps flying as if nothing had happened. Dad looks over his shoulder towards me, his breathing heavy. I can see little wisps of fog as he exhales. It's that cold. It takes him a while to actually speak.
You see that?
Yeah? He smiles tightly.
I got him.
You did?
I'm gonna grab the carcass. You stay put, alright?
Okay. Dad turns back, jogging across the dewy grass towards where the bird fell. I adjust myself some and lean against the nearby tree. I wish I was home. My friends are still probably sleeping in, enjoying their warm heated houses and all that. I can't focus here. It sucks, but Dad really wanted to go bird hunting. I asked him yesterday why he couldn't just go alone, and he and Mom just got really mad. I don't even know what sets them off anymore. It could just be the tiniest thing, and suddenly everything's all shitty. My rifle is kinda neat, I guess. It's a 22. I played the zombie shooting game in Chase's place that had the exact same kind in it. It's really, really loud though. Dad made me wear his big ear protectors, but it's still super intense. I swivel around my arms before bringing the butt up to my shoulder and looking down the sights. I pretend the bush I'm aiming at is a zombie. I could survive in a zombie apocalypse pretty well, probably. There wouldn't be many zombies in Echo, and barely everyone in town has guns. I just go to Carl's house like he's already a fortress and he has tons of food and games. We'd be set. I hear Dad's footsteps and frankly lower the rifle.
That's right, keep that down.
He holds up a pretty messed up looking bird. Its neck is half missing and blood still drips from the hole there.
You never eaten dove, have you?
No.
It's like chicken, but stringier.
I raise an eyebrow. Like string cheese, but chicken.
Not exactly, but well, you'll have to try it.
Okay.
Now let's see if you can shoot something.
Dad steps behind me, placing a pause on my arms and straightening my posture.
Now, remember what I told you. Always fire on the exhale. Don't flinch at the kick either. The gun won't smack you if you've got a good grip on it, and your eye isn't touching the sight.
I'm not afraid to shoot a gun like TJ or Carl probably would be. Just a little nervous about the recoil. That's all. Suddenly Dad grabs my shoulders.
Look, look, look.
He points towards the sky directly above us. A bunch of birds in a V-shaped formation are overhead.
Those are ducks. Duck is great. You've had duck before and loved it. Now you've got to get your own duck. Hurry, get sighted.
I scramble to get the gun aimed up and my eye lined up with the sight.
Come on.
I'm trying. The ducks are already getting pretty far ahead. I can't seem to get them lined up right.
Give it to me.
No, I've got it. Next thing I know, Dad's wrenching the butt from my shoulder and bringing the rifle up to his. Only takes him a few seconds to get ready before firing. Just like before, a bird falls in the flock, plummeting the ground past a clearing of trees. This time the flock breaks up, scattering. Dad turns, pushing the length of the rifle against my chest.
Take your gun.
I clutch onto it with both hands. Dad starts to make his way forward. I follow.
Why didn't you fire?
I was going to. The aiming thing, the sight, it just wasn't lining up with my eye. I needed to get it lined up right or else I was going to miss.
Son,
And then you just yanked it away.
you were not listening to what I was telling you. Just like what I was saying this morning.
Dad's voice raises.
You just can't do anything like you're told, can you?
My fingers grip the rifle tighter. It's like everything goes red. I can, you were just being an asshole. I yell so loud my voice cracks. Dad turns, slapping me so hard it makes my ears ring more than the gunshots do. My face burns and I growl on the inside of my jacket. A lump forms in my throat and I try to swallow down. I'm tough, okay?
Who taught you to speak like that?
Nobody.
Oh no, I think I know who. It was Flynn, wasn't it? It isn't right for you to hang around with a boy like that.
What do you even mean?
All the kids around Echo and you cling to a teenage potty-mouthed gay boy. And look what happened.
He shakes his head, eyes wide like he can't believe what he's seeing when he looks at me.
You defy your parents, you sit around at 5 in the morning watching men grope and hit each other.
I'm breathing so hard it feels like I'm hyperventilating. Fuck you! Wrestling's cool and fun is awesome. Dad looks downright disgusted about it now, like he's gonna be sick. His inside of his ears are bright pink and flushed too.
You are sick. When we get home, we're sending you up north to the ranch. I don't care if we have to pull you out of school right now.
You mean the compound? I was clenching his fists, his tail arched and still behind him.
Your mother and I have prayed and prayed, but son...
Why don't you ever leave me alone? You're so fucking bad, you know that, stupid asshole. Dad steps towards, fits raise. I bring my rifle up and aim at him. He stops.
You are sick.
I never heard Dad speak so much hate before. That being said, I've never been this angry before either.
You're pointing a rifle at your own father. Are you going to shoot me, huh?
I just don't want you to hit me. I yell so loud, my voice shifts to a shrieking scream, the rifle shaking in my paws. Everything's all blurry and I can feel my nose running.
You deserve to be hit. I fucking hate this. Just gonna say that.
The words make my stomach hurt for some reason. I throw down the rifle onto the grass and face him. No, you do. You're so awful. I hate you so much. You won't leave me alone, you shit. All you do is threaten me and threaten me and threaten me. And Mom doesn't care. Nobody cares. My throat burns and I swallow back a blubbering cry. Dad's shaking now, he doesn't even look like Dad anymore.
I don't know what in God's name Flynn has done to you.
You're just mad because you don't have any friends. You don't even have a job. You suck. You're so shitty, you're pathetic, I've hated you for so long. Nobody likes you. I run north, tripping over myself constantly as I can barely see where I'm going. Everything hurts, my insides are burning, nothing will ever be the same again. I can hear him behind me, panting furious like a feral. I came through the clearing, I can hear him I come through the clearing, then I hear him stop. When I turn around, he's not looking at me anymore. The duck that Dad shot landed...
The context with the term feral, it's a term in fairy art. So an anthro is like the human-animal hybrid things that you're seeing on screen. Ferals are like pure animals, but yeah. It's an art term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The duck that Dad shot squarely on the hood of an abandoned van. Dad looks at the duck, the van, and me in the sky itself. He sets the rifle down on the ground.
What?
Next thing I know, he crouches down on his haunches. He rubs his forehead with thumbs running along the brim of his too tight scout hat. Almost looks like he's sucking down his scalp. I can practically see the veins bulge along his temple. He opens his mouth as if to speak, although no sound comes out. Dad's fingers grip at loose strands of grass around his feet as if they were trying to keep him tethered from floating away. I hate looking at him like this. What's he doing? He shuts his eyes. Well, more like he clenches them shut, like he got shampoo in them or something. Is he praying? Fucking stupid idiot. God's not real, you know.
Son?
He finally speaks, he doesn't sound like himself. What? From the hood of the truck, little rivers of blood splay out from the duck's chest, dripping down the front of the grill. Its eyes are still open, even though it's dead. I always thought when something dies, your eyes close and your tongue sticks out. It looks like it's staring at me. Dad doesn't respond, but he finally looks up and sees what I'm seeing. He sucks in his chest as if he's been struck. He shuts his eyes again. His whole body shakes for a moment like he's having a spaz attack.
It's not the same van. It's not the same van.
He mutters. I don't want to watch this. I'm about to turn and walk away when I see something move in the back of the van. It's just for a split second, but I swear I see a face through the dusty glass.
Son?
Dad repeats himself. Dad? Again, there's a flash of red, like something bouncing up. Dad, there's someone in the van. Dad says nothing. He won't even look at me now. There's someone in there, I know it. I wipe my eyes with my sleeve, clenching my fist and stepping close to the rear window. I smear away the dust in the glass and press the tip of my muzzle against the window. Nothing. What the hell? When I step back, Dad's up on his feet again. He doesn't look angry anymore. Just sad or empty, I guess. Picks up his rifle from the ground, holding it sort of limply with one paw. Without a word, he turns and heads back through the clearing from where we came. I stand there for a while, listening to the steps, his steps trail off. My gut begins to feel like it's being twisted into a knot. Why didn't he say anything? He's always says something. Any other time he opens his mouth, I practically flinch, so why do I feel like this now? He won't actually leave me out here, really? I cross my arms over my chest, hugging myself. Minutes pass and nothing happens. It's like I'm rooted in place, constantly wiping my eyes and nose. I just gotta be tough. I mean, I am tough. I just don't know what to do. What the hell am I supposed to do? I hate this. Why do they have to say all that? Nothing will ever be the same again. Even if I get to go home, my parents will just ship me off to live with my uncle in the compound. You know what? Maybe that'll be fine. At least then my parents couldn't threaten me with that anymore. Maybe I'll even be making airplane parts. I don't need video games, TV, or my friends. And that'll be fine because at least I won't be around them, especially Dad. Still no footsteps. I would hear if he started up the truck from here, I think. I guess he hasn't left yet. Maybe I should start a fire or something. I never could get one going on my own in the past, but that's probably because I wasn't trying very hard. I look around and start gathering any twigs or dry grass I can find. Everything is still kind of damp, though that shouldn't matter as long as I rub hard enough. Flynn would probably make a joke about that. Or at least show me what the heck I'm supposed to do. Flynn is the outdoorsy one of the group who knows all the survival stuff by heart. which is weird because he's gay and all. He's like the least gay
Nah,
acting gay guy ever.
I think survival nonsense is actually very gay.
I remember once he told me that liking girls is too girly for him. I guess that makes sense. He's not like the kind you see in movies or how my parents describe them. I sigh, sitting down, displaying a little bed of dry grass and twigs and a single coarse stone in the middle. After that, I take two of the sturdiest looking sticks and begin to rub them together like they do on TV. Heh. Here I am rubbing a bunch of faggots. Okay, sure. And of course, nothing's happening. They're getting kind of warm, but...
It is a word for a bundle of sticks.
Ah.
Yeah.
I just remember it being like a... It's like a Welsh dish as well.
Yeah, it's meant to be like a bundle of sticks put together that was used for kindling, which is why, you know...
Yeah.
Burning gaze. That's where it comes from what I know anyway.
Yeah. They're getting kind of warm. They won't rub right. Not enough friction, I think. I grit my teeth, letting my heavy tail flop down the soil behind me. I don't even care if it gets dirty now. The pads of my paws are starting to get really hurt. I bite the inside of my cheek. I look down at the pile of twigs and I think I see a spark. I quickly quicken the rubbing, only for the twig to slip and scrape along the edge of my paw. I cry out in pain as a thin line of blood appears in my fur. Nah. I inhale sharply. This is so stupid, I hate this. I throw the sticks down and cover my face with my paws, sucking in the cup. What am I doing? God. What am I supposed to do? I rock myself back and forth slowly, remembering what the school counsellor told me. Imagine these feelings as a physical thing that you can hold. Then I take a deep breath and begin to rip these feelings apart, as if they were a piece of paper that you didn't want anymore. Finally, imagine a calm place, a happy place, somewhere where you can be alone and at peace. I sniff, making these little ripping motions and closing my eyes. I won the fight! People in the crowd can't believe it. I look across the sea of faces. They all hate me. Well, maybe not all. I know there's one in the crowd who doesn't. I see him in the back where he usually likes to be. Dad's still standing there, his eyes puffy. Dad, please.
You were right, for once.
I swallow back a blubbering sob, wiping snot from my muzzle. It's been so long, I can't take this anymore. Stop it!
Things used to be different.
He inhales raggedly, tugging at the end of his facial scruff with one free paw.
I used to feel things in real time. Now it's all like a memory of a thing.
He continues to stare at the van.
Like this isn't happening. It happened. It will happen. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I feel his paw tug tighter on the rifle. No, 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 no. Please stop. I pull back on the end of it.
You know you can't stop. Also, I'm going to add another trigger warning for suicide. Trigger warning for suicide.
I mean, it's a little bit obvious to this point, but yes, trigger warning, trigger warning.
Yeah.
I love you, please stop it. He's not even crying anymore. He's just standing there, and they turn to look at me when he pulls the barrel of the clunner closer to his chin. I wish I was stronger. I really, really wish.
I thought I could move away, forget it ever happened, move on, find redemption in the Lord. It's never that simple, is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. My voice is shrill and hoarse at this point. Sometimes I can't even speak. I want to call out for help, but there's no one around.
But Eliza had to move back here, and I loved her. So I had to grin and bear it as they say.
He wets his lips.
I can't.
He rolls his eyes in a strange, exaggerated fashion.
Anytime I try to escape, be it physical-like, or through some other diversions, it all just keeps coming back to me. Just going in circles.
I begin sobbing at his pant leg, clinging to it as if pulling as hard as I can on the gun. It's never enough. He won't let go. Let's just go home, okay? Please, let's just go home. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Dad says nothing. Something stirs from within the back of the van. Even with my vision blurred with tears, it's clearer than ever before. It's a face. Dad began to move again, bringing the rifle end up to his chin. No, 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 please. I grabbed Dad's paw, pulling his fingers away from the trigger. I yank as hard as I can. No eyes. Find him.
Find him. Hey, is there any more of that oatmeal you bought left?
Juxtaposition. Da, 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 da. I'm fine.
A break?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked enough people down from suicide and suicide stuff over the years. It doesn't bother me.
Yes, me too. It's a lot though. So, if anyone would like a moment, take a moment, relax, hug a cat, have a bowl of cereal that isn't with water. Do something loving towards yourselves.
Put it in the microwave for enough time that it isn't soup.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know whose perspective we were in there? Did you?
I'm assuming it's TJ's because he was the only one not mentioned.
No,
No.
it's Sydney.
Oh, right, that'll be why.
Sydney liked wrestling.
Ah, because
So,
I was
we
like,
were in Sydney's
I know,
perspective then.
I noticed every other character mentioned, and I didn't know if I missed TJ then. But I noticed I caught everyone else, and the fact that Flynn was brought up a lot means probably would have been Sydney, yes, but yeah.
Yeah, because Flynn was really good friends with Sydney before he died. So yeah, that is a bit of Sydney backstory there.
Ah,
And you know how they kept mentioning how Sydney was a pretty violent kid?
yeah.
It starts to make sense when you see it from his perspective. He's wrestling. It's gay violence. And his family are Mormons. Yeah.
Alright, well.
Also, Monster with a Face is continuously popping up now.
What's continually popping up now?
The monster with a face like a plug socket.
Ah,
Specifically those American plug sockets with like 2 prongs and then a little divot at the bottom. One of them.
alright. Let us carry on then. You've read that one already, yeah? Nope, not quit. I want to...
Kitten, please just shut the fuck down.
TJ stands beside the bed, peering down at me.
Oh no, were you asleep?
I blink.
Chase, I'm so sorry. You were moving around so much, I didn't know.
Chase. Right. It's okay, TJ. I push myself up, feeling the bedsheet sticking to the back of my fur. My shirt is drenched and I smell awful.
Are you okay?
A concerned look crosses the lynx's face. I'm not sure how to respond.
I'll get some water.
He smiles at me that eerie, genuine way he does. He turns around and walks to the sink. There's a subtle sound of oldies music coming from behind me, the suite next door. Sunlight peeks through the beige drapery, but everything outside is a pale glow. I can't gauge what time it is. I try to move my paw. It's slow to react, every piece of my body tingling with a sort of damp vibration. Sleep paralysis? But I'm awake. I moved just a second ago. Maybe I'm dehydrated. I blink again, a little floaties dance in front of my eyes, blobs, swirls, smiley faces that flee whenever my gaze chases them. I let out a long exhale from my nostrils and shift my weight of my tail behind me. Today is Saturday. Today is the day.
And isn't it beautiful today?
Did I say that out loud? He holds a polystyrene cup directly in front of my muzzle. I can smell it, the water. Way too mineralized, like a foggy calcium broth. But calcium can't hurt you, it's just bones. Like a clockwork automaton, I feel my arm jerk and arise, grasping the cup and bringing the contents to my lips. I'll finish it in 3 swallows. Water. It's been so long since I swam, I'm starting to feel the real need for it. Air is fine, but it's just nothing. Water is something. It's got pressure, it hugs you as you move through it. Nobody understands that like we do, I guess. I realise TJ is still staring at me and I give him a look. Another smile, this is one more sheepish. With a small grunt, I managed to throw my legs out from under the covers, my feet touching the firm carpet beneath. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. I slept like 11 hours. Why do I feel like this? Looking around, I notice the bed next to me is empty. Where's Jenna? My voice comes out higher pitched than I intended, and I quickly clear my throat.
She went out. I'm not exactly sure where.
I stare at him, my eyes still only half open. Come on then.
We were supposed to go hiking. I mean, she said she'd still like to. I'm sure she'll be back soon.
Why do you want to hike so much?
What?
TJ frowns. You grew up here and you hiked all the time as a kid. Shouldn't you be sick of it by now? The lynx dips his paws in his pockets, his lips pursing as he delays his response.
Well, my parents didn't want me going out too far or anything too dangerous. There's still a lot of trails I haven't been on.
This is Echo. You can see everything around you for miles. There's not much surprise when you can see the entire trail. Like going through the forest or a big mountain, I can understand some of the appeal, but not this. I sort of raise my arms and gesture to everything and nothing at the same time. TJ meanwhile just shakes his head.
I think I understand what you mean, Chase, but hiking is about being surprised. So what if you can see what's coming?
Oh.
It's what happens when you're here that matters.
TJ smiles again, and some of that youth pastor-esque vigour. I can tell it's genuine, but there's always that feeling that I get there's something going on behind those blue eyes that's not right. Growing up, I always chalked up to his unwaveringly hypocritical dogma in contrast to the whole liking dicks thing, but now I don't know. It was never enough to bother me too much, but I'm starting to wonder if it's what Flynn sees too. Jenny ate the last of the oatmeal.
Aww. I guess I'll stop by the diner again then. I wanted to check up on Janice anyway. What are you gonna have?
I don't know. I'm usually not the breakfast type. When I woke up, everything in my mouth was just tasted growth and kills my appetite. Can you not please, kitten?
Oh, yes. I understand.
DJ nods, turning to move back to the mini fridge. He opens it, staring inside as if looking hard enough would make a fruit parfait appear. That being said, I'm starting to miss the student union food court something fierce. I hear TJ chuckle a little.
You won't really like our campus cafeteria. We've got a cereal bar, around 25 types of cereal to choose from. You can even make your own protein bars, that sort of thing. It's really cool.
That actually sounds pretty good, even though my palate sort of tastes like a mix between sawdust and barf right now. The lynx pulls out a wrapped rice treat, peering at it with squinty expression.
That's a creative way of describing that. I'm almost not hungry anymore.
He holds up the treat, blue foil catching the window light in a bit of a curious way.
I'm not really sure why this is in the fridge.
Oh, I just threw a whole bag of stuff I picked up at the convenience store in there.
Would you like this?
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. TJ nods, tossing the treat in a gentle arc my way. I almost catch it. Ow. I rub my end of the snout as TJ looks at me wide-eyed.
Oh, crimey, that hit you square, Chase. I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm still waking up, I guess. I begin unwrapping the foil packaging. I'm gonna eat this and shower, okay?
Not at the same time, right?
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure I didn't hit you too hard.
Another sheepish smile. I managed one in return this time. I take a bite of the treat and to my surprise it's actually pretty okay cold. After a moment I notice a little blue light flashing on my phone. New message. A pang of guilt sets in and I realise my first thought is please don't be Leo.
Come over, boy.
Ah, Carl. I stare at the message for a good 8 seconds for remembering Carl's shtick. God. Wait, oh shit, that's right, today is his interview. I'll be over soon. I pause. There. I set the phone back down the nightstand and toss the treat wrapper on the bin beside the bed. TJ glances up at me momentarily. He's looking at his phone. Carl got a job interview in Peyton today. TJ looks up from his phone, grinning.
Wow, that's really great. I still remember when he worked at that little market shop we used to have on Elizabeth Street. Where's this one at?
A print shop, I think. I don't know. Carl seemed kind of hesitant to talk about it.
Oh. Well, tell him that I wish him good luck and that it's always really important that you smile. If you look like you're happy and excited, then the interview might get that way too.
It's infectious, right?
Right.
I've gotten literally all the jobs just because my parents were friends with somebody who was hiring. I suppose I've never really had to worry about interviewing. A noise comes from outside, the sound of jingling keys and the door being unlocked.
So the police finally showed up.
Jenna steps inside, giving me a bit of a curious look over as she notices I'm still in sleepwear.
Are they going to do anything? I doubt it.
She strides across the room, grabbing a bottle of water from the mini fridge.
Why is that? The cops seem more suspicious of me than anything.
She lets out a little sigh of exasperation.
They asked me if I had been taking any drugs.
Jesus. Guess they're not used to seeing people our age around here that aren't.
I think it was more of an anti-native sentiment than anything. Really? Yes.
Jenna looks back at me.
Chase, you really should shower.
I blink. What?
I noticed when I walked in. This whole room has your oily musk scent. It's not very flattering.
I frown deeply, covering my armpits and pushing my tail back over my behind. Alright, I was going to anyway. I rise to a stand before moving to the bathroom. TJ gives me a sympathetic look as I pass. I shut the door behind me after stepping inside. With a few quick tugs, I remove my shirt and underwear and place them on the edge of the counter. At home, I just throw them on the floor, but I don't really trust how clean the linoleum is here. I step into the shower, it gets hot quick, so I fill it with a handle sun. There's some grey fur tucked in the corner. I'm guessing TJ took one this morning. I bend down and pick up the tiny complimentary shampoo bottle from the rack and begin to lather the contents over my body. It's not exactly the best for my type of fur, but it'll work for now.
Aw, they have the shampoo everywhere.
Although I can't seem to shake the feeling that I have cigarette smoke baked into my pores. You know how in comparison to the communal dorm showers, it's actually kind of nice. Contrary to what many think, it's not as sexy as porn makes you believe. I begin lathering further down. Usually I rub one out during shower time. Although at the moment I'm pretty devoid of those feelings. Ever since I got here back to Echo, I felt more detached from everything than I usually do. Like all this stuff is going on around me and I'm just here. When I woke up this morning, it was as if I wasn't sure if it was all a dream and what was a dream and what was real. I don't even recall what the dream was about. TG distracted me before I could really archive it, or however it works, remembering dreams. There was a feeling of sorrow, fear and general helplessness. And all of a sudden power, or agency? I'm not really sure how to describe it. It's familiar, but I don't know why. Like strange nostalgia, without the rose-tinted happiness.
Dudes, I don't know about this.
I peek into the bathroom, watching as Carl stares at himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his hair.
I'm sure you look fine. Easy for you to say. You can't even grow hair.
Carl sets the trimmer down, running his fingers through his beard.
You tell him, Chase.
Carl looks at me and I have to agree, he looks quite a bit better. You look fantastic, a lot cleaner.
Thanks. Now, you might want to get the gamer stink off of you. You smell like a JRPG's and energy drinks.
I find myself snickering, though Carl doesn't look anywhere near that point of laughter. He just quietly shuts the door in my face.
So, Chase, didn't expect to see you again.
I look over at Daxton, who's standing beside the bathroom door with his arms crossed. Neither did I. Carl asked me to come over, so I did. Daxton nods. Do you think he's got this?
Haven't known Carl long enough to say, really. I hope he does.
I can't help but thinking a lot of things could go wrong, you know? Carl doesn't get out much.
It's weird thinking about the future like that, isn't it?
I cock my head in the amphibian's direction. What do you mean?
The infinite possibilities of things that can happen.
So expect the worst?
With an infinite number of timelines, there's no such thing as a worst case scenario. Just an infinite number of varying shades of bad.
Do you actually believe that? He clicks his tongue, waving his hand dismissively.
No, it was an episode of...
And Adrasta. Adasta?
Yeah.
Adasta.
Adastra.
Daxon peeks furl his brow towards me at the sound of the front door opening. We turn and make our way forward to the entrance hall next to the kitchen. The familiar heavy footfalls are dead giveaway of who's here. Didn't know a job interviews were a fucking group event. Flynn's tall form meanders in carrying a few Tupperware containers and plastic bags. He doesn't look.
He's back. The guy who was supposed to be dating.
He doesn't look at either of us.
Well, he wanted us to be here, and I didn't have anything else going on. He's in the shower now.
I fidget with the insides of my pockets, trying to look nonchalant. Dax's big blue eyes dart from me to Flynn, then back again.
I have to go pee in something. I'll be right back. In something?
In something.
Explain.
Flynn's mouth twitches as he's about to call Daxon back where it relents. Instead, he sets the bag on the kitchen island and begins rifling through it. His large tail twitches and he furrows his brow, trying really hard to communicate on whatever he's doing. Which, as I look closer, is essentially just rearranging the Tupperware in the bag over and over. Flynn? He stops. He shifts his gaze towards me and I'm at a loss of what to say. Part of me wants to call him a fucking weird, hypocritical asshole. The other part, well, I'm not really sure about the other part yet. Maybe I'll just broach the topic of... Jess, none of this shit matters. He gestures between us. I'm not going to try and speak cryptic to you here about feelings and shit. I just need to know you're gonna keep your promise, okay? He's frowning down at me, but his expression is more uneasy than outright stern. Flynn? Fuck. His fist hits the countertop, and the next thing I know, he's moving around the kitchen, grabbing paper towels. The lasagna is goddamn leaking everywhere. It's like a fucking menstrual pad in there. Why'd you bring lasagna? Because Lardas needs something to eat besides pizza and self-hatred for a change.
Yikes.
As opposed to you who eat salad and self-hatred. Shut the fuck up. At least I have a self. What's that supposed to mean? What was that supposed to mean? Flynn doesn't respond. The ghillie is busy stacking paper towels underneath the bag before shoving it in the fridge. I hear the sound of hooves in the floorboard and turn around. Carl would shuffle into the living room so quietly we didn't even notice.
So, how does it look?
He looks good, but I'm more concerned with the fact that he looks more insecure than I've ever seen him. He shifts from hoof to hoof, not making eye contact at all, his fingers pulling at the rolled up sleeves.
Very nice. You kind of look like you're pledging Alpha Lambda, but it works. What?
Carl looks over at me and I give a start realizing how bad my silence must have seemed. You do look great, Carl.
But,
Daxon chuckles and Carl's eyes widen.
what? The beanie. Do you always wear that thing?
Carl lifts a paw to it.
Usually. You can't wear that. How'd you even get it on? Stretching and my headphone looks awful. Seriously, you can't wear a beanie to an interview.
Carl's getting all fidgety again, so Flynn butts in. Don't wear it.
Oh, come on.
He looks sad and angry at the same time, which gives me pause.
You go to work with your shirt half off. I'll wear it if I want. This is my interview.
Usually Flynn would banter back, calling Carl a stupid dumbass or something of that nature, but he says nothing. After a couple of seconds of silence, Daxon coughs. Daxon looks at me, then back at Carl.
Well, I reckon that's alright.
Carl sighs and shifts around again. We watch him expectantly.
Dudes, this feels weird as all. It's new, you'll get used to it.
Pull out my phone and look at the time. Alright, we really need to head out. We should get there early. As we head out the door, Daxton makes as if to follow us. Flynn turns around to face him as Carl heads out the door. Hey, Dax. He stops.
What?
After the interview, me and Chase and some of our other friends, we're gonna be doing something. Wait, is Carl on board with this plan too? Daxton raises a brow.
Oh?
So, could you fuck off for a bit? Jesus, Flynn. Part of me wouldn't mind a guy with Daxton's attitude present, which will surely be the biggest downer of the week. And to keep Flynn in check. Daxton doesn't budge or give Flynn an indiscernible look. After a while, Flynn just sighs, rubbing his brow. It's got to do with personal stuff.
Oh, really? See, why didn't you just say that?
You wouldn't want to come. It's gonna be some heavy shit.
Are you the heavy shit in question?
Flynn says nothing. After a moment, Daxton just exhales and shakes his head.
Let me know how the interview goes.
As the salamander passes me, he speaks in a hushed tone.
You deserve better, man.
I look down at my feet before heading out to the car. You don't. Carl still looks confused after Flynn and I came out of the car without Daxton.
Where's Dude Man?
I make a show of buckling my seatbelt. We'll talk about it after your interview. What? Oh, sorry.
He's not coming? He's the guy who knows the guy who runs the place.
Yeah, well, you weren't going to be bringing him inside with you anyway. Carl stares at the dashboard as I back out, pretending to be distracted so I can muster up something reassuring. You know, Carl, I should talk about some of your art while you're in there. No, sorry, you should talk about some of your art while you're in there. Here it's good to make it look like you have a passion, especially one that's tangentially related to what you do. To be honest, I have no clue what sort of skills you need at a print shop. I look at a rear view mirror at the Ram, who still isn't saying anything. Hopefully not many. By the way, Flynn. Flynn's nostrils flare as he's bracing himself. The big lizard had to back his seat all the way up to give himself enough legroom in my tiny sedan. I need to stop by City Hall before, well, you know, before we do the thing. Why? He responds with weary dryness. I need to scan some photos into my thumb drive, and I forgot to do it when I was there last. I know where everything is. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, I got my key card in my wallet. Flynn scratches his groin idly, looking out the window as we pass the diner. I'm kinda surprised he didn't protest more. Carl stays quiet as we drive to the rest of the Echo, and I swerve to avoid all the potholes. As I'm merging onto the highway, Flynn speaks up. I could do some shit to celebrate you joining the workforce and such. Fancy-ass organic store ramen and the spice sausage stuff, and lasagna. Same recipe that my uncle used.
That's, premature, right?
If there's a food reward waiting for you, your fat ass could do anything. I resist the urge to nod in agreement.
Hope you're right.
We fall back into silence and it stays that way for the remaining 20-minute drive. Carl gets more nervous the closer we get. I can see his knees bouncing off the corner of my eye as he stares out of the window. Flynn reaches back and puts a hand on one of them as we pull into the parking lot of the print shop. Gillian mutters something to the Ram. I can't make any of it out. You look awesome and you're going to be amazing. Carl starts taking deep breaths, staring out the windshield. Just be yourself. Everyone loves a relaxed employee.
I wish you'd let me have a smoke before we left.
Yeah, going to an interview smelling like pot, great idea. Carl giggles nervously, but otherwise doesn't move. Do you want us to go in with you? Carl shakes his head quickly, unbuckling his seatbelt as he opens the car door.
No man, I'll be fine.
Okay, cool, I'll be waiting. He looks to Flynn, who just gives him a little nod. I grin at him, but he just shuts the door and ambles off to the print shop. He pushes the door, and when they don't move, he pushes harder, shaking the glass. I start to open my door, tell him to pull instead, but he seems to figure it out before I have to and disappears inside. Oh, Carl. Fucking hell. I look over and Flynn has his palms over his face. I sigh, leaning my seat back. I try to take a nap because it feels like I haven't slept in ages for some reason. Though the heat beating down on the windows starts becoming too uncomfortable. I turn the AC back on and shuffle through the stations only to find twangy country and mariachi. I look at the time. 10:10 a.m. If the interview started on time, then he was probably almost done with it by now. I sort of want to go inside, but I know Carl wouldn't want me to. I settle back again and close my eyes, trying to get some relief from the failing AC. Then the door rattles and I hear haphazard hoof steps. I open my eyes, but no one's there. Flynn doesn't seem to have noticed his own eyes closed. I do catch a movement disappearing around the side of the store, and I lean around to get a better look. I wait, but Carl, at least I think it's Carl, doesn't come back around the corner. Looking around, I slowly open my door. Carl? Flynn awakens by the start, looking around some. He out yet? Nothing. Carl? I yell, but he doesn't come out. Feeling some dread build up in my stomach, I get out of the car and slowly walk around the side of the building. Flynn joins me. The hell's going on? It's an alleyway between the print shop and what I think is a laundromat. Nothing is in the alleyway except for a few dumpsters and some clumps of garbage. I step carefully around the puddles covered in oil slick and wonder if maybe he just really wanted a smoke. Carl? Something shifts on the other side of one of the dumpsters and I hear sniffling. Wordlessly I walk around the dumpster to the other side. Carl was bent over, back to me, paws on his knees. His whole body is shaking and his breaths are ragged. Holy shit, Carl. Before I can do anything, Flynn's at his side. You okay, man? What happened? The stench of vomit hits my nose. I don't need to look closely to know what the puddle between Carl's hooves is. Carl makes sure to turn his face away from us, not saying a word. Shit. I dash back to the car and open the passenger door to get the glove box. I pull out a few napkins before hurrying back to the ram. When I return, Flynn is quietly rubbing his back. He takes them from me wordlessly and starts wiping his face. The last time I'd seen Carl like this was just last year when he had a panic attack at school. I didn't think he'd have that problem now after all the therapy and time away. I feel kind of useless just standing there watching him. He's at least not hyperventilating. The ram has his horns pressed up against the wall, taking deep breaths as he wipes his face again.
Why do I suck at everything?
He says it quietly between gasps, but I can make it out. Not everything. Come on, let's go. He starts to pull on the arm, but he yanks it away from him violently.
Don't touch me.
Flynn and I are stunned into silence. I just stare at him open-mouthed. He glances at me and his eyes are red, and for once it's not because of weed. Carl starts off towards the car on his own, splitting off the side as he does. Carl? Carl, what happened? He whirls on me.
I fucked up, obviously. Any more fucking questions?
A few, yeah. His voice breaks apart in the last sentence and he turns away from us as his face starts to screw up. My stomach feels hollow as I watch Carl get into the car. I've never ever seen him like this. He immediately hunches forward behind the driver's seat, head in his paws. I slowly walk up to the driver's side door, feeling like shit myself. Flynn joins me. Nikoli tugs at the scales under his chin, teeth grit. His expression is just bizarre, like intermittent smiling between almost nauseous-looking face contortions. Fuck. We sit in there for a while, waiting to see if Carl's going to say anything. He does.
I'm sorry.
He blurts out through his fingers. I look over at him, scared to say anything in case I say the wrong thing.
It was a disaster, dudes.
He takes in deep, shuddering breaths.
He could tell I wasn't into it right away. I was awkward as fuck.
He leans back and tugs on his shirt.
This isn't me, and they knew it, and it got me nervous. I've been nervous ever since I put on these clothes, ever since I got this stupid trim.
We sit in silence for a long time until Carl finally looks at me and smiles.
God damn, we all knew this was going to happen, right? Just like at Pueblo with you, Chase, and with your Uncle Flynn. I'm just a fuck up.
Nah, this is my fault, man. I told you I was gonna coach you and I never got around to it. And, I'm the... Tit-dirt?
Tit-dirt.
Tit-dirt, okay.
It's certainly a word.
That's certainly a word, yes. I'm the tit-dirt that made Dax stay behind. Maybe you could have helped? I don't fucking know. Nikoli takes in a seething breath. You can't be expected to go into this shit blind and spit out exactly what some mid-level manager named Skyle wants to hear. World's fucked like that, just banging walls sometime.
No, dude, I'm the one that screwed up the interview.
Carl settles back in his seat.
Now with that fuck up out of the way,
I sigh, looking into the hazy horizon in the direction of where I know Echo is. On to the next. None of these fucking matters, Carl, don't worry. Flynn gives me a look, then closes his eyes. I don't know if Flynn believes what he's saying. So with that, I turn on the ignition and pull out of the parking lot, leaving the print shop and its alley for far behind us. It's quiet inside. Not that I expected any noise or anything, but still. Flynn's desk looks pretty clean except for a stack of documents labelled March 1st, County Code Amendment Board Review. On closer inspection, there's also what appears to be a book propped up against his monitor. Municipal Economic Development, Free Market Solutions for Public Problems. A sticky note is attached to the front with flowery cursive handwriting that says, "Read this." I hear Flynn step behind me, seeming to notice my gawking. He doesn't say anything though. Instead, he just walks over to the computer chair and takes a seat. Carl ambers in after him.
no kitten, my skirt is not a toy. Scratching my knee is not play with it.
If I didn't know better, I think he was just high judging how puffy and red his eyes are. You don't actually come inside too often, do you, Carl? Carl shakes his head.
Still really weird that you're a secretary.
Carl half mumbles. Clerk. Flynn rests his elbow on the desk, rubbing his fingers together. You know, elections are coming up here soon. There's a few positions up for grabs. He looks at Carl and takes a few seconds for Carl to look back and get the meaning.
That's cool, I guess.
Flynn opens his mouth, pauses, then speaks. Maybe even a clerk position. I was heading towards the mailroom, but that catches my attention. I stop. What? Do you think you'll be, like, voted out? Flynn shrugs. I might not run. Carl lets out a little huffy noise, sniffing and wiping his nose the inside of his shirt. So you're gonna get back to unloading freight? Flynn doesn't respond immediately, as if weighing something in his mind. He pushes over the power button on his desktop tower and the whir of internal fan breaks the silence. I may not even be here. Even Carl looks up now.
Huh?
Nikoli seems to grimace slightly, his maw pulled into a sneer as if whinging at himself. Fucking Chase, you got to get your shit scanned or not? I straighten, so I'm not really having expected him to shift focus and snap at me. What do we think?
What do you want to do?
Well, let's pry on.
Keeps trying to bat my fingers, and she's being very gentle.
What the hell? What does he mean by that? Flynn, what? He's staring at me and it's like all the air has been sucked out of the room. I swallow. Are you going somewhere? Flynn looks at Carl as if expectant. Carl blinks, meeting Flynn's gaze.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Are you, dude?
Flynn's sharp stare lulls, but only slightly. I don't know yet.
What the fuck?
Carl, it really doesn't... shit. Do you see the way Chase is acting? Carl looks at me a moment, then back to Flynn.
No.
His voice is quiet.
You're gonna leave too, right?
I don't want to leave, Carl. Flynn shifts in his seat, his tail curled around the base point of his chair. Carl just seems still. I can't even see him breathing. Jesus fuck, Chase! All I did was ask. Flynn reaches into his desk drawer and pulls out a can of lemon lime soda, holding up to Carl's direction. You did something, alright? Just give me a minute, alright? I need to talk to Lardass. Do your shit. Ugh. I rub the space between my brow and step out of the room. The mailroom looks a little different for some reason. It's not nearly as neat as it was, and some of the parcel folders scattered on the main table, documents dog-eared and tape tagged. I step forward and the heel of my foot hits something hard and metal. It rolls out from beneath me and I have to use my tail to catch my balance. Jesus fuck. I find myself involuntarily clutching my chest, trying to regain composure as I check what I nearly broke my neck on. A fireplace poker? A fireplace poker? Well, actually, pokers. There's like 5 of them just sitting here on the floor. Thank God I didn't step on the pointed end. What are these even doing here? I step around the pile and I hear the sound of Flynn's raspy voice from the other room. So, you didn't see anything? Carl speaks next. His tone is too low and rumbly to make anything out. I remember the other day when I was working on the computer in the corner, I could hear most of what was being said in the main office. The walls are thin here. Do we want to listen in?
Are we
Always.
gonna be sneaky little fucks?
Yeah, why the fuck not? I moved to the corner of the room and pressed my ear against the wall. I mean, he's got. If you get him to his own work, he'll just, yeah. At first, I don't hear anything, but then Carl coughs and it sounds like he's right next to me.
Dude, I don't know what you're going off about.
Don't bullshit me. Finn snaps back. Silence follows. I hear what sounds like metal scraping against the wall. The plaster drywall creaks ever so slightly in reaction to Carl's shifting weight.
I don't know.
Flynn sighs.
Why didn't you tell me you were going?
I might not. Nothing's set in stone. It's not my decision anyway.
What do you mean it's not your decision? Dude, you're like an adult with money.
I hear the sounds of typing on an old mechanical keyboard, intermittent pecking, evident that it's Flynn. It's my aunt. She wants to bring me up north for a while.
Oh,
Carl coughs again.
is this for, you know, the FLDS stuff?
You know, I actually don't fucking know. The office chair creaks. Flynn must be leaning back or standing up. She gets all obsessed with shit, like she's religious and all that, but she couldn't give 2 fucks that I like dick. She only believes what she wants to believe, and it's a lot of shit that's made up. Even more made up, I mean.
I recognize that. Let me do a Google. Yeah, it's a church. Yeah, it's the one that had a what do you call it about it? A documentary series on Netflix. Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey.
What?
Yeah. There was a whole okay, really good documentary, absolutely horrifying. The Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It has currently about 6,000 to 10,000 members. They had a compound at one point. There was a lot of paedophilia going on. It was bad.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Basically, extremist Mormons. Like the really crazy polygamous, you gotta have at least 3 wives or you're not getting to heaven kind.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Not to go full fedora on you. What I'm trying to say is she's been pushing me to leave because she feels like we should.
And you're okay with that?
She's been saying everything's gonna go to tits soon and the air's wrong. Something in the rocks. She's right. She's always right.
What?
Silence. Not even a shuffling of hooves or a squeak of a chair. I hold my breath trying to hear something, anything. All I can hear is a slight ringing in my ears and the thud of my own heartbeat. It feels like minutes pass and nothing happens. Fuck, do they know I'm listening? I quickly stepped back from the wall and shuffled back to the centre table with all the folders. My eyes dart to the doorway, half expecting Flynn to be standing there with blue-green eyes piercing right at me. But there's nothing. I'll have to ask Carl about this when he's feeling better. For now I should probably at least try to focus on the task at hand. It looks like the some folders I went through are still on the desk. I thought I put those away. Maybe the mayor was checking to make sure I didn't take anything, or I was just curious to see what I was looking at. Well, it doesn't matter now, actually it cuts down some of the work of trying to find most of the stuff. I plug in my keychain thumb drive in the printer and begin scanning. I can't help but think about Carl in the print shop while I'm at it. He's basically been at a giant summer vacation for the past 2 years with no real worries about money or anything. To go from that to having to wake up every morning at 6 AM and drive all the way to Peyton and do this for 8 hours. I mean, it's easy, I think. Once you get the basic handle of things, it's the kind of job you can autopilot. You can drift away and just daydream most of the day. I had jobs like that growing up. Hell, if I went to Misa instead of Pueblo, I probably would have ended up behind the tills of Leo's dad's place, Despite everything, I can't help but feel that it might actually been kind of fun. Leo's dad is really nice, always offering to help with things and never really seeming too skeeved regarding gay stuff. But of course I had to get away from this town, and Payton's not far enough. I'm still not even sure that I like journalism. I mean, the classes are interesting and all, but imagining trying to sell myself and my work to all these outlets and... I don't know. I guess I don't really have the energy for it all. Plus, I never really liked looking at myself on screen. Huh. I really don't remember seeing this one before. This must be from the folder I didn't look at. There's no descriptive text attached to it. I place the photo in the scanner. After a few minutes, I think I've got most of what I need. I remove the thumb drive and power off the scanner. As I step into the hall, I notice the door to the mayor's office is open. It's still pretty quiet in here. You know, I never really knew much about Flynn's aunt. She was kind of in and out of his life growing up, from what I recall, and usually didn't stick around Echo for long. Her and Flynn's uncle had a weird relationship, and it wasn't like I ever hung out at Flynn's place enough to learn more. He was always a bit, just a bit too old to really pal around with, like I did with the rest of the group. I mean, Leo was a year younger, but he didn't really act like it. Flynn was basically the adult by the time he was 14, by the way he handled himself, all self-reliant and such. Curious, I step into the office and I'm taken aback by how much it smells like potpourri. My nose takes in the source, a small bowl filled with a lightly decayed plant life with a wide variety of colours. It gives the office a sort of flower garden scent which doesn't really match the aesthetic. Black, white and red everywhere. Like a supervillain who could only buy hobby shop decorations. I step over a small pile of alabaster quartz which sits in the ceramic dish on the floor. Which is strange, of course. There's a weird looking globe on the edge of her desk too. I step closer and notice several little prongs which hover over what I think is a meridian. Actually, there's no landmass indications or any labelling on the sphere to speak of. I reach out and touch the smooth plastic surface. Pressing down, I give the globe a gentle spin. As it rotates, the middle prong begins to bounce like a dowsing rod before sticking to the surface. As the sphere continues to spin, the sticky effect lessens and bounces back. Huh, must have been a magnet on the other side. I spin it some more and the other prongs lean until it towards specific points of the globe. It's kind of weird knick-knack. There's not really anything in here that helped me with my project. With that, I turn and make my way to the front office. Suddenly, a familiar lynx rounds the corner.
Chase? What are you doing here?
He stops in his tracks, fidgeting with himself. The feline keeps rolling and unrolling the bottom of his shirt. I don't see any sign of Flynn or Carl. Hi, TJ. I was with Flynn and Carl, scanning some stuff for my project.
Oh,
He frowns in acknowledgement, nodding.
how did Carl's job interview go?
His frown shifts from a tepid smile, awaiting my response. Not good. And just like that, it's gone.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of work in painting. He'll snag one eventually, won't he, Chase?
I fold my arms over my chest. I think he might need to get over some stuff before trying again, honestly. Anxiety and all that sort of junk. TJ nods. Weren't you going hiking? TJ glances to the side, seeming to eye each open doorway with a sense of wariness.
Flynn texted me and said he wanted to talk. You know, about what happened at the lake.
I blink. And you agreed? My voice comes out more surprised than I intended to. Again, TJ nods. TJ, you don't have to...
It's my decision, Chase. I want to help. I sort of knew this was coming when I came back. And I know it hurts Flynn.
Despite his words, TJ doesn't look remotely confident the lynx is shuffling relentlessly.
But I didn't know that you would be here, though.
I don't know exactly how to respond to that, so I pull up my phone and tap away, giving the lynx an understanding nod. Sort of the Carl maneuver, I guess. Well, don't worry, TJ, it'll be okay, I think.
You think?
We're back. Carl got sick again, puked all over the historic hanging tree. Carl offers a meek wave, which freezes when he sees TJ standing next to me. He quickly shoves both paws into his front pockets. Flynn notices TJ as well. He doesn't show any signs of nervousness. Jeez, is this really happening? He moves over to us and rests his behind on the back of the desk, his large tail wrapping around it. Something about the sight that accentuates how damn huge he is. I can't help but wonder if he's doing it on purpose. Carl remains motionless by the front door. We lock eyes for a moment, but our attention shifts as Flynn speaks. Thanks for, showing up and stuff. TJ says nothing, the Link's standing next to a small pot which keeps bouncing his foot against. I see Flynn's Adam Apple Bob, the Gilead wetting his palate like his whole mouth has gone dry. Meanwhile, Carl just looks like he's about to be sick again.
Oh boy.
Do we take sides or do we stand separately?
What would you like to do?
We could just stand
What do
with...
you feel? What feels right to you?
Carl's not really sided, is he?
Carl should be independent of the two of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll try standing next to Carl. I gingerly step over beside the nauseous ram by the door, which is probably well out of the line of fire, so to speak. He gives me a tight-lipped look, which is how we used to when we were kids and about to get into trouble. I told Flynn I wouldn't stop him when he finally did this. The question is now whether I can manage to keep my word or not. TJ, you can sit if you want.
I don't want to sit.
Lynx responds quickly. Would you like some water or soda? Actually, do you still drink soda, or does that give you too many hell points?
I don't need anything to drink. Thank you, though.
The feline remains on edge, guarded, seemingly readying himself for the Gilead to explode like he did back at the river. Alright. So I'll ask you again. What happened, TJ? For some reason, hearing those words again makes my heart lurch within my chest. This is so fucked up.
And I told you I don't know.
How the hell can you not know? You were there. Play it back to me, step by step.
Flynn,
I can see the lizard's tail pull inwards. Flynn himself is stone-faced, but he can't keep that thing still. TJ notices it too, flinching.
Flynn won't hurt him.
Carl mumbles to me.
This is a mess, but he wouldn't do that.
He looks towards the exit, his longing to be out of the situation pretty evident. All details, I don't care what you think is insignificant or not. TJ takes a deep breath.
We were all playing on the beach.
Kitten, stop doing that.
I was building a sandcastle. There wasn't much sand, so I was using mud. Jenna helped.
So Jenna was with you.
Not the whole time. Sydney ran up and did a rescue move on it. You were behind Sydney, you laughed. I think Carl did too. No.
Carl's protest is barely audible, even with me standing right next to him. I'm starting to remember some of this. Carl was asleep, wasn't he? And Leo?
Leo wasn't there.
Leo wasn't there. Leo's prepubescent voice fills my mind. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His language skills weren't great, so he just stumbled through a sobbed apology. I promise protecting all of you from now on. Chase was. He looked over at me for a moment.
Yes, he caught up with me after I ran off.
Flynn, you were there for this part. You remember all this. I remember Jenna coming up and yelling at me about Sydney.
You were the one who told me to destroy my sandcastle.
Flynn's eyes narrow. This isn't about your stupid fucking sandcastle. TJ crosses his arms over his stomach as if hugging himself. Sid's dead. What happened? I see TJ's legs start to shake from beneath him. I have to stop this. Flynn, enough. Gilly looks at me, his eyes a little wider. What? This isn't going anywhere, you're just making it awkward. Fucking what? You just I don't give a fucking shit if it makes you uncomfy like. You're all goddamn adults, I'm sure the expensive therapist told you to talk about it, so talk about it.
Chase caught up with me.
All eyes shift back to TJ.
He kept asking where Leo was. Then he ran off.
Flynn looks at me. I couldn't find him. Someone's knocking on the door.
What are you doing?
Jenna marches in with her phone in grasp, seeming to ignore everyone else in the room but the Gilead. Flynn grits his teeth, swearing under his breath.
This absolutely better be the scene of you apologizing.
Her gaze finally shifts to the rest of us. Judging by the expressions on our faces, I think she's able to quickly discern this is not the case.
You are completely out of line.
Jenna, not now. TJ's come here of his own volition.
You're disgusting. You know that? You get pleasure out of toying with people. You always have, no matter how much it hurts them.
She stands in the centre of all of us, speaking in a clear, solid tone. It doesn't seem to matter that she's over 1.5 feet smaller than Flynn. Like I was saying, TJ came here of his own accord, the others can vouch for that.
There's only so much that can be of his own accord when you've been harassing him with text messages all week.
Sydney was my best friend. I'm fucking entitled to know what happened.
You are entitled to nothing.
Jenna retorts quickly, speaking in a tone that's as sharp as a knife. The room goes quiet. Jenna's glares unwavering from Flynn, who's looking at the floor now. Finally, she speaks again.
It would be best if you just left now, Flynn.
You're in my office.
Your office?
She lets out a quick, exasperated breath.
You are the receptionist at a publicly funded city hall for a town of barely 50 people. You need to get over yourself.
Leo pushes his way in past Carl, the wolf also looking at his phone. Flynn! Carl and I do our best to get out of the way. He doesn't even notice me. Flynn stands straight up. What? You know what? The wolf seems to put himself in between Gilly and TJ. Flynn just blinks, holding up the flats of his large hands. I'm not going to hit him, Jesus shit fucking Christ. Suddenly he looks straight at Carl. I told you, it's a goddamn conspiracy. Jenna lets out a disgusted noise.
Is that what you think? It couldn't possibly be your track record of manipulative, self-centered and downright mean-spirited behaviour.
Flynn clenches his fists. Y'all are so fucking quick to damn me. All I want to know is the truth. I feel Carl's arm bristle against my own.
It's happening again.
I lean closer to him, replying back. I know.
The truth is that Sydney had an accident and died. And you are completely unable to accept that. You are not the only person who has lost someone. The way you choose to make yourself feel better is by bringing everyone else down with you. That's unacceptable.
You can't let go, can you? With a total control freak who thinks they know what's best and deserves what, and who deserves what. We all know you hated Sid the most. Hell, you told Carl you were glad he was dead years ago, and guess what? He told me. Carl looks down at his hooves. Jenna's about to speak again, but Flynn cuts her off. TJ, go on from where you left off. We get 1 week with our old friends, our family, and you ruin it, man. TJ still holds himself tight. I need to do something. I step forward. Well, that's a variety, isn't it?
Go for B.
Straight down the middle. Straight down the middle. Gillia's jaw drops as I stand beside Jenna. I can't let you do this anymore, Flynn. I'm not just your damn toy you can use for your stupid plan. I just wanted to help you, to fucking understand you for once. Remember what you said? I'll beat the shit out of you if I have to? TJ backs away, some his eyes widening. Jenna furrows her brow at Flynn, who looks a mixture befuddled and enraged. That's not happening. Bullshit. 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 The giant Gilead practically hisses. I don't think any of that shit you said about Leo is true either. At first you just keep saying he's changed and all he does is bully people and fuck randoms. Jenna's right, you just manipulate people to get what you want. You knew damn well that I was hoping that I made sure to look at Leo with a sort of sorrowful, longing look. I trail off as Leo quickly steps up. Go on. I bite my tongue for a moment. Flynn seems like he's about to pop. I peer up at Leo, blood just ran cold by the look of him. He made me think he didn't care and he actually loved me. All he wanted to do was fuck, man. He kept saying I shouldn't see you, that you were dangerous and needed to get help to plan his interrogation. He's fucking making it all up. Didn't you just see what he did? He does it all the time now. That's why I texted you guys. I didn't want TJ to get hurt. You're the one who texted them? Chase. Next thing I know, Leo is bending down to scoop me up in his embrace, his muscled arms around my back. It feels good despite the circumstances, and I hug him back. What the fuck, you false motherfucker?
Flynn,
Jenna, you have to.
just shut up.
The look on her face is absolute repulsion at this whole situation. Man, it's been a long week. I mutter. I feel the wolf just shake his head, the cheeks rub firmly against mine. Fuck yeah, it has.
What? No.
Carl speaks up from the corner of the room. His voice is faint, but we all hear it.
Dudes, Flynn wouldn't hurt TJ. I don't know why you guys think that he would. Even if he did say it?
Carl's voice peters out meekly. Leo pulls back from me and I feel a weird sense of loss. Maybe I'm just touch-starved or something. This is sort of bad business, sounds just like him there. I knew it, I just knew he was trying to take you water. Even Jenna gives Leo a bit of a sidelong look. And he was manipulating Tej, that too. He adds quickly. TJ keeps frowning, his face plastered with a blank stare.
I don't, pretend to understand the whole Chase Flynn thing, but almost none of that sounds like him.
You think I'm some sort of femme fatale type, seducing poor fucking innocent Chase to do my bidding? Absolute balls. Did you? Did I what? Leo says nothing, unable to bring the words to reality. He shakes his head, and I think I can see his fangs start to bare. Flynn throws up his arms, letting an exasperated exhale. Yeah, Leo, I fucked him. And he moaned like a bit. Leo tosses a fierce slug of a punch that Flynn's face looks like it vibrates in place. The gala crumples to the ground.
Leo?
Leo kicks the large lizard waist as he attempts to cover himself, Flynn letting out a choked groan. Yeah, you patchy shit who's moaning like a bitch now, eh?
Stop. Also, the longer this goes on, the more Leo's voice is just not fitting. It's got a good comedy effect to it.
It's
kind
brilliant.
of needed.
Leo from Mexico via the West Country, it sounds fine.
And I think it's just the West Country accent just cannot do angry. Like, no one from the West Country can sound like they're angry. They always sound a little bit
I am
this
totally
and a bit
furious.
out of it. Also, what the fuck is that?
That's that picture of us from before.
Yeah. Notice that it doesn't have a goatee.
Ah.
Yeah.
Baba.
Flynn,
Papa.
are you... Hey. Jesus, Leo.
What? What the hell? I rub my eyes. Flynn is still on the floor and Leo is leering over him, fists clenched. What the hell did I just see? Am I dreaming? Try pinching myself, that's how they do it in the movies, right? Nothing happens.
Stop.
TJ practically shrieks. All heads turn, even Flynn's, which is looking a little battered.
TJ, I saw how Sydney died.
His voice is so quiet in contrast to his initial yell that's like a splash of cold water. Tej, you don't have to give this piece of dirt the satisfaction.
I want to. He deserves as much.
He seems taking a moment to get his breathing steady, the link's looking shaky.
I had run off to be alone by the water on the far side of the beach by the outlet. I was upset and I wasn't watching the water. There was some shouting in the distance. It just sounded like, I don't know, how you guys used to be. Loud, you know?
The lynx rubs his paws together, rocking up on his feet.
About 10 minutes passed, and I heard a splashing sound nearby. I looked up and I thought I saw something in the water. Someone. There were bubbles. Lots of bubbles. And then I looked up and saw this thing standing down the shore a ways. It was really tall, like a person, but burned all over, like hot ashes in a fire pit.
What? Tears brim at the edges of TJ's eyes.
It started walking into the water, and I just ran. I ran, and I ran, and I ran.
Carl looks at TJ dumbfounded. Please. Flynn splutters visibly in pain. No more fucking bullshit.
I'm serious. I've talked to so many therapists, counselors, youth leader groups, and no one believes me.
TJ's brow wrinkle, his chest heaving before he finally breaks down into a sob.
No one will ever believe me. It hurts so much, and I'm so scared, and all the time.
It's quiet. They all stand there watching the lynx cry. No one speaks. No one reaches out to him. Snot runs down his nose. He tries to wipe it off with the inside of his shirt, but it just smears it. He clutches at his own whiskers, tugging at them.
As well, I was running back a quarter of a mile away. Someone tackled me into the water.
They held me in. Oh,
For
sorry.
so long, lights started popping in front of my eyes.
The lynx gestures, opening and closing his paws on the front of his face.
Everything after that got fuzzy, like I was dreaming. I saw something just under the water, in a completely different spot. Two bodies, both had brown fur. That's all I could see. Undulating in this constant, restless motion.
It all comes back so quickly. The sky is overcast, the air crisp, autumn. TJ sitting in a daze, Jenna running back to town, Flynn pulling me into the water. Me grabbing onto Nick's scruff, pulling back onto the shore. Carl sitting on a rock, bawling. Leo starts trying to do compressions. And Sydney just stares. Sirens, helicopter rotors, adults everywhere. I'm home, Mum's holding me, Dad puts on my favourite movie, I watch. But still, Sydney stares. Two bodies. Both with brown fur. Slowly I start to feel their eyes shift towards me. All except for TJ, who stares only at the floor and mutters.
I'm sorry.
I look to Flynn, Carl, Jenna, Leo, they all have the same look in their eyes. Nothing of malice, hatred or contempt, but sort of mournful pondering. Both with brown fur. No. No way, Chewie. This little joke's gone too far. Leo looks at the others. Jesus, I didn't do it. Yeah, I know that, or you and I were closer than any people I know, yeah? I would have found out if you did. I mean, you went through that old emo phase, bearing your salt on me constantly. You were a whingy little bastard, remember? Puts on a smile, seeming to shine like the spotlight of the others with hope that will be contagious. It isn't.
TJ,
The lynx just sniffs.
why didn't you ever tell the police this? I thought the monster got him.
We didn't find Sydney by the outlet, TJ. Jenna looks troubled, more troubled than I've seen her look in years. She's always the stoic figure of rationality and taking things apart logically. But now she's just quiet. Flynn and Carl keep staring at me. I know what they think, and that's wrong. Flynn gives me a long blank look before walking towards me. Flynn, night.
Oh my god, Flynn.
Jenna's voice comes out muffled as I stagger back, grabbing my jaw. Ow! It feels like my brain is scraping the top of my skull. I just want to lay down and sleep. My knees go weak and I can feel myself teetering backwards in slow motion. For some reason it feels like I'm expecting nice cool water to greet my backside. That tipping sensation sticks with me as I realise I'm not actually falling. Flynn! 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 Leo's shout keeps repeating each time. It's quieter and more distorted than before. You hold your paw up in front of your face, and you actually do it. You move. I didn't do that. The kids in front of you are just red blurs. I just want to lay down.
Don't.
There's a black and orange figure in front of you.
Don't let the lizard hurt him again.
You hear them shouting, but not from inside, outside. The blurred grip isn't looking at you anymore.
Get out.
I don't care. I don't care anymore. A crackling voice comes from outside. If I had to guess, it sounds like it's coming from down the block. Everyone but Flynn is veering out the small window near the door. Gilead, however, is still staring at me. His eyes look like they're shaking in their sockets. Oh Lord, my Lord, good Lord. Oh, how you test me so. I'll fall upon my knees and ask you where to go.
What's going on?
Carl tries to peer past the bulk of Leo to see what the commotion is coming from. My head is still reeling from Flynn's punch. He's never hit me before. Well, never seriously. He wasn't in that sort of assortment of physical fights growing up. Usually just stomp off and sulk if something truly upset him. But now he doesn't look like he's budging.
It's Clint. Who is he yelling at? God?
Leo looks over his shoulder, peering at me. You okay, Otter? I feel heaven's call in every canyon's edge, just past the overlook window, or at the bottom of the water all tied up with a catch. I feel myself backing up. It's like how I felt on the roller coaster, strapped on the chain lift. What's happening to me? Chase? Flynn begins to follow. Flynn, you stay right there or I'll beat your ass double hard, yeah?
Leo, for God's sake, all of you, stop.
Where are you going? I make a sound. I think I say home, but it comes out rather garbled. You can't keep running away from this shit. TJ squints, his nose pressed up against the window pane.
He's holding something. Yeah?
I keep stepping back, my legs feeling like they're vibrating. My movements are abrupt and jerky. I manage to get into the hallway and approach a door covered with caution tape. The placard denotes it as the reading room. I grasp the handle and give it a hard shove before it budges. The door is heavy. I'm nearly overwhelmed by the musty smell from inside. The corner of the room is completely stained from rain damage and the roof is boarded up. There was an exit here, but it's gone now. Why do I know that? I stare at the little section of the wall where the old wooden door used to be. A small picture of the group of quail crossing a dried washes in its place. As I move to leave, I notice the door won't open. It's hard stuck in place. Locked. A sharp crack rings out from somewhere outside, followed by a quick scurrying of feet upon the carpeted floor of the lobby. A gunshot. I try the door again more fervently, hoping that I'm just pulling a Carl here and pulling when I should be pushing. Still nothing. Fuck. More shots ring out, this time occupied by a dull thud and the sounds of stucco being shattered. Those ones hit the building. I get down on the floor, my heart pounding. I still feel like I'm moving in slow motion, even with the adrenaline pumping through my veins. What the hell is wrong with me? I hear the front door open, followed by more scurrying upon the carpet. Why the hell are they running outside? I hear an engine start and then splaying of gravel as what sounds like Leo's van drives off. They left me? Even Leo? I crawl on the floor, making my way towards the corner of the room. I pinch myself, trying to snap out of this strange malaise. I can hear the occasional shout from out in the street, but it's all gibberish now. Leaning back against the wall, I rub my throbbing temples. Tweakers. Couldn't have showed up at a better time. I try to listen to see if they're shouting getting closer, but it's difficult to tell. If it really is Clint, then it's really out of character for him. He really was the singing type. Screaming about, yes, but singing? No. Looking around, it seems like most of the old books and such have been taken off the shelves and put in a sort of box to prevent water damage. Having lived here my whole life, I've never actually been inside here. That feels like quite a feat, noting I've covered damn near every other square inch of town. There's a few binders and booklets near my side, the titles like Colesville Stormwater Drainage Plan 1999 and Drought Resistant Plant Guide. Next to them is what looks like to be some kind of unopened canister of fumigation stuff. I reach down to grab it and notice the fur on my arm. It's wriggling? A couple of brown strands of fur seem to bounce back and forth and become cognizant that my arm has been tingling for a while now. Glancing past my fingertips, I see the beige mass to the end of my foot. That's when I see the legs. The blonde tarantula about an inch away from the tips of my toes. My throat closes in itself before I can fully scream. I blink, writhing back. Next thing I know, it's on my chest. It moves faster than I can even see. Its pittering legs feel like they're all over me. I grab the edges of my shirt, trying to fling it off, but it's already on my neck. I slap at it, feeling the squish and hearing a very light clickety squeak. The edge of my neck begins to burn as I pull back my paw to inspect my palm. There is no tarantula. Instead, I see 8 razor-thin legs and black abdomen. On the black abdomen, there is splotchy pigmentation of red, the number 8. My pulse quickens and I realize it's an hourglass. Black Widow. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I look down at my arms again and realize this isn't my fur moving. There's a little red and black specks everywhere. No. I tear my own shirt, jumping onto my knees and trying to bat at the seeming infinite numbers of spindly fanged arachnids. Each time I bat the arms, more of the guts cover my paw pads and fur until I feel like my paws are wet. It's not just my arms anymore, they're inside my shirt, my shorts, my face. I try plugging my nose, keeping my muzzle shut as I roll on the floor, not daring to open my mouth to scream. I fling my shirt off, then pull off my shorts. I see the webbing of the nest that sat upon the fabric of my shorts, oodles of babies and not so baby spiders crawling out. Naked, I manage to scramble to my feet and run to the other side of the room. I tear at my own fur, pulling out spider-sized chunks in the process, with such ferocity that my skin beneath bleeds. I pull and pull, my vision blurred with my own fear-inducing weeping. The needle-shot sensation when they bite is the worst part. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would, but I can feel it every time, over and over again. I pull a large one off my face and throw it at the ground to scruff at my fur, and some of my goatee going with it. Dancing up and down, I try to shake the remaining ones off, but they cling incessantly. Trying to pull each one off is impossible, they're too fast. Sometimes I only manage to grab a few legs or thick abdomen, the rest remains embedded in my fur. Spider blood isn't red or green like it is in video games or the movies. It's a faint blue kind of colour, and this feels like it's all over me. I take rapid short breaths, each one more strained than the last. My whole body shakes. I can't tell whether the symptoms of panic or venom itself. I try the door again, pulling and pushing as hard as I can before throwing myself at it. Nothing happens. I kick at it like they do in the movies. Nothing happens. I'm stuck, trapped, and all I can see is spiders everywhere. Even after getting most of them off, they're all over the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and my clothes. I retreat to the dampest wall-stained corner of the room. The staining is so bad it looks like it's been burned black. Spiders don't like moist areas, I remember reading about that, at least. I continue to pick up my fur, even after I think they're all gone. I can still feel them. I can almost feel my muscles around my neck and shoulders begin to cramp. My stomach feels like it's being twisted inside out, and not long before I get a sensation of hot bile rising up my throat. The rough edges of the morning's rice streaks scrape my insides. I reel forward as it all comes spewing out my mouth. I can't breathe, it burns so much. I try to call out for help, but every time I open my mouth it's just more vomit. There's another black widow climbing up my leg, but I can't focus enough to swat it. Each breath I take is blubbering like acid going straight into my lungs. I just need someone to help me. I clench my eyes shut tight, and when I open them, everything's different. The modern bookshelves and electronic equipment are replaced with all this old-timey crap I can't make out. But I see it. Past a big wooden chair, a door. How the hell? The puking is slow to a trickle from the edges of my mouth, but my insides still burn. I manage to push myself off the wall, stepping up on the creaky floorboards that weren't there a minute ago. I stumble past old wagon wheels and piles of what appears to be Bibles. Eventually I reach it, the light. The door is already open, ajar, so I just push, and it doesn't budge. No. Why? Why won't it open? I sink down to the floor, half collapsing as my knees start to give out. Help! I finally manage to croak out. Good Lord! I manage to turn my head in the direction of the voice. A blurry figure now stands in the room, his voice one with shock. Professor Tibbets!
Oh, are you doing that?
Oh no, you do that one, it's fine.
Yeah, sure. Professor Tibbets.
I can't tell if he's looking at me or past me.
Yes.
And just like that, he's gone. The room though, the room's still here. It's all red, like before. I feel compelled to stand up again, but my legs won't budge. I just can't. Everything hurts. I shift my eyes up and down. Shift my eyes down. The black widow that was crawling up me earlier is now a blonde tarantula. Why is this happening? Someone. I can't think straight. I just want to go home. Leo. Mom, help. I miss home. God, I wish I was home. I hate this. Why won't anyone help? Why did they all leave me? Why can't I get out? Useless. That's you.
Useless.
No, don't tell me that.
Just die already.
I'm not gonna die. I'm not. The cramping in my muscles is the most intense I've ever felt. It's like the flesh itself has been peeled from the bone and each nerve ending plucked like whiskers. A tarantula on my face now, on the tip of my nose. I can see all of its eyes, all those eyes see the reflection of my own. Its dusty blonde hair beginning to shift, dissolving into the darkness contrasted with the neon orange markings. And then it becomes nothing. I close my eyes and wait.
The mass hysteria is here. Find him.
Dead. I sling the bow over my shoulder and set my quiver down the little yellow plastic table next to me. Hang on. Let's catch up on chat. Just me complaining about talking about all the speedruns.
Doesn't like spoods?
No, she doesn't like spoods.
Again, a horror game. Chase's fear of spiders was almost certainly going to come up.
Yeah. It's got a little cubby holder in the centre meant for storing crayons and shit, but I haven't used that in a long time. I approach the target and tear off the photograph I printed out of the school's library. I remember the librarian giving me a look about it. Not that I'm going to explain it to her what it was for. Right between his turban, though. Okay. Not bad for 150 feet. I smile, holding up and seeing the sunlight shine through the hole. At that moment, I start feeling a bit silly. Who the fuck am I kidding? Nobody's going to kill this guy with a bow. They'll blast him with 100 paces with a weaponized UAV. Also, they don't let in the military. Still, Uncle will dig this. He can hang it up in the garage next to the 100 and 125 feet ones. He's been trying to get me to practice more with the 22, like my bow, but I like my bow better. It's quiet, so I don't got to worry about county sheriff getting called again. And not that I'd ever admit it, but I fucking hate the noise. I think it's got sensitive ears or something. Carl was telling me I just use a silencer, like that's how it fucking works. Dude's gonna grow up on dumb movies and video games and have no clue how the real world works. This place, at least, is pretty far away from the houses beside my own. I think I've only ever seen one other non-friend family person out here, and that was Heather's mom stoned her for us. None of the group are really into this stuff, so I'm pretty alright when I want to be alone. I fold up the picture, stuffing it into the side pocket with my cargo pants. I walk back to the firing line, taking hold of my quiver once again. I drop my bow, readying another arrow. I'm about to fire, though this nearby rumbling sound starts coming from the road about a mile north. It starts like someone going off-roading. I squint past the glare of the afternoon sun and spot the pale blue of the truck heading my direction. Through the windshield I spot a familiar small tufted face. What the hell? I drop my gear, watching the vehicle accelerate and decelerate haphazardly. Shitbird, what are you doing? The truck pulls up and comes to an abrupt halt. I step up to the driver's side window about to chastise the furry bastard, but the look in his face stops me. I don't see any sort of jest or self-satisfied mischief as the kid steps out. Just shaking wide-eyed blankness. Oh, what the hell is going on, dude?
Shall I do Sydney?
Sure.
Flynn, can you come with me?
He's acting weird as hell. What, why?
Please?
I sigh. Yes, good offer. No way I'm letting someone even younger than me drive me around. Just a second, I grab my gear so nobody steals it. Sydney just nods. I turn, walking back to grab my cooler bow and quiver. I guess his folks are being fucky again. Still, he's gonna get his hide tanned for jacking. Oh, wrong button. Be fucky again. Still, he's gonna get his hide tanned for jacking their truck. I throw my equipment in the truck bed before opening the driver's side door. Sydney's already sitting on the passenger side. I notice his eyes, the way they look all bleary and pink around the edges. He's been crying, goddamn. Wanna tell me what's up? Sydney says nothing. You ain't been killing hookers again, have you? I know they bitch you step out of line sometimes and you gotta keep your pimp hands strong, but there are limits, little guy. I smirk at him. He just looks down in between his knees, cupping his face in his paws. Ugh, I'm not helping, am I? I clear my throat. Well, shit, at least tell me where we're going. Sydney rubs his face with his wet paws. Finally lifts his head up and speaks. We step around the damp sticks and bramble before eventually reaching the clearing. Sydney seems to get more nervous every step we take, muttering something about being tough every now and then. I said a while ago I wasn't going to pry, but I feel myself getting increasingly nervous. What the hell are we doing all the way out here? Eventually he has come to a stop, then points past some bushes. I can see what looks like a rusted metal past the green. I raise a brow to him before stepping through. I see him and my gut sinks. Part of me wondered what could have possibly made Sydney act like this, and thought crossed my mind, but he didn't want to believe it. He's laying on the awkward pose, legs bent up and tucked beneath the front bumper of the abandoned van. At first I think his mouth is open, but then I realise half his jaw is missing, a clear hole visible all the way through his neck.
Jesus Christ.
As I see where his spine connects to his brain and everything. The blood is so dark it's like motor oil. And hello, Lupine, you've joined us as we are finding a traumatic point.
Yes, trigger warnings once again for child abuse, suicide, and every other thing under the sun. We are playing Echo.
Yep. And this one has definitely been darker than previous episodes.
Yes, yeah, well, I mean, we're reaching the end, so of course the mass hysteria is hit.
Yep.
Context of people joining, Echo is a furry dating sim ? That is also a psychological horror and delves into some very dark stuff. It's meant to be like a deconstruction of a dating sim, visual novel kind of style. The main thing that it is about is this really fucked up little town called Echo, in which a lot of bad things have happened. Everything goes in circles, this town needs secrets. Trauma, psychological horror, all the bad stuff.
Yep.
We're currently in a flashback with young Flynn and Sydney as they are going to bury Flynn's dad's body.
Is it Flynn's dad or Sydney's dad?
Sydney's dad, after he committed suicide.
So yes, we'll carry on, just so you've had some context. Yeah. The words catch in my throat. I'm going to be sick. I hear crying from beside me and I know he's there. I know he's seeing this too. Oh, okay. Wow. Wow? Really? What did you...
I didn't kill him.
Sydney steps up to me, a surge of emotion upon his previously blank face.
I didn't, I swear.
I spot the rifle next to the corpse. A .22 long barrel, really awkward weapon to try and kill yourself with due to its length.
They can barely hear Rowan.
They can
Did you
barely...
leave them-
No, I had it. I should have had it. No, it should be. Good volume. Oh, maybe I'm just a lot louder. Maybe that's the problem. Ugh. Hang on, I'll turn it up a bit louder. Hopefully, if that'd been the case, someone told me earlier, but we'll hopefully that'll be fix it. Try talking again now, Rowan?
I haven't noticed, to be honest.
Yeah, I think my volume will be a little bit louder, because I think mine is meant to go up to there, but the background and game volume should be capped at a certain point, so it should be audible, but just a bit quieter. So, but hopefully it's being okay. Alright, we'll carry on and see how it goes. It's a .22 barrel, really awkward weapon to try and kill yourself with due to its length. I spot... Oh, that's the wrong way. I turn and the sight of it all making me feel like I'm about to lose my breakfast. Are you sure? I wouldn't blame you if you did.
I didn't.
His shrill yell catches me off guard. I nearly lose my nerve. Okay.
Hello?
Hello. He took you out here and shot himself?
We were arguing, and I saw the van, and he started acting weird.
His voice is much higher pitched than it usually is. Sydney always put on a fake, gravelly sort of cadence that set to sound tough. He doesn't have any of that now, it just sounds like a scared little kid.
He left me, then he came back an hour later with his gun. He said he wanted me to watch him do it.
He looks like he's about to hyperventilate. He covers his face with his forearms, whimpering aloud.
My head hurts.
I take him by the shoulders and turn him away from the scene. Let's take you back to the truck, huh? I believe you. Sydney's dad was a weird motherfucker. Real grinny. Like TJ's folks, but more completely fucking fake. We all used to go to the same church down the Prior Valley, and so he treated me like I was one of them. As of late, though, he's been acting real strange towards me. I always wondered if my parents told him something. Fucking doesn't matter now, does it? I'll sit you back in the truck, okay? It's warm in there. Sydney just nods. We reached the truck and I started noticing little things about it that make my heart sink. The back of Sydney's dad's chewing gum on the dashboard. His Fish Bait Pro Game bumper sticker. The Alpine Wind air freshener that dangles from the rear view mirror. All of this shit for a person who's just gone. I put my keys in the ignition and turned the heater and radio. All of that antenna picks up out here is some twangly country stuff. I step around the truck bed and unzip the plastic cooler I've got. I ate all the jerky from earlier, all that's left is a couple lemon lime sodas. I take one and hand it to Sydney. Here, drink this. His parents never let him have soda. I sort of expect him to just hold it and keep staring it blankly, but he actually pops the top and starts glugging it down. There's more in the back if you get thirsty. They're gonna think I did. Oh, sorry, you go.
They're gonna think I did it, aren't they?
Who will?
Everyone. They think I'm a monster.
I open my mouth to dismiss that, but the more I think about it, the more suspicious it all looks. Not that I doubt Sydney for a fucking second, he wouldn't lie to me about something this serious. But the cops? Dude, Sydney. The angle of the gunshot. He looks up at me, his big eyes welling up. It looks bad, like he couldn't have.
I didn't want him to do it. I tried and I tried and I tried. I talked to him for hours. I kept trying to pull it away. He wouldn't listen to me, he just kept talking.
I resist the urge to muffle him as he begins to scream. I look around nervously. I don't think many people will come to this part of state land. Instead, I place a hand in his back, rubbing gingerly. It's okay, it's okay.
I thought if I yanked hard enough.
Snot dribbles from his nose, which he wipes quickly on his jacket. He just shakes his head.
Fired.
Fuck. I feel my gut twisting at the prospect of what I'm about to do. It's like my insides have gone cold and the thermal padding in my clothing was gone. I'll take care of it.
What do you mean?
I'll, bury him. If anyone asks, you can say you were hunting down the pass a couple of miles from here and he stormed off.
Will anyone believe that?
More so than what really happened. My tone comes out more curt than I intended and Sydney begins to bawl again. I kinda want to cry too. I squeeze Sydney's shoulder before letting go. As I turn and head back to the van, it's like the physical sense of dread is tugging me the closer I get. What the fucking else can I do here? Turn Sydney into the cops? They won't understand, even his mum wouldn't. She'd probably blame me as a bad influence that caused this to happen. As I near the abandoned van, I try not to look at the body. I just gotta find a good spot to start digging. There's 2 pinyon trees at the bottom near a nearby hill that are surrounded by thick undergrowth. That I'll have to do.
What?
I'm gonna grab a tissue.
Sure. I just wish I had a shovel. Regardless, I begin to dig. And dig and dig and dig and dig. I put mounds and mounds and mounds of soil with my bare hands. Worms, spiders, all sorts of other creepy crawlies you find made chase freak out everywhere. My hands start to feel raw and I notice smears of blood in some of the soil I'm holding after a while. I can't stop now, this is very too suspicious. Hours pass. My aunt and uncle are probably wondering where I am. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. The truth? No. I'll just sneak in, act like I was taking a shower and change my clothes and wash them when I get the chance. I think I'll finally get deep enough, though my arms are numb as hell. I glance up at the hill and see the very edge of Sydney's dad's foot. Just need to get it over with. A quick tug and haul and we'll be home free. I don't move. I just keep staring at it. Like it will start twitching or something if I hear the voice ask me what I'm doing. It's just so still, like a rock. Empty. It reminds me of the upside down cockroaches that I found in the garage all the time. Just empty husks that once contained life and are now just a shell. I'm overcome with the notion that I really, really don't want to die. Eventually, without even realising it, I managed to get my legs working again. I grasp the foot. As I pull down the slope, it doesn't bend like I thought it would. Even movement of the joints kind of crackles with this horrible sound. I try to think of everything else to keep myself from throwing up. Gourmet salads, fishing trips, barbecues, my friends. The husk falls into the makeshift grave. For the first time I see his eyes. He's looking at me. Right at me. I always thought that looking at a dead person's eyes would be like seeing someone who's looking through you. But no, it's like he's focused on me. Fuck. Are you... I looked down at Sydney's dad expectantly. No response. One of his arms was sticking up, frozen in vigour. It's too tall, I could stick it at the top soil, blew away. I take a deep breath and step down on it. It crunches like a bunch of dry twigs. I jolt back. Fuck, fuck. I scurry back up the hill, grabbing the rifle and shell casings and the dead duck for good measure. I toss it all in the pit before furiously covering it with dirt. It's at that point I notice Sydney standing nearby, clutching a tree like he's afraid he'll blow away. His brown cheek fur is matted with tears and and he wrings his heavy tail like a wet cloth. I make sure to cover the face as fast as possible, although I think Sydney saw it. I wonder if he thought the eyes were looking at him too. I scoop the last 4 mounds of dirt on top, wiping the blood off my jacket. I'm panting. Sydney looks from the grave to me. He opens his mouth, pauses, and quietly mutters.
Thanks, Flynn.
I don't know what to say. Yeah. I nod, for some reason. I manage to look him straight in the eyes this time. Where do we go from here? Something happens. It's something on his face. It's like he's not himself.
We'll be okay. We're tough. None of this matters.
The van jostles and teeters as it careens down the dirt road before the turn off to Wilmer Bend. All this bumping and speeding is making my head hurt something fierce all of a sudden.
Leo, slow down.
The Red Wolf keeps looking over his shoulder as he drives, afraid you'll see Clint sprinting behind us. Turn up here. Your place? Yeah, it's closest. I can't believe we left Chase behind. I told you, he bolted out the back door first chance he got.
I didn't know City Hall had a back door.
There's silence for a moment. I say nothing.
I've never seen him like that before.
Who? Clint or Chase? Shut up, Flynn. Fuck you. I feel a pinch in the back of my neck, Jenna having grasped me hard.
Enough. I'm serious.
I reel forward, manipulating to wiggle free. Okay, okay. Leo just snarls like a feral tit dirt he is. He's livid, and still batshit under Chase's influence. Leo pulls up the driveway as the van stops. He's already out, storming his way to the door. I need a piss. It's locked. Leo turns the front handle and to my surprise opens it and steps right in. Or not. I step inside, stretching my limbs. There's not much room in Leo's mummy missile for someone like me. My mind's still buzzing, trying to comprehend everything that's just happened. Chase, that fucker. To think I'd been fantasizing about him non-stop for the past goddamn week like a horny 14-year-old. He sabotaged the whole thing, making me look like some kind of calculating, sadistic rapist. No one else noticed when his face changed. Every time. TJ and Jenna pass along beside me, both looking a mix of weary and exhausted. I wonder how much of this shit they believed. What the fuck is this? Oh, did you not hear what we said? This is Echo. This is a psychological horror, LGBT.
Furry dating sim visual novel thing.
Yeah.
It is
Very
everything
furry,
under
very
the sun and a very good horror. What words can be used to describe this game?
I think the best thing to do is like social horror.
Yeah, like, well, it's about mass hysteria
Yeah.
and trauma. So it's a very social, psychological kind of horror. Flynn's route in particular tends to flip-flop between like time and space and who we're inhabiting, and everything starts kind of breaking apart. It's an interesting route, the one we picked.
Yes. And unlike last episode, which was still Flynn's route, but early on, there's a lot less sex stuff.
Yes, yeah, it
A
got
lot
very
more
horny very
trauma.
fast, and now we're into just
Now we're into
horror.
just proper horror, which is good.
Yeah.
Kissing.
Though they actually use the sex stuff to kind of more elicit feelings of horror than anything else, which I find interesting.
Yep. Alright. So we'll carry on.
And I got a small fuzzy kitten with me. Hello, small fuzzy
That was
kitten.
my cat. Right, the fact that I'm wearing shorts he hates because he doesn't like trying to sleep on skin. I think it's because my skin warms up too quickly. And he gets really grumpy when I'm wearing shorts. Because he doesn't like lying on my skin.
Also, his food didn't arrive until late today, and now he wants to overeat.
He does want to overeat, that's also very true.
He's grumpy because we refused to feed him.
He's also had a clean bowl. When he has a clean bowl, he also overeats. Right, anyway, let's carry on. Carl follows suit, clutching his phone in his paws but not looking at it. Maybe not all of them, though. I shut the car door and head in. I enter, then dry heat feels so good in my scales. Hello. I let out a big sigh, taking a moment to just not think for a while and ignore the stares in my direction.
Flynn?
The moment lasts about 5 seconds before Jenna interrupts. Yeah.
Do you have a landline? We're trying to dial the sheriff, but none of us can get any reception on our phones. It shows bars every now and then, but then drops shortly after they appear.
Do I look like I'm 40? No, nobody has landlines these days.
You kinda do. I mean, from the back.
I resist the urge to ask how instead of letting a quick huff of air. Let me check mine. I reach into my pocket. After taking out my phone, I notice the signal bars on the top right are fluctuating wildly, almost blinking. I try to call 911, but nothing goes through. Shit.
Not working for you either?
I toss my phone in the kitchen island. I'll just go get my repeater.
Your what? Flynn, seriously? Are you planning on turning this into some kind of Wild West shootout?
This is not the time for one of your urban-ass anti-gun lectures. This is my house. Jenna starts up her rebuttal, but I'm already gone. I head down the hallway to the storage closet opening and reaching up to the top shelf. I don't have any small kids to worry about, so I always leave this one loaded just in case. Here's some shuffling behind me. Looking over my shoulder, there's some movement going on in Daxton's room. Ordinarily, I give him this private space a wide-ass berth, but so he'll do the same. But under these circumstances, yo, the salamander blinks up at me from his bed. He's draped in a striped blanket, sitting upright, looking a little frazzled.
Flynn?
He looks a little sidelong, then back at me, then at the rifle.
The interview went that badly? Remember when that was still the main concern?
Yeah, fucking terribly. Also, there's a meth head with a gun roaming around town. I got this just in case. The others are here too. They're eating all your shit, probably.
Okay. As long as they don't touch my astronaut dried ice cream, it's okay.
Too late by now. Carl's eaten all of them, plus the box they came in. You know how goats are.
Speciesist? Like, seriously, the interview didn't go smooth like?
I wasn't fucking kidding when I said that. Daxton frowns.
I'll talk to my cousin. He'd make up some excuse or something.
You look like shit.
What?
He blinks, then rubs his hands over his smooth face.
Oh, yeah. Took a nap and had a real strange sort of vision dream. I've been having a lot of those lately.
I notice the pen and paper in his lap now, plus a notebook full of rapid scribblings.
I needed to write everything down, otherwise I'd forget. You know how they are, when after 50 minutes it's all gone and only a vague sense of familiarity of the setting and time of day.
I don't dream. Salamander blinks.
What?
I look down the hall. I was joking earlier, but looks like Carl is straight up digging through the pantry already. Daxton sighs and he realizes I'm not going to explain.
Is Chase out there? I talked to him about all this stuff yesterday at the party.
What party?
The group, they had a cookout thing at Chase's place and Chase invited me along. Carl, sorry. You didn't know?
Fucking figures. I feel a bit like I'm boiling inside, though I keep a straight face. No, I don't care. Also, the mask shit isn't here.
Oh. Can I tell you about it?
Look, I don't...
I'll just be a minute.
Dax, I'm distracted as dick right now.
You're distracted by Dick?
As.
Ass.
Are you fucking deaf?
Ugh. No, you're just confusing. Look, I was flying on this airship thing.
In your dream?
Yeah, but it felt real. I don't feel like I slept at all. It's like I was there. So, not a dream.
Not a dream.
A vision. Spirit quest. Out-of-body experience. Whatever the hell you want to be calling it.
I lean my rifle against the doorway, crossing my arms over my chest.
I could smell the metal of the cockship and I could feel the leather of the chair. I was flying over this giant body of water. I don't think it was an ocean, though.
He stares at the tips of the webbed feet poking out from under the blanket like they would remind him of something.
It made me nervous because I wasn't good at swimming. But I'm great at swimming. I'm a goddamn salamander, yeah? Sometimes went wrong with the pulse drive and started losing attitude. Eventually I hit the water and I had to evacuate. Everything just sunk instantly. I didn't have time to grab any gear. It was just me in the middle of the water, no land in sight, and little chance of rescue.
Salamander begins to wring his own wrists, the tone of his voice serious despite the absurdity of all the shit.
All I knew was how to doggy paddle. I remember being really scared and missing home. I tried slipping off all my clothing to make myself more buoyant and it didn't work. I kept looking under the water for some reason. Like to see how deep it was. I couldn't see the bottom. It was so dark. The top of the water was warm, but like 5 feet down it was freezing. I kept trying to pull my legs up because I didn't like them being down in the cold, dark space. It was like I was afraid of something down there. Even though it hurt my eyes, I couldn't stop pushing my head under to look, to be sure it was safe.
He peers up at me now, a strange sort of expression in his face I can't really name.
Just as it was getting dark, I glanced down into the depths and saw orange and black. It was you.
I crossed my arms a little tighter and my frown deepening.
You were so far down. I could just barely make out your general shape and your eyes. They were hollow, empty, nothing. Even though I forgot most of the other details, that face stuck with me.
I unconsciously rub at my own eyes, still there as far as I can see.
I was terrified. There was nowhere I could swim. I was afraid if I started kicking it would get your thing's attention. Despite everything, after a few minutes I looked again. At first it was just empty. And then this huge head emerged from the depths. No eyes and a gaping mouth where a muzzle should be. The whole water got cold and I woke up.
Daxton kneads in his blanket, looking like a mix of deeply uncomfortable and relieved to get all this off his chest. Still, I stare blankly at him. I don't have a fucking clue how to react to this. Sounds like something for a head shrink to unpack, cause fuck knows what I'm going to try. Daxton leans his head back against the wall.
Thanks anyway.
Yep. I look down the hall again to see Carl chewing on what looks like dehydrated Neapolitan bar. Carl's eating your shitty ice cream that you like for real, by the way.
What? Oh god damn it. Carl!
The ram stops, his mouth full of crumbly stuff.
What?
Daxton peels off his blanket, marching up to the kitchen in a huff. I sigh, shaking my head, head some as I pick up the rifle and plop myself down by the window in the dining room. TJ looks the most surprised at the weapon in my grasp, the link actually stepping back. Jenna puts her phone down and Carl stops apologising to Daxton. At that moment, Leo steps out the bathroom. He doesn't move, just looks at the rifle, then me. Oh, what the hell, he said he's actually never seen a gun before. For fuck's sake. I bring the rifle up to my chest. You all don't got to worry, I have this to shoot you all for treating me like shit all these years. I smirk, snickering some. No one else laughs. Even as I peer to Carl, he just looks down at his hooves. It was a fucking joke. I'm joking. You guys are so stupid. Way to go, Flynn. I turn, shuffling focus to the outside. It's nearly nightfall now. Everything looks normal. There's some smoke way off in the distance, but it's too far to really be of much concern. Just get off the phone with Chase. He's fine. What?
You managed to get a call through? Let me see.
She walks up to the wolf, and before he has time to react, she swipes it from his grasp. The fox squints at it for a good 5 seconds before handing it back to Leo.
This phone is out of battery, Leo.
No?
Yes.
She sighs. TJ and Carl exchange looks with each other.
None of you are making very funny jokes this evening. Let's just make some dinner instead. We're not going to talk about what happened. I'm sorry, right now I just want to eat. There's a lot here to unpack, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't be, but we can do better than what happened earlier.
I find myself actually surprised. I never would have figured to hear those words from Jenna, especially with TJ around. Leo, meanwhile, looks confused. He's frowning at himself, looking around as if lost. And all of a sudden he blinks once and smiles. Food sounds great. For a brief moment his smile shifts to me, and then his eyes go ice cold like a fucking shark. What the hell is his problem? I'm the goddamn victim here. Not that I'd ever put it like that.
I haven't exactly grocery shopped to host a party of...
Daxon stops, starting to count all of us.
6.
The salamander opens the fridge, staring into it as if looking at a particularly deep canyon.
We got leftover salad, some fruit, cream cheese.
There's frozen bass in the fridge. I glance over at a few of them, grimace. Of course.
We got a blender, can make some smoothies with the kefir, yogurt, milk and fruit. Maybe a side salad with it? I mean, I'm assuming y'all have been quaffing down the local diner junk all week, so it might be nice.
Carl, TJ and Jenna exchange looks with each other. Leo, meanwhile, looks to be tapping at his phone, occasionally looking out the window.
That'll work. Thank you, Daxon, and apologies for all of this.
I didn't say it was fine. Some of that's my shit. Daxon gives me a dull look. Without further word, he takes out the big bowl of leftover salad and sets it on the counter along with a grocery bag of fruit. I feel my teeth start to grit and I shift my focus outside again. Still no signs of life beyond the usual distant spots of light, each coming and going in the highway around the canyon. The smoke I noticed earlier rising in the res looks like it billowed higher though. Despite everything, it's actually sort of nice out. The temperature's okay with some light cloud cover. This only partially veils the purple-orange hues of the dusky sky. The sort of night I'd usually like to spend outside on the porch, drinking tea and whittling on some balsa. Daxon's usually quiet, cooped up in his room with his fantasy shit. I don't know how I feel about the music he usually has playing, but it's not bad. To think 30 miles away, Peyton's bustling with 100,000 people all enjoying their Saturday night. Hell, back in the day, it used to be a tiny ranching community that serviced Echo, kept everyone fed and such. 40 miles in the other direction, you got the res. Population keeps dwindling from that place too, no matter how much money the feds give them to live there. All the young folk just pack up and get out while they can, the rest generally don't do too hot. Finally, 65 miles to the east, you've got Jericho Proving Grounds. I remember back when I was a tweeny little jarhead fussing to my uncle to take me there. They only did tours twice a year, and there's a huge wait list. I'd expect there to be a giant hole in the ground the size of Echo Canyon, but there's pretty much nothing. Dust and sediment had filled it all over the span of 75 years. Dry grass and shrubs had even sprouted on top. All that was left was a torn up hunk of 3-ton cylinder that had burned so hot the metal liquefied and pulled beneath it. So you could walk through the site and have no idea what the fucking A-bomb was dropped. Or where the fucking A-bomb was dropped. Well, if you weren't for the big black obelisk they erected up on top, which is now just another spot for visitors to take photos of themselves. Man mustn't forget the past will not forget man, it reads. It reminds me of the whole push from the county to make the mine some fucking tourist spot. Just to slap a plaque up there with some little blurb about death and shit, I'll make a great selfie spot. Traffic is traffic, right? Hell, call it haunted and you'll get even more weirdos coming here to exploit it. Like Chase. Ugh. As I hear the background noise and muffled conversation, Daxon trying to figure out how my blender works, the present sinks in. I wonder if he's going to figure his way out before I can get to him. I look over and Daxton's putting a whole fucking apple in the blender. Son bitch, what are you doing? Daxton looks up, struggling to keep a lid on as the apple smacks hard against the side of the plastic container. Cut the fucking thing up first, it's not going to take a whole apple. Salamander still looks a bit dazed. I guess he's still reeling from his dream or whatever. Don't just me, do it you fucking slippery bitch before I break my shit.
Flynn.
Jane's glaring at me from the living room. It's my shit, it's my house.
Jesus, man, I'm stopping.
He pulls out the lacerated apple sitting on a paper towel while grumbling.
Gosh damn asparagus and french fries, I swear.
Asparagus. Is that asparagus?
Aspergers.
Yeah.
Aspergers and french... I'm so confused.
I clench my rifle harder, healing that A word again.
Wait, is Flynn autistic?
He could be.
I think he is. That's kind of cool.
Turning my way down the hall. There's a window in my bedroom, I'll watch there. Sorry, there's a window in my bedroom, I'll watch there. No one else says anything. At least while I'm still in earshot. I kick aside my hamper and pull open the curtains to peer outside. The view's not as good here, but I don't think I could stand being in there too much longer. I tense, feeling the brush of fur on my arm. Carl's standing next to me, some freeze-dried ice cream in his grasp. Jesus, when did he get so quiet? He doesn't say anything, which puts me in an awkward position of being the one to speak. Fat ass, I mumble. Carl holds up the ice cream, which is a weird wafer-like consistency.
I told Daxton I'd give him a bunch of hens cartons I got back at my house.
Your folks won't mind?
They won't notice. I could just say I ate it all myself.
Yeah, they wouldn't doubt that. He's a light smile on his muzzle now.
Right.
I blink. You're okay?
Not really. All the stuff's got my mind off the interview, though. Just kind of want to go home and play video games without getting shot.
There's a silent pause.
Chase. What he said wasn't true.
Oh, I know. I let a sharp exhale, closing my eyes for a second. I felt the tip of the repeater rest against the floor. Thank you, though.
For what?
Defending me back at the office. The ram shakes his head dismissively.
I don't think you'll see most of them besides Leo after tomorrow, though. Like you said, none of this matters.
The truth does.
I guess your spring break hookup with Chase isn't going to be a long-term thing, then?
I wasn't really expecting that to be brought up. Who told him? Or was it that fucking obvious? He pulls out his phone, seemingly to check whether the Wi-Fi is working yet. I grunt, clearing my throat. I just want to know what happened.
Dude, if I was Chase, I'd just get in my car and drive back to Pueblo at this point.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Why?
I locked his ass in the reading room. Carl's eyes widen, the ram reacting much quicker than normal without his usual pot haze.
So that's where you went? I think that's a crime, man.
So is murder.
Dude. This is Chase you're talking about.
Yeah. I look offward, peering at the sorry state my room is in at the moment. I usually keep shit tidy, but now there's a dirty laundry basket all over the place and everything kinda smells musky. Nowhere near as bad as Carl's, but still. I'm just going to talk to him.
No torture or anything, right?
Fucking hell, Carl. Do you really think I'd do that? I'm not Leo.
I was joking.
He rolls his shoulders.
It feels kind of like when we were kids again, with all this stuff.
Yeah, I trail off, my mouth is refusing to speak the words in my head. He sets a not icy ice cream down on my nightstand and resists the urge to yell at him about the crumbs. Meanwhile, Daxton starts up the blender again in the other room.
Man,
I think I can hear Carl sigh.
do you want, like, a hug or something?
I look down at him, raising a brow. Do you? He shrugs, seeming a mixture of numb and trepidatious.
I just don't want you to leave, dude. Not like everyone else.
It takes me a moment to register the shift in the conversation. After everything that's happened, that's what's bothering him the most. The fact that I said I might leave town? Man, we talked about this shit earlier.
I know, dude.
Carl rubs his jaw and face in the base of his paws, pacing up on the carpeted floor.
Just, it's suck-ass, that's all. Not in a good way either.
I fidget with my rifle, acting like I'm doing something with it while I think of what to say. You'll be alright. I don't know, you seem to be friendly enough with Dex. He even plays video games and does all that other nerd shit you like that I don't.
You game sometimes?
Yeah, only because you do.
I guess that's the point, isn't it?
He scratches at his beanie, a bit of head fluff peeking out the horn holes. I say nothing, just watching him go back and forth. I wish he wasn't so nervous. I wish he'd just say it.
He's cool.
And you're not anxious around him at all.
I still kinda am.
You were talking about porn and shit with him within an hour of the first proper conversation. That's how I can tell you made a good friend. I put on a smirk.
If that were the case, you'd be the most popular guy in the country. County.
Oh, fuck off, Peter. I snark regardless. With a shift of my hips, I nudge him with my tail. Stop your treading and you wear out the carpet.
Sorry.
He stops, looking down at his hooves for a moment, then back up to me.
If I stayed put, I'd probably start sticking to it.
Fuck you. I smile, though trying to stifle it. I always thought us lizard folk look fucking creepy when we smile. We don't really have that kind of cutesy appeal like most furry fuckers. Like Carl.
This is gonna sound really gay, but I promise you won't leave, dude.
The seriousness of the request makes me pause. I look into his eyes and feel a selfish asshole. Carl's not fucking ready for this world, he's just not. He's just gonna rot here. But I never really felt right filling this whole big brother role again after what happened. Carl shifts his weight around from hoof to hip, noting my lack of response.
I know I'm like a total burden, but...
You're not a fucking burden.
Huh?
You keep me from losing my mind in this shithole, you know that? You're the reason I haven't left already. Carl stops shifting, seems to be trying to wrap his head around that admission. He opens his muzzle to speak, but I cut him off. And don't fucking go off again about you're almost 21 and you should be better on your own. Turning into an adult doesn't magically fix all the shit you fucked up as a kid.
Dude, you're not...
He thins his lips around, looking rather awkward. I'll stay. For now.
For real?
That's what I just fucking said, you absolute dumbass. Next thing I know, Carl's fist is against my soft spot. I flinch back, arcing instinctively, but there's no pain, only the same usual fingly feeling. He's not punching me, he's poking me. The corner of Carl's lip curls upward in a sort of half smile. He nudges me again, this time in the shoulder. I raise an inquisitive brow, thumping him back. He steps forward, wrapping his arms around my torso. I left him standing up, a little baffled at what just happened, with Carl's thick arms around my midsection. His fur is coarse. Not quite to the point that it's prickling me, but it has its weight to it. I look down at the top of the beanie noggin that of his beanied noggin.
Beanied.
Yeah, beanied is not what I'm used to, and it really is just like he was a kid again. A real damn milksop. There's no backpats with the hug, he lingers. I open my mouth to say something stupid, but I just bite my tongue. I don't draw back either. Closing my eyes, I empty my mind and just stop thinking for a moment. I lean forward, resting my chin between his horns. I get this weird sort of twisty feeling in my chest. Carl shifts again as if trying to look up, and of course the edge of his hoof steps right into one of my toes. I suppress a grimace just as the ram lifts his head up enough to meet eye to eye.
Sorry.
It's fine, I'm tough.
Hey.
Jaina's voice startles us both and we pull apart. I pivot on heel to see the fox staring at us with a look I can't quite place. Surprised, bemused, even a bit wry.
Food's ready.
She looks at the both of us. Carl acts like he's checking his phone.
High school me would be squeeing right now. I swear there's something in the tap water.
I open my mouth to protest, but just let a quiet ugh. I have to will my tail not to curl in on itself.
Then again, I'm pretty sure you don't drink plain water.
She seems to be looking up at Carl. I can practically see Carl's blush of the fur on his cheeks.
Flynn, when you got a minute?
I clear my throat, putting on more of a neutral expression. What do you want?
I need to talk to you. Not about this.
Her eyes flick back and forth between us. She's drinking in the sight of Carl Durn's energy drinks. The hell does she want to talk to me alone about? I glanced down at Carl, then back. Yeah, I'm going to keep watch after, though.
Is that what you were doing?
She turns, departing as soon as she finished speaking, but not letting me get a word out. Fucking typical. I rub my hand over my face.
It was just a hug.
Carl's voice is quiet, but it still rings defensive. Ah, fuck her.
I'm glad you're staying though, dude.
I grunt, reaching over and squeezing the pudge of the ram's side. He grins instinctively, trying to push my hand away. I give his pectorals one last pinch before giving him a nudge at the door to my room. I guess I'm supposed to feel embarrassed right now, but I don't really. I'm just glad to have this loser around. Daxon will be good for Carl if I do go, but I don't want to think about that right now. As I turn to leave, I look at my bed and can't help but see him laying there. A vacant look in his eyes, the cum splattered on his neck. Fucker was playing the whole time, and for what? To get off? That's all it was. Spring break, and he for some reason watched enough scaly porn to want me. Consequences free, right? The sound of clinking silverware in the kitchen pulls me back to the present. I straighten up my pants, waiting for my cock to fully retreat before heading back to the kitchen with my rifle. There they all are. Carl's already poking around inside a salad bowl on the counter, glancing up at me briefly. Daxon's the only one sitting, staring at the water in his glass. I sling my rifle over my shoulder. I grab one of the salamander's cups from the cupboard and get myself what looks like an apple banana smoothie. The cup itself looked labelled for some sort of convention, though the exact name has been worn away from many washings. As I move to the salad, Carl nudges me. At first I think he's just being playful, but then I follow his eyes. Leo's standing by the window with his nose practically pushed up against it. I can see the condensation from his breath murking up the glass. It's getting dark out, so he's probably just keeping watch. Still doesn't stop him from looking like a real weird motherfucker. TJ's looking at him too, expression difficult to place. He's never been exactly hard to read when he's upset like this. His nervous tick always gives him away. Yet I can't tell what he looks more of, concerned or guilty. I'm usually good at reading folk, so this is kind of pissing me off. I take a seat next to Daxton.
I'm
No.
a bit out of the loop here.
His big blue eyes shift from person to person. Might be best if you fuck off again for a bit.
Seriously, can you just explain something for once instead of being like a weird cryptic shithead?
I can see lines forming along Daxton's smooth forehead as he furrows his brows. His skin so tightly stretched across his body it makes even the slightest change of face readily visible. I don't have a clue how furry tits gets my kind confused with his. As I grunt and mutter for him to eat my shit, I can't help but wonder if I should bring him up to speed or not. I guess part of me wants as many people as possible to know what happened. I mean, fuck, that's what I've always wanted, right? These fuckers finally acting like something happened in our little group wasn't just only Leo, Chase, TJ, Jenna, Carl and I. Eventually someone sits to eat. Eventually everybody sits to eat. There's not enough room in the kitchen island for everyone, so TJ and Jenna sit by the counter in the fridge. TJ's not saying much.
Alright, I still can't access Wi-Fi or make calls. Daxton, isn't it? Yep.
Fine, I'm sick of you bitching.
Sorry, no, she's gonna go feed the cat.
Were we not taking shelter from Clint? We wouldn't mean to impose upon you like this. My apologies. It's alright.
He pokes at a clump of almond shavings on his salad.
I just want to know what's going on.
She looks at TJ, then after a quiet affirming nod from the link, she responds to the salamander.
When we were younger, one of the neighbours, our friend, drowned in Lake Emma.
She pauses.
Actually, they died in a hospital later on, but the point is we were all there for it.
Oh, 1 second, I just need to get my microphone to shout through to me. Right, sorry, back. You read this one, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
It was a rather traumatizing experience, even for the older members of our sort of friend group at the time.
She speaks in such a plain, even tone she might as well be reading the directions off the back of a TV dinner. Everyone, including Daxon, looks incredibly uncomfortable. The salamander just nods in full understanding.
Oh,
He digs into the salad with such focus it's like he's trying to read a book in there.
so let's just jump right into it.
She takes a big drink from her smoothie, leaving us in anticipation. I groan quietly.
Flynn,
Fucking what?
do you believe that Chase killed Sydney? What?
Daxon look up, letting in a little wisp of laughter, assuming we're joking. As he sees he's the only one laughing, he starts to look visibly tense. I didn't fucking expect her to just straight up ask me this either. Well, the way I see it, either Chase is lying or TJ is. Or fuck it, maybe they both are and are covering each other's asses. But Chase is in there with spouting bullshit like a steer's rear. I point to TJ, who quickly looks away. Threw me under the bus the moment we started squealing. Chase would never lie to me like that. He lied to you all the fucking time, you nut-brained bastard. Leo snarls. Do you have any non-rose-tinted memories left in that fucking thick skull of yours? I don't need to listen to nothing for someone who manipulated him for sex. I stand up, my stool falling back and hitting the floor. How goddamn dare he? Not this shit again. I didn't fucking do that. Do you really think I'm some sort of fucking rapist? You're so stupid, why would you goddamn listen to me?
Enough.
TJ shifts, looking as about to start crying again.
I'm not lying.
I clutch the edge of the counter, trying to control my breathing. I slowly pull up my stool and sit, trying to ignore the strange look Leo's giving me. It kind of reminds me of the fish in the freezer. The way they stare forever when there's no more circuits firing in their tiny brain. Wonder if they'll ever love someone enough to go full stupid in the face of facts like this. What a poor crazy idiot. It's still word versus word with you two. And Chase fucked off once TJ told us what happened to his point of view. Which took you long enough, by the way. I hard-eyed the lynx, whose own eyes are cast so far away from me they might as well be in the back of his head.
TJ,
Jenna rubs her paws on the napkin, wringing some of it before speaking again.
tell us about the monster you saw.
Oh, come on. Jenna ignores me.
Give us as many details as you can. And take as much time as you need.
TJ clutches his bowl of salad in his lap with both paws. It looks like he hasn't taken a bite. His eyes take on the more reflective quality they always do when the tears are starting to well. It's unnerving on sort of a primal level to see TJ tearing up like this. He's an adult, a grown-ass man, just looking like he did when he was a kid. Reminds me how little of us have truly grown up.
Like I said before, tall, with burnt skin, reddish, I guess. How tall? Like, almost 7 feet.
Jenna frowns.
How did it move? Really fast, or not at all? It was like pictures, you know? A slideshow that was being fast forwarded.
Carl finally looks up from his hooves, the Vam appearing increasingly nervous.
When it walked through the water didn't move like a wake. It just splashed out with each step. Tell me about the face again, please. Okay.
TJ's having such a hard time getting his words out, but Jenna doesn't stop. She looks wrapped.
3 holes. 2 for the eyes, 1 for the mouth. They weren't like bloody or anything, just empty, dark.
Everyone's silent for a moment. Then next to me, Daxon rises up to his feet. The salamander walks around to where TJ is sitting, then points to something behind him.
Like this.
He's pointing at the electrical socket. TJ turns it, looks at it, and he twitches as if startled. He quickly works his eyes and nods. Daxon stares slack-jawed. Leo takes a loud slurp from his smoothie. There's a dribble of pink liquid stuck in his fur around the edge of his jowls. Guys, am I missing something here?
I saw it.
Saw what, Carl?
That thing.
Carl gestures towards the electrical socket. I give him an incredulous look as we meet each other's glances for a second. Yeah? I saw a pretty nifty light switch back when I was 13. I looked at TJ. It didn't make me hide the truth of my friend's murder for about a decade.
Shut up, dude.
I blink at Carl. He stands up, still staring at the socket.
When I crashed my car that night, you remember?
I do. Carl didn't want to talk about it for months after it happened. Only found out the truth then. It was after he dropped out of college. Apparently it was way fucking past twilight and he was drugged out of his mind. That scabies-ridden fat-ass Jeremy gave him acid in his trailer and he had a bad trip. Carl described the cartoon he put on a tiger and a bird and the tiger baking the bird alive. He mentioned how vivid everything was and how fucking Jeremy wouldn't stop laughing. He busted out of there and drove off all hightail like. While making his way down Route 65 he swerved and hit a pole. The impact would have killed him if he weren't so thick-skulled. And of course he told the dear old parents about it and they took the blame for everything. They didn't want him to be tested when the cops showed up. It wasn't until a couple of months ago he told me in his drug-addled mind he thought he had driven to Pueblo to pick up Chase. Carl claimed that he was talking to them the whole ride back, telling him how college life was going and shit. Stroking his horns, mentioning how he missed him and how he wanted him back as a roommate. You know all the shit Chase never actually said after Carl dropped out. The fucker barely even responded to his messages. He could have sworn that he swerved off the road and struck a pole like he killed Chase, crushed him somehow on impact. He wouldn't stop shaking. He made a joke that I would have helped him bury the body. I threw up later thinking about it. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
The Ram was looking at me now with those really big sad eyes. I never seen him like this, sober and fully fucking aware of really bad shit. Usually the moment shit starts to get remotely bad, it takes his mind, melts the horrors away, as he calls them. There's none of that shit here, that's for certain. I never liked how it makes me feel, and Daxton too nerdy to know any pot dealers.
This is gonna sound real nuts, but that thing TJ is describing with the electrical socket face, it was chasing me that night, man. I saw it exactly how TJ described. That's how it moved. I thought I had outrun it, but then it was in the car with me where I thought Chase was, and I hit the fucking pole, man.
Where Chase was? Leo looked at Carl with a raised eyebrow. I let out a puff of exasperated air. You were tripping balls on acid. I looked at the rest of the group. That's why he thought he was with Chase. Leo's expression furrows. You've done acid, Carl?
Yeah, I know how it sounds. Thought it seemed familiar earlier when TJ was describing it at City Hall, but that face, it was just like an outlet.
Daxton's nodding along with everything Carl says.
Flynn, I was literally just telling you about all this shit. I saw it in my dream, in the water. It's the second time I've had it in 2 days. I recognize it too. Not in a dream or because of drugs, though.
She looked over at TJ, who appeared even more frightened with the confessions from those around him.
When I was younger, well, much younger, I sometimes saw it during times I was really angry or sad. It's the closest thing I've ever had to what my grandmother described as a spiritual experience. When I told her about it, she told me it sounded like a Wendigo.
Hey, Wendigo! She's really silly, guys. We just need to talk to Chase. He'll clear all of this up for us. Leo continues to eat
like
the...
3 fucking brain cells.
I mean, you say the West Country accent doesn't suit him. I think it really does. Leo
It
continues to
somehow
eat.
does.
One of us still doing so at this point. He switched the West Country accent.
He's so dumb. He's so dumb. There's nothing in his head. His brain is like 99% wanking off about his boyfriend that dumped him like 4 years ago. That's his brain.
Mm-hmm. Daxton gawks at him.
This is the furry dating sim still.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's still a furry dating sim. I just can't judge. I'm hearing still wanking off over the person who dumped you 4 years ago.
But he's also like continuously wearing the bracelet that they had to symbolize their relationship, and he's talking to him in his head all the time.
Oh, even I'm not that bad.
It's Leo is fucked up. There's a little thing in his route actually. Do you want me to say, Pupski?
What's that?
There's a little thing in Leo's route that I heard about. Do you want me to talk
Yeah,
about it
sure. We'll
quickly?
get to it eventually, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. Basically, in your pick Leo's route and you're semi-dating him, he takes you back to his room at one point, and there's like his computer with, you know, a bunch of tissues next to it that were crumpled up, and then like 3 holes punched in the drywall. Yeah, Leo is fucked. Leo is fucked up.
Even I'm not that bad. I just have a little bit of lesbian yearning for my ex, so.
It's always good when someone in the background goes, even I'm not that bad.
Yeah, I know, right? Leo is fucked up. Again, you get it more with his route, but there's very much a tragic kind of vibe to his route from what I remember. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen people like talking about it, because it's furries online, and of course every single gay furry is going to look at Leo and go, oh my god, a perfect being, must date. He's a hunky wolf guy. Like, this is the easiest fucking furry bait under the sun, and it rips that out from under you. It's kind of fascinating. This game is fascinating. You could write essays on it.
It is fascinating.
It's the monster, you know?
Yeah. Alright. Daxton?
Are you for real now, man?
I'm the only one who's thinking real things right now, yeah. The wolf scarfs down an incredibly large bite of salad. The guy like Leo probably needs to eat 4 meals a day with his wolf metabolism. His nose is starting to bleed too, probably cracking from how dehumidified I keep it here.
So, despite all of us, sans you and Flynn, having experiences with this thing, you want to completely disregard it?
Leo just nods. And to be fair, I'm fucking flabbergasted by what they're saying as well. But at the same time, the coincidence of all, this is just too much. TJ is tough to read now, but I don't doubt the sincerity of Carl, Jenna, or even Daxton believe all they're saying. I just want the truth. That's all I want. I sigh. I think we should talk to my aunt.
Why your aunt?
She's good with this sort of shit. I pause. Well, I don't know what this is, what's happening, but fuck, I don't know what else to do. Leo just frowns at me. I frown back at him. You can go home if you want. I know it's tempting now that Chase isn't here for you to stalk. Chase will track me down like he always does. He'd be right pissed if it hadn't happened to you guys, though. Who knows? Maybe he's seen the Wendigo too. Daxton side-eyes me with a baffled look. Do you have a spare gun I could borrow?
No, we do not need Leo with a gun. Jesus, is this really what it's come to?
Yes. I look at Leo for a long moment. He's been sort of gun nut as of late, which is real strange noting he's against them in high school. You're licensed? Yep. Open carry. I know what I'm doing.
That's not saying much, noting our state has the most lax weapon licensing standards in the nation.
Political commentary.
This game is full of it.
That's typical Jenna for you. Reality going out the window. She'll still be there thrusting some socio-political bullet point in the middle of it. All of my shit's licensed for me and me alone.
You're happy now?
He's happy now. Leo just stares at me before walking off. To your aunt's house, then. He grabs a flashlight and makes his way out the front door.
Guess we're going. Seems so.
Carl and Daxton look at each other.
I'm not feeling very good.
If you're going to puke, do it on Dax's side of the sink. Salamander, who's already looking unnerved, somehow manages to frown even more. Jenna strokes Lynx's arm, muttering something that he can't quite catch. For a split second, a glimmer of sad smile appears on his face. It diminishes quickly, but I guess it's I guess TJ's not completely broken. The group begins to head out, leaving their plates and cups on the counter. I linger a bit, catching Jenna as she's wiping her paws off in a dish towel. Hey,
Yeah?
you wanted to tell me something? She gives me a look like she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She pauses, then nods as if remembering something.
I'm happy for you and Carl.
Her tone is idle, her mind seemingly focused elsewhere.
If he's going to explore his sexuality, it's good that it's someone he knows and trusts and, you know, experienced.
What? I cross my arm tightly across my chest, squinting down at her. How the fuck will she know I'm experienced? We ain't a thing.
Yes, you weren't ever so much as... you weren't ever much for having things in general.
She looks out the window, her expression kind of mixed and distant and troubled. Everyone's filing in the van except Daxon, who's holding up his phone to the sky trying to get service, I guess. As I open my mouth to rebut, she holds up her paw.
It's not what I wanted to talk to you about, and I suppose current matters are
She sighs.
more pressing than would be appropriate to delay for this conversation.
Her demeanour seems to shift, her posture not as full of the holier-than-thou air that she usually seems to hell-bent on putting on. I can see Leo behind the wheel now, surely getting antsy. Yeah, Leo looks like he's about to pop a hemorrhoid already.
I just wanted you to know I understand your concerns more clearly.
I grunt. Yeah, well, hopefully my aunt can help me understand yours. I thumb back towards the electrical socket. Jenna looks at it, purses her lips and scowls. I can't tell if she's frowning at herself at this point. When all logic's gone from the fucking window, her shtick of being rational mind seems to be certainly a challenge. The small nod, she turns, heading out with the rest. I sigh, pulling back on the lever with my repeater and watching the clip extend outward. I remember to load it after all, here's hoping I don't need it. I push it back in and head outside. Leo's quiet as he drives, occasionally checking the rearview mirror. Everyone else is pretty silent too. It's weird being in a car with Carl and him just sitting there quietly, not staring at his phone or anything. It's like he doesn't know what to do or look at, and is stuck pondering his own thoughts for a change. I look back at Jenna, who's monitoring her phone for any sign of signal that can stay consistent enough to get a message out. It's hard to believe it, but she was actually trying to apologise earlier. In her own weird way, of course. Part of me wanted to say I'm sorry for what I said at the river about how she treats her family, but that would be lying. I'm not sorry for what I said, but I can tell when someone's hit hard and hurt more than I'm happy with. People dance around shit all the time when so much of the bullshit could have just been avoided, people were just honest with each other. I roll down the window and prop my knees up in the dash, craning my neck to peer at TJ in the mirror. He knows I'm watching him. Hell, I think everyone's watching him. Even with Socket Man as a cover story, him keeping silent about it for so long is just cruel. Did he really think not mentioning the fur colour of the person in the water with Sydney was for the best? Maybe he thought he could avoid a situation like this, our group setting getting shattered. Maybe our group is, our group is fucked now. No way in hell he'd want to hang out with anyone but Carl after this shit. It wasn't like it was all peaches and gravy these past few years anyway. Chase, TJ and Jenna hadn't so much texted me since they left for college. And Leo, ugh. He used to visit me back when the warehouse when I packed freight. We fucked a couple of times, but he seemed to get more and more disgusted with the arrangement. I couldn't tell if it was me or him, but it was awkward as hell. I mean, I'm not like the sentimental type, but when you're just screwed by somebody and they just glance away anytime you look at them, it just makes you feel like shit. Eventually had enough, told him I wasn't his fucking otter and to get a fleshlight like the rest of us. He cut me out of his life right then and there and even stopped visiting Carl. It's shitty watching someone who was once a social butterfly turn to an absolute recluse. For the first part of the week he was trying so hard to act like his old self that nothing had changed. Fags and weirdos in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Of course we stuck together at first. But as Carl says, shit's broke now. As we made the turn off onto Margaret Street, I spot the familiar dust-covered plastic flamingos that adorn Ant's yard. The manufactured house built back in the 80s and still adorns a sort of faded turquoise colour scheme. She gave these pink diamond-shaped bathroom tiles all over the roof's edge a couple of years ago too. For Halloween and Christmas she hangs up neon-coloured tube lighting and I swear you can see her house lit up from miles away. I'm not entirely sure what the aesthetics she's going for. Carl called it vintage trailer trash once and I guess that's fitting enough. Leo slows the van as we approach. I don't see any lights on. No cars in the driveway. She can't have parked in the garage. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
She can't have parked in the garage. It's still packed with boxes of uncle's stuff.
Guys,
The salamander pokes the glass of the window next to him, pointing at something across the street.
that's Karen's place, right? Our old bus driver. Looks like somebody broke in. Is that recent?
The coloured glass of the front door is shattered. Piles of technicolor shards are sprayed across the concrete porch. Yeah, very. As in, it wasn't like this when I stopped by this morning.
People are taking advantage of emergency services being out. I hope she's okay.
Her car's not here either.
They broke her statue too.
Little sombrero Chihuahua man statuette they shed next to the door is completely shattered. It's smashed into 100 pieces. The wooden Buenverdero? Don't know, something.
Think so?
Sign that used Benvito. Sign that used to hang around its neck is split in half and laying in the dirt.
Good.
Jenna mumbles. I clutch my rifle a little tighter, trying to see if there's any movement going on inside the house. It's completely still beyond the light sway of pink lace curtains and the breeze outside.
It's still probably best we speak with the mayor. Perhaps with what's going on, she can return to City Hall.
My heart drops on my chest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully the crazy guy is gone by now.
I don't know. She doesn't usually work Saturdays. Jenna raises an eyebrow at me.
Well, this is quite a Saturday, Flynn.
Leo sighs, putting the van into gear. City Hall it is. It's well into the night by the time we pull in the gravel parking lot. Sure enough, Auntie's teal hatchback Jeep is parked at the side of the building. Daxon squints at it, then points.
A Dastra bumper sticker.
On the chrome bumper there's a decal of what I can guess a silhouette of Captain Amicus from the sort of insect on his face. In golden, spacey font it reads, "These things are harmless, don't worry."
I didn't know your aunt was cool.
She's not. I grumble idly, my mind racing as I try and think of a distraction to keep everyone way outside. Everyone but Carl and I are already getting out of the van. The ram gives me a nervous look before nodding at me and speaking up.
Dudes, wait a sec.
What? Leo's tone is curt as he looks back at the ram who's sluggishly pulling himself outside.
I feel like I'm gonna be sick. Now? It's all that freeze-dried ice cream. It's so shitty, I can't handle it.
Carl begins to make retching noises and Jenna quickly covers her ears.
Oh god, Carl.
Please just don't throw up in my van, yeah?
Guys.
Carl continues to make some of the most visceral, gut-wrenching, upping noises I've heard. They practically sound wet.
Guys.
I turn to see what TJ is trying to get their attention for. A whole bunch of cars are driving down the road in our direction like a convoy. I recognise the one in front is Mark in his SUV. He works here at City Hall. They start to pull into the parking lot, it's quickly filling up at the point where folks are starting to park on the road.
What's going on?
Here's my chance. That's Mark. That's Mark. Maybe he'll have some answers. I need to head inside real quick. I'll be right back. Jenna nods slightly, watching what looks like a bunch of townsfolk get out of their cars in front of us. I pass the still hunched over Carl and give him a squeeze in the shoulder. Thanks.
I feel like I'm actually gonna puke after that.
Don't. I head inside. It's quiet when I enter, though I can hear the subtle sounds of shuffling paper coming from down the hall. I'm starting to feel this strange sort of pang in my head, like someone's pressing an ice pack in front of my skull. Maybe it's because I'm nervous. Regardless, here I go. I walk in lightly, peering around the corner into Auntie's office. Her fingers flick along various pages within a manila folder, her tropical flower print scarf swaying in every movement. I watch her, illuminated only by the soft glow of her moonlight outside. I rot with this uneasy sort of feeling where I can't tell if she actually knows I'm here or not, or whether she cares. It's a familiar feeling, and never one I quite got used to. It's a hell of a ruckus outside. You looking for something? Anything.
Something's regarding the whole hysteria business.
She speaks plainly. What?
I'll tell you in a second. Is Mark here yet?
She cranes her neck to peer out the tiny slatted window in the corner of her office. There's not much of a view other than the side of a sagebush. I saw him pulling in his SUV outside like a whole convoy of folk following him. It's about Clint. She looks up, seeming to notice my repeater for the first time. Her brow furrows.
You know, under any other circumstances, I'd give you a chewing out for bringing that inside. I did hear he's been making a hell of a scene around town, waving a gun around. Figured it was a meth binge, or he saw Dale doing the same damn thing.
Dino Dale? That fucking author is kind of a softie, ain't he? I don't think it's got to do with his painkiller addiction.
I bought 4 of the pills he takes earlier. You know, it ain't the sort of thing to put you in a gunfighting mood.
I know, despite everything she's telling me, I can't really focus on it. I keep looking back towards the closed reading room door behind me. Fuck, might as well get it over with. I take a deep breath. Did you let Chase out?
What?
She seems confused at the sudden change of topic.
Chase? Neo's lover boy?
Former lover boy. He hasn't been pounding on the door to get out.
Boy, what are you talking about? I haven't seen him since you brought him and the Hendrix boy to the city hall the other afternoon.
I turn, moving out the hallway and unlocking the reading room door. I always thought it'd be weird at a lock facing the hall, and to think Auntie mentioned there would be a back exit through here. What the hell?
Flynn, what did you do?
I ignore my aunt's exasperated voice and push open the door, stepping inside the dark room. It's mustier than a skunk's ass in here with all the rain damage. I can hardly feel the mildew and mould on my toes as my hand running through along the wall. Eventually I find the light switch. Chase?
He's not in here?
Carl's voice takes me by surprise, the ram standing slightly behind me. And of course Daxon's there too, with a salamander gawping at the interior like he's in some sort of museum.
Can't believe you locked Chase up. Like, do city clerks have the authority to do that? Not unless he's, like, archiving him.
You told him? I glare down at the ram who quickly throws up a flat of his paws defensively.
He's your roommate, dude. Come on, it's not he's part of the old group anyway.
Fortunately, like Carl said, I don't see the rest of the gang. Carl notices me peering past him and speaks up.
They were talking with Mark outside. It's about time he showed up. Hi, Mayor. Hi.
The two of them wave awkwardly. Auntie looks at both of them with a sort of perplexed frown.
Hello, y'all.
She responds abruptly, quickly looking back up at me.
Now, Flynn.
Just give me a second. He's got to still be in here. I see a stained blue V-neck shirt lying on the ground by the corner, by the old bookshelves. Chase. Still no response. Then I notice something moving on the shirt, little specks which seem to be gathering in the folds of the fabric. Oh, fuck me. I hold out my arm across the doorway, pushing Carl and Daxon back.
Dude, what?
Did Mark set those bug bombs after... set off those bug bombs after work on Monday like I asked?
I'm assuming by your tone that he did not.
They hatched.
Oh, goodness. Can we not play the pronoun game right now? What are you talking about?
I see the unused can sitting knocked over in the corner. Stay back, Black Widows. I lower my arm and walk over it, quickly popping the top and watching the fogger begin to mist foul-smelling fumigation spray into the air. The effect is near instant. The skittering pattern of the little spiders begins to grow more and more erratic. I watch as an adult one on Chase's shirt clambers on top of the increasingly still pile of little spiders. It just sits there writhing. I can feel something on my foot too, but the scales are too thick for it to be any threat to me. I hear Carl mutter behind me.
I'll take back what I've always said. You do have balls. Excuse me? Sorry, Mrs. Mayor Moore. Boys, I don't have any time for this.
As I look past the shelves, I see a big lump of fur curled up in the corner on under one of the old metal desks. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I dash over, grabbing the author's scruff and yanking his ass out of there. He's surprisingly light. I realise I've never picked him up before.
Oh damn, is he okay?
Water. Give me water.
There's some in the mini fridge, I'll get it.
As I pull him into better light, he looks like absolute shit. His lips are chapped, bloody, and the whites of his eyes are bloodshot. There's also dribbles of vomit on the floor, which I have the misfortune of stepping in. Vomit and spiders, fucking great. Chase, wake the fuck up. I give his face a hard slap. Carl winces. The otter wheezes raspily and letting out a kind of low moan.
Man, he's terrified of spiders.
I know.
Karma, right?
The ram speaks in an uneasy tone, visibly uncomfortable to seeing Chase like this. Yeah, maybe. Next thing I know, Auntie's handing me a bottle of water. I bring it to his lips. Drink, you stupid idiot.
If this was a prank of yours, it ain't a real gut buster, Flynn. Move over, you're gonna drown him.
I feel a weird tingle in the back of neck. Reluctantly, I step aside. I look at Chase. Part of me hopes he never wakes up, and I feel sick.
Why is he just in his breeches?
I blink, glancing down and getting an eyeful of Chase's briefs.
You didn't undress him before you shoved him in there, right? Or was that part of it?
Jesus, God, no. I didn't do that. Daxon gives me a dubious look before shifting his concerned gaze back to the otter. Auntie meanwhile is propping his head up on a couple of office chair cushions, quietly urging the otter to drink as she wets his lips. They part for a moment and Chase complies enough to get a swallow down. Again, part of me breathes a sigh of relief while the other half is filled with a sort of angry dread. Don't wake up. Daxon crouches beside him, pulling back some of the fur around his collarbone and showing the swelling red skin beneath.
Must have been where he got bit, and of course 911 ain't working.
Carl chuckles nervously.
Guess it's too late to suck the venom out, right? You know that doesn't actually work. It's just dumb old westerns that make people believe that crap. Well, I had a great-grandpa or great-great-grandpa who died of a spider bite. I mean, I think it was a tarantula or something? Tarantulas aren't that venomous. He was old as hell, and then there might have been like a load of them? I don't know. Boys, this is a real reassuring talk, but could one of y'all get me one of them first aid kits from the bathroom? It's just round the corner.
Daxon stands up again and nods, heading off. Chase's eyes are fluttering a bit now. Maybe he's having a seizure or dreaming something real crazy, I can't tell. Salamander returns, clutching the thick metal case that looks like it's from the 90s. Auntie takes it, opening and grabbing what she needs. She's done this 100 times before. She applies the cold water to a piece of cloth and presses it against the spot near Chase's neck where the bite is. Once it's damp, she takes an old tube of antibiotic cream and squeezes out a quarter of the contents onto the bite spot and lathers it in. Chase winces, letting out a quiet cry. Stop! His voice is high-pitched and kind of pathetic, like a child's.
No, don't you whine. You're a big boy. I'd be whining if I was in his position. Kind of fitting, like Carl said, ain't it though?
He looks at me as if trying to gauge my expression. I'm managing to keep pretty stone-faced despite everything.
If he did what you're saying he did.
I can tell the weird distance Carl and I are keeping from him, despite his sorry state, is unnerving the salamander. Just a couple of hours ago, it was all figured we were old friends and such. Chase began to sit up. It's like my heart lurches. I get that feeling in my skull again, like brain freeze. No.
No.
Only Carl seems to notice as I clutch my temple, the ram giving me a nervous, concerned look. Finally, Chase looks at me. Flynn? Again with the childlike voice. It's like he's taunting me. I suck in my lips. What the fuck am I supposed to say? I want to slap him again. I want the fucking truth. But he looks fucking pathetic. Everything's stiff.
No kidding. You're holding a damn Black Widow nest, kid. More interesting things to add to your little movie or making of our fair town?
Auntie sighs.
I'm worried you'll have some more content in here in a bit.
What? What's... Ow. He sees through his teeth as he clutches at his neck. What's going on? He reminds me of TJ. Like he's about to start crying at a moment's notice or something. I haven't seen him like this in a long time. Carl's gaze shifts to the floor. I feel weird. Are you okay? Everything hurts, but I feels different. It's like this isn't a dream.
It's not?
I looked at Auntie. He's gonna be fine, right?
These bites can be real painful, and it could have been nastier with the brown recluse, but it still ain't gonna be fun. I'd get into some professional help if I were you. If that's possible.
I'm not gonna die? Chase peeps up, still clutching at his neck.
Unless you're an infant, elderly, or allergic, it's doubtful.
The otter closes his eyes, letting out a long exhale. Meanwhile, Auntie stands up, heading towards the door.
I need to speak with Mark and see what he's found. I'll be outside.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
As she leaves, I can hear the rumble of engines and hushed murmurs of a small crowd. Then the door shuts, it's quiet again. What's wrong with you, Chase? I try to keep my voice steady, though my vocal cords shrill a bit as I say his name. I practically for years to get rid of this girly gay tinge my voice had after puberty, but at times like this I can't really hide it. Are you like a fucking sociopath or something? Are you trying to get off on this? You're gonna go home and come thinking about all the pain you caused? Daxton flinches. I can tell he wants to step in and Chase his defense. Chase says nothing. I can understand screwing me over, you know. I originally figured you didn't care two shits about Sydney or what happened to him. You just wanted my dick, and that's fine. You followed me back at the river because that's all you wanted. Leo and the rest of your friends be damned. But fuck if it's so much worse. Just admit it. Just say the words. No. What? Chase's arms and legs shake as he sits on the floor, craning his neck to look at me. You're saying you didn't do it, despite what TJ said? He looks towards the door. You're an asshole, Flynn. He speaks in his voice still having a squeaky prepubescent conus to it. But Sydney was a freaking evil idiot and I'm glad he died. You're glad you killed him. I'm glad he died. That's no secret. Daxton, looking 2 parts tense and awkward, steps further away from the otter. Chase's eyes begin to well up. He looks so weak but brimming with emotion. The salamander mutters something about checking on the commotion outside and heads outward. The noise in the parking lot is getting louder. I hadn't really noticed. Someone shouts something and I hear someone else speaking quickly, trying to calm them. A long silence follows. Carl's like a statue beside the desk, unmoving, not daring to risk drawing attention to himself. Those last 6 months before it happened, it wasn't him anymore. Or at least, not fully him. What do you mean? You remember that one time he got Toby that ice cream cone from the corner shop in Peyton? The cactus-themed place that had the agave ice cream? I paused. Agave. I paused. Such a weirdly specific thing that takes me a moment to recall. Also fucking strange having Chase called TJ Toby again. He teased him at the whole car ride that he was gonna... the whole car ride up that he was upset like usual. Suddenly brought him that strawberry waffle cone scoop, one with the pointy end. He felt guilty, I think, for a while. Toby was just talking about Sunday school or something and Sydney just took the cone and started trying to stab him with the pointy end. He just crushed it in on itself and wouldn't stop like he was super into it. Then he just acted like he was scared, not of getting punished or anything, just, you know, in general. I remember that. The shop manager was yelling at him and he looked terrified. I told him not to worry about the townies. My teenage self thought it was hilarious. Do you remember the moment he decided to do that? The look in his face. It was like a... Chase clutches his neck some more, the otter clenching his eyes shut. Thing was in front of him. Chase gesticulates in front of his head, making a swirling motion before letting his arms drop limply to the ground. Jesus. It's like I just woke up from a really long bad dream. I haven't been myself in so friggin' long. At the corner of my vision I can see Carl looking at me. And the same shit that was happening to Sydney after what happened to you. But no, happened to you. But fuck, I didn't see you do any of that shit until this week. I don't know, I just had bad dreams at first. Sometimes I'd see the stuff in dreams in the real world. I kinda just numbed myself to it. And Leo helped me get my mind off things, I guess. He looks over at Carl. Then we went to college and it wasn't so bad. I stopped taking my medication and things felt a little better, I guess. Not great, I was still a little hollow, but at least I wasn't seeing the demented crap at the end of my bed anymore. Chase drinks a water bottle, cringing at the pain from each gulp. I don't know what to say. I was beginning to think I was going nuts, like I was seeing shit that wasn't real, but hearing him talk about it out loud. Just like Sydney, that weird look he gave before upset, or scared, or something really heinous shit. And Chase was doing it while ordering fucking brunch. I'm sorry. Something wrong? Something's wrong with me. I don't know.
Guess we can add that to the checklist of things to ask your aunt about.
Chase begins to stand up groggily. What? Front door is pushed open, Jenna standing in the doorway.
Guys, you should get out here.
She spots Chase steadying himself upon the desk, eyes widening and ears flattening back momentarily.
Oh, Chase, you're here. And where are your clothes? There's spiders in them.
Carl mutters.
Okay, just get out here.
Jenna heads back out. Chase pushes himself off the desk, beginning to walk forward like a zombie in one of those old VHS films we used to watch.
Whoa, man, you don't have to... don't you have, like, some spare touristy shirts and stuff around here somewhere?
Do you seriously think Echo gets enough tourists to justify merchandise? I just need to get back to the motel. Clinic first. The otter stumbles a bit, and though through some hesitation, Carl and I take him each by the shoulder and help him to the door. I make sure to grab my rifle, though. You still didn't answer my you still didn't answer my question. Chase says nothing. We exit City Hall and are instantly greeted by a slew of faces.
Mika. I guess I'll do Mika.
Okay.
Or do you want to?
I'll do Mika then.
Okay.
She's a load of fresh shit, you know that. Kudzo. Alright, I guess I'll do Kudzo. What do you mean we can't, when you say we can't leave? Everyone seems to have...
is the little raccoon guy, Mika is the bat.
Right. Everyone seems to have gathered around the front entrance, the headlights of a half-dozen cars lighting up as well as we exit. Most eyes are on Auntie. There's a sort of smoky tinge to it, like someone's cooking something. I wonder if it's from the fire I saw earlier.
Y'all came in because you wanted answers, now you're gonna listen to him or not?
I recognise most of the people in the crowd. Janice, Duke, Kudzo, Mika, Heather, Mark and shit, but a dozen more. Some of them look downright terrified. Others, like Mika, the klepto shithead from Tetanus Alley, just look pissed, agitated by whatever the hell Auntie's saying. I can see Duke, the old widower who lives next to Leo, somewhere back by his car. He's not looking at my aunt anymore, he's just fixated on Chase with a sort of 1,000-year stare. That 1,000-yard stare. At the back of the crowd I see a lumbering figure of Leo. At the sight of us he pushes his way through. Otter! Come here, you. Leo beams, wrapping Chase in his arms, surprisingly uncaring that half the town was behind him. I see Chase's face contort, the otter grimacing. He seems more disgusted than pained, especially as Leo begins to rub his large hands along his backside. You don't need to run, you know that I'm here. Chase manages to wiggle free, nearly stumbling back in a prickly pear cactus in the process. Leo catches them, holding onto his wrist. There's a long moment where Leo is just looking at Chase's face, his expression shifting from the wide smile to more vacant stare. I just got bit by a black widow. I'm okay now, but you grew your goatee back. How'd that happen? What? Chase's eyes widen some as he clutches at his ratty-looking tuft of dried fur on his chin. That's a shame. I always thought you looked cuter without it.
Dude, what the hell is happening?
Carl speaks hushed to me, and all I can do is respond in an astonished shrug. Auntie begins to speak up again.
Let's talk plain like. Most of y'all seeing things, bad things. And some folk round here have started acting real strange. More so than the usual suspects in the bouts of their happy juice. And no one's getting any tower or satellite signals for the phones or the internet. Landline's fuzzy too.
A couple of people nod. Mika is now looking over his shoulder, seemingly unfocused on what Auntie is saying.
Might try to head off the painting to see if the county officers knew what was going on.
The emptiness of the void.
Thank you very much for that resub, Lupin.
Whoop whoop. He got about as far as the Flint turnoff before he found himself on the old Route 65 heading back into town. He tells me he tried 3 times to get through, no luck. Now, I would have slapped him on the head with a roll of newspaper and told me to take his clown into the circus. If he hadn't had the same sort of thing from my grandpa decades ago. Folk traveling buggies trying to escape the madness of the town, but they got snared in one hell of a web. Y'all thinking that your dreams have been real queer? As of late, you ain't alone. It's getting worse. Honestly, I was packing my bags to get out before it hit.
I wasn't ready to leave. I remember telling Auntie I wanted to stay for Carl's interview, but I wanted to also see if I could get to the bottom of the shit with TJ too.
So you're saying there's no way out? That we're in, what, an inescapable bubble? Sweetheart, it's like the tide. It goes in, it's pulled out.
Alright, thank you, Lupin. Thank you very much for resubbing everything. Have a great rest of the night.
Yeah, have a good one. And sometimes it pulls stuff with it. My grandpa, God rest his soul, taught me it was attached to the uncouthness of man, the eyes and desires with which we cannot unshackle ourselves. Simple sin.
A mournful look crosses her face as she takes a deep breath.
Mark?
She looks over at her horn-toad, our town's treasurer. He's standing by the block of four-door SUVs. I always made fun of him for buying it. Black cars in the desert ain't good mix unless you're keen on baking. He reaches into the car and pulls out a lumpy something wrapped in flamboyant coloured beach towel. I recognise the faded logo in the corner as one of the Southwestern Adventures, an old souvenir maybe. Mark harks as he steps in front of the mirror with it sitting on the ground. The first thing I see is feet sticking out of the end. Someone in the back, Heather I think, screams. It's a banshee-like wail as Mark pulls back the fabric. No, Keith. It's not Keith. At first it's difficult to tell what exactly I'm looking at, but a few moments I can clearly see who it is.
That's Salem.
Keith!
Jesus. No.
TJ begins to sob, his terrified sniffles mixing with Heather's confusion and shrill cries. The boar is covered in lacerations, most of which are on his face. 2 swipes at whatever cut him seems to have torn his eyes and part of his snout out. I always thought when someone had their eyes taken out it'd just be black holes inside, but it's just pink. It's like I'm looking into a guy's brain. I feel like I'm gonna hurl.
Fun fact, that image in the game files is titled, "Look at how they massacred my boar."
Okay. What happened to him?
He tried to leave.
Yeah, but how did that happen? The raccoon, who up to this point I have never seen anything but a strong, silent type, looks shaken up bad. He clutches his forehead with a paw, shaking his head. God, for a second he looked like somebody else. I barely know Salem. He's a recent move-in who originally squatted on a vacant land in an RV until the landowner started making him pay to live there. He kept to himself, never said 2 words to the guy. That's an accomplishment when you're stuck in a town with only 50 people living here.
Now it tells me that the third time he tried to leave, he just saw him laying on the side of the road next to his RV. Dead as a doorknob. So to answer your question, Coon Boy, I don't know. These things always end, but there's no clear definition of when or how.
Coon boy.
It's
I
a raccoon.
advise as I do in all
I know,
trying
but-
times to turn to high powers, pray and repent as you may.
There's a shocked silence from those present. Daxon keeps shaking his head. Jenna tries the phone again. Mika stares off into the dark in the direction of the highway. I know how to make the vision stop. The weasel steps up to Auntie even though he's not looking at her.
Yeah, what's your proposal, Duke?
He points a pink finger towards Chase. We stop him. Chase sort of half blinks, his bloodshot eyes aimed all unfocused like at the scruffy weasel.
What?
I can't discern who that voice came from. This has all happened before. He looks towards Auntie, who nods inquisitively. And it's only gonna get worse. It happened to my granddaddy, my daddy, and now it's happening to me. Well, me and the rest of you. Dale's missing, Cynthia drove off into the desert, Clint and Jeremy are running around shooting and screaming at nothing. thing is, we've all got to get something after us, something bad. Won't let you leave until won't let you leave when it starts. What's after you? Raspy voiced bat chimes up, still looking off to the desert, away from the crowd. Duke's quiet for a moment, rolling a handmade cigarette between his thumb and index finger. He's always triggered by something. Duke begins to pace, pointing at Chase. I seen you here last week before all the rest of your little friends showed up. Late at night outside his house. He nodded in Leo's direction, the wolf clasping Chase's shoulder protectively. Just standing there. For hours and hours. I didn't even need to be asleep to see you. That last line rings strange. Duke's saying it as if it makes perfect sense. Chase's gaze shifts to his feet and legs begin to tremble. Hey, I'm not saying you did it. That you're wanting all this to happen. He steps aside over Salem's body, approaching the altar. It's just you gotta know something. Anything that we can use to stop this. Because any time I ask big old Leo here, he's got a glazed look in his eyes telling me where I can stick my inquiries. That doesn't make sense. Well, someone told me that you would know. It's at this point I see a black metallic shape sticking out of the back of the weasel's trousers. He's got a gun. Daxon flinches, seeing it too.
Oh shit.
He mutters, and I feel Carl step closer against me. Who? Someone I know. He yells, leaning closer to Chase. Leo also completely steps completely in front of him, ears down with his fangs bared. It makes sense. Something bad happens, and if you don't fix it, it won't stop coming after you. Leo lets out a deep guttural rumble, looking like feral ready to pounce. Duke holds up his paws, smiling uneasily. This is all real time, Leo. Your friends show up. So what's happened, Chase? I don't know what you're talking about. Auntie exchanges a glance with Mark, and then they both look at Chase, seemingly unconcerned that Duke is packing. Things are getting worse out here, and unless we do something, we're all going to end up like young Salem. Duke's voice is dead and distant.
He's right.
Auntie's voice cuts through the air like a knife. Next thing I know, her and Mark are stepping up beside Duke.
Flynn, come here.
My heart lurches at my chest hearing my name called, and I strain myself to keep a straight face. I try not to look at the body as I walk up, feeling my backside illuminated by a dozen headlights in the gaze of the crowd.
Y'all locked Chase in the reading room with all them spiders. Why? You what?
Didn't know about the spiders at the time. I mumble.
Flynn?
She looks away for a moment. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh boy.
Well, I guess we've got to go to the middle again. Pretty sure he killed Sydney. I clutch my head, blood in my veins feeling cold, as if the gravel beneath my feet is turned to quicksand. My mouth moves as if to say more, but I manage to bite my tongue. This just makes the pain worse. What the fuck is happening? I can see Jenna covering her face with both paws, seemingly disbelief that this is really happening. There's a few murmurs in the gathering. Mika looks back at us, seemingly distracted from whatever the desert that he was staring at.
Y'all talking about your little friend who drowned in the lake a decade ago?
Yeah. Wow, kid. He clicks his tongue, shaking his head at the bedraggled-looking otter. That's fucked up. Chase starts to look like TJ as if he was on the urge of breaking down into sobs. He seems to be alternating from angry, sad, and confused all over and over again. That's bullshit, and you know it, Flynn. You killed Sydney, you fucker. The pain flares, my vision blurring for a second. That's not true.
I highly doubt that, lover boy.
I'll beat all your asses if you keep telling lies, yeah? He grins, eyeing the rifle in my hands. I clutch it more tightly. Duke turns, thumbing towards the wolf. It's already got him. He speaks with such idle nonchalance, not bothering to clarify what it is. Sid died 10 years ago. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Well, you saw a murder happen before. My grandpappy lived through the whole thing and stayed in the town after.
Yeah, that's right. It happened weeks after the body was found.
Auntie rubs her thumb through her floral scarf, staring through the headlights of one of the old jeeps.
The one in the mines. The air got all electric and fuzzy. Folks went out of their heads.
She never talked about any of this before. How do you even know that?
Red gabbed about a lot when you were young'un, even before you were born.
Dad?
The whole superstition was part of his justification for making a little library and booking it. Well, that was the, and one other reason.
I tried to ignore the last comment, still focusing on the increasing tense stare down between Leo, Chase and Duke. I had heard Mum and Dad hated Echo, mainly usual grumblings about godliness. Any ailments that were surely fucking results of some latent sin.
Point is,
the ground beneath her feet is tainted soil, rotten, shaky loam. Duke interrupts, but Auntie doesn't seem to mind. She's just frowning now, looking at the crowd of people. Her scarf coming undone due to the fidgeting and old scars that she has beneath her visible. Tattered scales replaced with pink flesh. It's more rotten in some places. You all know the ones. My grandpappy thought us because it didn't catch the murderer. It planted some seeds in the bad dirt. But that ain't true. Duke rubs at a scab in his forehead, squeezing his cigarette so hard the ash starts pouring out the other side like toothpaste. They caught him all right. Then everything was okay for a while, and they found him, and he was killed. What the fuck does that have to do with Sydney? Duke continues, ignoring me. So I don't know what it is, if it's murder, or guilt, or not catching someone that did wrong. I shake my head, I can't believe this shit. Sid's not fucking haunting the town, you meth-addled cunt. But it started when you got here. So you gotta forgive me for wondering if it's one of yous did something bad. He was a fucking 9-year-old child. And it brought that guilt back to the poison land to grow the seeds again. Duke doesn't sound like incensed at all, not even his recently crazed self. Still, although he doesn't want to admit it, I have to start the idea of what Duke might be getting at. How did all this fit into our history? And judging from the look he gathered from the crowd's faces, the feeling appears mutual. There is a murmured inquiries about what to do. Heather was still quietly sobbing, asking for a group of people who ignore her why no one's helping Keith. Genevieve Sanders, a retired mail carrier from Peyton, mentioned something about lynching. Jenna's arms were crossed tight, her expression this sort of furrowed, indignant stare that slowly falters to upset confusion. TJ is next to her, one paw on her arm. I can barely hear him, but he keeps saying he's sorry over and over again. Leo begins to tug at Chase, pulling him back the direction of his van. The two begin hurriedly walk before Auntie speaks up.
stop.
I always had this niggling desire, the idea of getting justice for what happened. Sid deserved as much, but now I can't say I'm feeling any catharsis or joy. Just this hollow rumbling on my insides that ain't right. This can't be how we fix shit. Carl has his head down now, the ram acting small despite his burly proportions. I just want to move beside him, tuck him under my arm and fuck off far away from here.
Get back over here.
Leo clutches Chase tighter, the otter wincing as he struggles to wriggle free from the wolf. I can walk on my own, Leo. Leo seems to ignore both the mayor and Chase as they approach the van. Jenna quickly shoves her phone in her purse, the Fennec visibly trying not to look at the body as she, TJ, Carl and Dax join them. Jesus. I rub at my aching head. Fuck this, I gotta get out of here. I hear a clicking sound, a clicking noise to my side. The horrible noise is deafening. I clutch the side of my head and crouch down. The brass shell casing falls and hits my leg. It's hot. Duke's pointing his pistol in the air. The grip stops in its tracks, TJ falling to the ground and covering his face. Heather is shrieking, screaming over and over again. And then suddenly she stops. There's some flailing and moving in the group that was standing near her, like the dancing you see of raves. When I look again, I can't see her anymore. Misha's gone too. Him and a few others scattered. I can faintly see the bat silhouette in the distance sprinting over the desert. What the fuck, Duke? I scream at the weasel. Needed to get their attention for the mayor, yeah? That's no fucking excuse. That shot could come back down and kill someone. Duke clutches the pistol limply in his grasp, seemingly uncaring of where he's pointing loaded weapon as he twirls his vest about. It's a bit late for that now. Folk have been hurt already. and they'll continue to get hurt till we stop this. I hear shouts of agreement from the remaining crowd. Auntie just nods. I can't help but give her the dumbfounded look. I clutch my repeater close.
Spiders. Spiders got him. That right, Flynn?
She points to Chase. Yeah, he sat in a nest of them.
Duke?
She holds up a finger, fast walking back to the office without another word. Duke watches our group by the van. Everyone's quiet. His pistol aimed up at the sky. After a minute, she returns with a piece of faded paper clutched in her hands. There's some old-timey writing on both sides of it. She holds it up to Mark and Duke. Mark uses his cell phone as a light and they begin to read, Duke lowering his gun. I can see Jenna moving by the edge of the fan. She's motioning towards me, then Duke. What does she want me to do? Disarm him? One quick chop of the wrist, that'll do it, I guess. I'd have to drop my repeater, though. I don't really want to risk that, at least not yet. Surprisingly, Chase speaks up again. What's he say? Boy, I think you know... Oh, sorry, it's your character.
Boy, I think you know what it says. You were rooting through our stuff and plucking all these records Thursday.
Hang on, what that is.
James Hendricks notice of death.
Carl visibly stiffens.
Guess what killed him? Spiders.
I step up, squinting at the paper. It's a notice of death, alright, for references in the estate transfer. It's for James Hendricks, who passed away in 1913. The cause of death is listed as poisonous infection, tarantula. Tarantula? Chase stiffens uncomfortably. Jesus, that's got planted by some black widows. And what does Carl's old great whatever have to do with this?
James Hendricks the first was an obnoxious sodomite. Like Chase.
I sigh. What? You say he was looking at this the other day? He was working on his school project. Yeah, that's why he's here. So he claimed.
You sure about that?
Andy seems to pry her own niggling doubt. I look back at the pathetic-looking otter. He looks to me. Then Dax steps up.
Hey,
He stops just short of the body on the ground. Daxon straightens his posture, folding his hands behind his back.
Mr. Duke, I think you're making a lot of really interesting headway into how we can solve all this. You know, much better than just hiding in our houses from the rampant chaos and the like. Salem here?
He uneasily gestures towards the corpse in the towel. The boar's hallowed eye sockets still staring at the stars above.
Whatever got him, I think stopping / avoiding, that should be our priority number one. Because, I mean, I've only known Chase about half a week, but he doesn't seem to sort to be capable of all this.
Kid, I've known Chase all of my life, and I reckon something similar. But at the end of the day, Chase didn't do this. Chase didn't do this, it's what Chase did that did this. His town needs justice. Hell, that little Sydney kid needs justice. I'm gonna save you all. And make it so she leaves me alone once and for all.
Who leaves you alone?
Duke doesn't respond, instead raising his pistol. I can't tell who he's aiming at. His paw's shaky. I need to do something, Jesus fuck. Wow. That narrows it down.
There's a theme of stripping away of agency.
I stand there, I can see Jenna beside the van looking at me pleadingly. Auntie's peering at me now, a strange look in her face. This isn't right, I should do something. My head is killing me, something's wrong. At the worst possible fucking time. I grit my teeth, concentrating on what's really happening. Duke says something I can't quite make out, and Daxton stammers back a retort.
I've had visions of Chase too, but nothing that points towards that as a conclusion.
Leo slides Chase behind him, the wolf's ears pinned to the side of his head. What do we think?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, my thing is
What
just
are
not.
you feeling about all?
I think if we raise the gun, it's going to be a firefight. I think if we do the trust action thing, the gun will, someone will probably get shot anyway. But it'll probably more story bar. Yeah, let's do the sort of trust.
Save first? Do you want to save?
I don't think I can save at this point.
No?
No, I can't. Hang on.
There's a quit button.
It's a quit button.
No, it wouldn't be that.
There's quick. There's auto, quick, previous, help, and title.
Maybe quick. Quick might be it. Like quick save.
No, that's just go into quick save options. An exception has occurred while running game code. Yeah, okay.
Huh.
That's not good.
No, what? How did that happen?
I have a horrible feeling that because we haven't saved for a while, it's not quick saved.
Huh. Let's load it back up and see how we do.
Oh no, hang on. It's what's today's date?
Today's date is the.
Yeah, there we go. It has autosave to here.
Okay, is there
Thank fuck
a
for that.
stream because I have lost?
Oh yes, sorry, I will have lost because you because it closed itself. 1 second. I have to alt tab out of it because thing doesn't like it. 1 second. I need to go back here and then I need to do share and there's that. Go live. There you go. Right. Right, so I can save here. How do I just save? Where's the... There we go, I can save there. Right.
Right.
So we can skip to...
Yeah.
Right, so we can just...
Skip ahead until we get back to the choice that we were at.
Let's just skip with this. I think this is it. I need to come up to the one that says do nothing.
Yeah.
So we'll just skip till we get to that.
Or do something.
There's the bang.
Yep. How are you feeling about the events happening?
I'm
so
enjoying
far?
it. It's kind of it's gone very horror movie.
Yeah. Yeah, the horror has
with
finally
like
caught up.
one of those points where there's like 5 of them in a room and they all kind of go, well, this has been happening to me, and they go, oh fuck, that's been happening to me as well. They just don't talk to
Yeah.
each other before that.
Like again, the hysteria ebbs and flows like a tide. We've got the tide going out at the moment, so everyone's getting a chance to kind of recoup.
Right, here's the do nothing point. So we hit do nothing. And
Yeah.
if we save now, yes, overwrite that save.
What do you think the hysteria,
Why
the
can't
thing
I?
in the
Why
town
can't
is?
I go to one of our other saves? Yeah. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter.
Who knows?
Doesn't matter. It does seem like some sort of time loop thing. I'm very intrigued.
I mean, the whole thing is everything comes back in a circle again.
Yeah.
It's like a loop. And something about this town needing secrets.
Yes. All right.
To
Well,
trusting Daxton, weren't we?
yes. We'll try the Trust Daxton one. Sid's dad flashes in my mind. The hole in his head, the look in his eyes. I keep my rifle clutched across my chest, pointed downward. Dax.
Yeah?
He's staring wide-eyed at the gun in Duke's grasp, his blue hands in the air. You gonna elaborate?
Oh, yeah, hi.
Dax does this sort of awkward wave before slowly lowering his hands. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I just don't think that this is right. Perhaps we can perceive the guilts of others at times in these sort of waking visions. You mentioned you see her. I don't presume to be knowing who her is, but it also sounds like you've got some baggage too.
One time it's expected.
It's alright. We have been at this for like a good how many hours?
Fuck, I didn't realise how long it's been.
Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning.
Nearly 5. Nearly 5 hours.
Nearly 5 hours.
Roughly
Jesus.
about 5 hours. Yeah, because
The stream's 5.5 hours.
To down to rock, it's about like quarter.
It has not felt like that at all.
It doesn't feel like it's been that long
It really doesn't.
for me and Popsky, because we've been just like reading a book and getting. I'm getting immersed. I don't know if you are, Popsky.
I'm very immersed in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is one of those. This is one of the books that I would probably like lose sleep to finish.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Do you find it scary? I find it more just deeply unsettling in my bones.
I don't.
You know?
I don't tend to get actually scared by most things because I've had so many years of trauma. But I do
But this game
like. I do
plays
like
on
the horror.
trauma.
I do like the horror tones it goes by.
Yeah, it bases it around trauma and guilt and the things you carry with you, and something just like pulling it from you. And
Well,
it's weird. It's fucked up. What is the town?
do you know how far from the end we are?
We're close.
Close to the end. Okay. Well, I'm going to say we do then is we do another 20 minutes, and then wherever we're at, then we either wind up or we finish it if we're very close to the end. Because I'd like to keep this under 6 hours so I can still edit it before it goes into YouTube.
Yeah.
But
From what I know, the tide recedes back out and comes back in, and then when it comes back in again, it's the end.
right. Okay. Well,
But
we'll
I
see.
haven't done this road. I did TJ's, which is a completely different vibe, by the way.
Good. I'm looking
All of
forward
them are a
to.
different vibe.
I'm looking forward to another vibes then. All right. Well, let's move on with this one so we can see if we can get it finished.
Yeah.
You're
I want
testing.
to try and finish Flynn tonight because I'm actually not up in the morning, so.
Awesome. Right. You're testing me something fierce. Move, kid. Daxon flinches and I gingerly take a few steps closer to the weasel.
Well, we needn't put all that out in the open with the details. I'm just saying, to assume this is all caused by Chase here is perhaps overstating Chase's importance.
And killing somebody, or even just letting them die, might be fueling the madness at hand. In my dreams, the ones with chasing them, nothing's pointing towards some deep otherworldly call that he needs to perish. Even you, Miss Mayor, can see the logic in that?
Auntie stands with her hands on her hips, lips pursed.
And what counters madness? Logic.
Daxon smiles uneasily. Shoot 'em both! Someone in the crowd yells. I step over and smack Duke's wrists, the gun falling to the gravel beneath. Next thing I know, Leo is sprinting across the gravel parking area. The wolf tackles the weasel to the ground, striking him in the jaw with a free fist. Mark and Auntie quickly pull him off and scamper down to grab Duke's pistol before Leo does. Or I scamper down. Let me go! Let me go! We're leaving, Leo, come on. Duke whinges on the ground, one of his snaggle teeth hanging from his lower lip. You've doomed us, kid. They're gonna get away with it. He stretches his mangy arm towards the ground, pointing towards Chase. Auntie moves over beside me, resting her hand on my shoulder.
Can we talk about the absolute fucking
Body horror that is humanoid-ish people having mange. It's horrifying. Like,
Yes.
this game knows how to use furry shit to make it scary.
I'm just saying. And I love
But that-
whatever I'm
no.
saying is causing a lot of funny expressions on
No.
Jodie's face.
There's something wrong with you.
I can't believe you entertained this fucking meth head's proposal. I used to think you were a good person, you know? But fuck that. Which trials it is? I spit on the ground. Auntie lowers her hand and begins to fidget with her scarf, her gaze shifting downward, downcast.
Used to think us Moors were immune to all this sordid business. But I don't think you are. Not anymore.
Lass has the fucking gaydar of a rock.
Be careful, Flynn. Then again, I've still got family members that are like, oh, you're totally straight, aren't you? You know, if they green dyke hair. Like,
She turns, walking back towards Mark, who's busy rewrapping Salem's body and bringing him inside. It's rare to see her look so uneasy trying to run a shit town like Echo, but you get a thick skin for shit crumbling around you, but nothing like this. Daxon quietly helps Chase into the van and the rest of the gang follows. I basically have to drag him by the shirt to get him to come with, the wolf snarling and swearing at his native tongue the whole time. Sunday!
Final day.
We could just end on Sunday just to be sure we end.
God. Oh god, you saw it. Oh, I don't like it.
Do we think we can get to the end? Or should we
I
stop?
want to try and get to the end.
Okay. You want to try and get to the end? We'll get to the
Save
end.
now, just in case. Like again, I don't have to be up too early. I go into work at 2 p.m, so
Cool.
as long as I'm up by like midday, I'm fine. Yeah, me too.
I stare into the rearview mirror, watching for any signs of tail lights in our wake. Leo's driving, of course. Carl's feeling woozy after everything that happened. I wish I was sitting in the back with him, but unfortunately my legs are too long. That and Leo's van is clearly not designed for folk with thick tails. I gotta sit with my cheeks straddling the edge to make room. He's sitting in between TJ and Jenna and TJ, with Dax and Chase in the back. There's been some chatter about what happened and what bullshit and not bullshit. TJ's the only one who's been quiet. Although one thing for certain, with everything that's happened, everyone is pretty focused on getting out of town. Leo doesn't floor it like I expected him to, but we move down the bench, the mountain, and through the town speedily enough. I see Jenna look out her window intently. I can only imagine it is to see if she can spot Jeremy, maybe even her mother.
Dude, I don't feel good.
Chase got bit by a black widow and he's been complaining less than you, Carl. Speaking of, how you holding up, Arthur? Chase gives a half-hearted thumbs up and the mustelid's forehead nestling against the side of the window. Carl, just puke on the floor if you have to. I don't think Leo's gonna stop. Carl leans over and puts his head between his knees, groaning. That gets TJ's attention. He starts rubbing the ram's back slowly.
Good thing smoothies probably aren't too bad on the way out.
TJ frowns. I turn the dial on the radio like a cell phone signal. I'm not getting anything. For now, I just want to turn the AC and aim it up towards my face. My head's still throbbing up a storm. This feels like a dream, doesn't it? Leo speaks softly, too quiet for anyone behind us to hear. I wouldn't know. You put Chase in danger. Oh God. I cross my forearms towards the dashboard and lean my face into them. I also saved his ass. I keep my voice low. Out of the corner of my eye I can see Carl perking up to listen in. Doesn't excuse it. 7 years ago I swore to Chase I'd fuck up anybody who pulled anything like what you just did. I'm not in the mood for this shit, Leo. You wanna hit me? Sure, whatever keeps your alpha dog juice flowing. Leo goes quiet for a second, seeming to not have expected me to relent. You're going to stay away from him then? Gladly. Don't know if I believe you. Jesus fuck. I can see him begin to fidget with the mirror, squinting at it for a second. He pushes the cab light and the interior of the van is quickly illuminated in a sort of too bright amber glow.
What is it, Leo?
I push myself up. Leo is still staring at the mirror. Chase, Chase, you shaved again. Dax screams.
What the fuck?
I and the others quickly turn around to see what the commotion is about. For a split second, I think I see something fading into the seat cushions between Dax and Chase. It's this blackish-brown silhouette of a person. It's reminding me of when you stare at a light for a while and close your eyes, you can still see it for a moment. I blink and it's gone.
You saw that, right?
What in the Sam Hill?
Tell me you saw that. I don't know what I saw.
Carl's rubbing his eyes.
I didn't see anything.
What happened?
God damn, I could feel that thing.
Dax looks to Chase, who's clearly kind of out of it by this point.
You remember when I told you how, in the dream thing I had, I could feel your fur? It was just like that.
Really? Huh. Chase sounds nonplussed, the skin around his eyes a bit pale. It's unclear whether he saw what he just did or the otters, patting the fabric on the spot where the silhouette was.
It looked like you.
Relax, guys, it's just Chase. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Chase. The real Chase. Groans. Yeah, sure. His voice is still weird and high-pitched. It seems kind of like I'm the only person who's noticing it.
No, Leo, I'm talking about the fact that there were two frickin' Chases next to me.
Chase, do you know what's happening? The otter grimaces some as he rolls his neck to look at me. It's the hysteria, man. It's like the mayor and the Duke said, people see stuff and go nuts. I'm just glad I'm not the only one seeing this alleged stupid shit anymore.
So you're telling me this is some sort of collective psychosis? That we are all witnessing hallucinations of the same thing? Dude, I've been on acid before. You can at least tell me something's weird happening in your body when stuff starts popping up. All things considered, I'm like, okay, and still could see whatever the hell that was.
Carl shifts nervously in his seat, the ram looking uncomfortable with this, having his back turned to the new empty space. Sorry, now empty space.
It's like shadow chase. I saw it in the rearview mirror first.
Leo's still looking in said mirror. We're fucking fortunate we're on a straight light, we're a straight shot road now. He visits me a lot. Jenna furrows her brow at the wolf.
Leo?
She pauses, noticing the vacant look on Leo's face.
Do you want me to drive for a bit?
That's funny.
I'm serious.
So am I.
Well, let's not try to think about this for now. That's a bit of a tall order.
Jenna shrugs uncomfortably.
It's your choice.
Can we just change the subject?
A few minutes later, we're already passing the lake.
So it's... Is it Sunday already? Sunday morning?
That's what the clock says.
What a fucking day.
I don't say anything in response.
We never got to ask Flynn's aunt about the thing. We can always go back and ask. What? No, I just... He's kidding, TJ. Oh.
The lynx stares at the space between his knees.
Do you think she'd actually know anything about it, Flynn?
I don't know.
She and Mark knew enough about what happened with that body, though.
Carl shivers and puts his head back down while TJ continues to rub his back. A few minutes of silence go by before Carl speaks up again.
That feels kind of nice. Reminds me of my mum. Yeah, actually my mum did it too, though it thought it might help. Hey, I love you, just so you know, all you guys. I'm glad we're getting out of here. Fuck it, I'm going back to Pueblo.
I raise a brow ridge at the ram.
And I'm taking you with me.
He points a thick finger towards me, leaning forward enough that he pokes me in the shoulder. I restrain a smile, instead of letting out an idle grunt. Me? College? What I thought? The idea of being around guys my age and Carl? I'm not even sure what the hell I'd major in. Definitely not fucking poli-sci. I squeeze my wrists, trying to refocus.
I love you too, Carl. And everyone else. You too, Captain Daxton. Captain? Oh, I was promoted too. I was promoted. Cool.
Daxton seems distracted, watching Chase stare at his own fingertips. Yeah. Chase affirms his love for everyone with groggy monotone. Jenna glances back at them before turning her attention to her own window. Leo doesn't see anything from the front, is focused solely on the road ahead of him. Are we at the clinic yet? Still about 20 minutes out. I watch the desert whip by us for the first time, feeling somewhat safe as the town disappears behind us. But of course, it doesn't last long.
What's that? Oh, the side of the road there.
Leo turns his head in the direction of something on the curb ahead. We all do. What is that?
Oh my gosh.
TJ covers his mouth. Carl sits up straight, trying to see. Leo slows down as we pass. It's Chase's car. All the windows are shattered. And there's Duke, lying a dozen feet away from the open door of the driver's side. And there, crouching over him, is something I can't explain. Hairless,
Oh my
body and
God.
limbs long. Way too long. Head comes up and all we can see are 3 holes and blood. TJ screams next to me and Leo shouts something before stepping on the gas, slamming me into my seat. I try to look back, but whatever it was is gone. At least, it's gone from where it was. If I can see something move next to my window, I turn to face it, and now it stares back at me, but only for a moment. That thing, whatever the fuck it is, disappears almost the instant I register that it's there. I'm only staring out into the blackness of the desert. Still 3 holes, eyes and a mouth. Blink, back at me. A sort of after image?
After image.
After image, before it too vanishes.
It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him.
TJ reaches up and grabs my arm, claws out. Too shocked to even pull away as TJ leans forward into me, staring at my window. At least I know I'm not the only one that saw it. TJ squeaks again when no one answers him.
It's real? I don't know. Some kind of animal, maybe?
I've never seen anything like that before.
Dude could have had a disease, lost all his fur or something. Maybe Duke hit it? But it was walking. How is Duke here? He was back at City Hall. Maybe it dragged him? Faster than our car? How'd he get Chase's car?
I still have the keys on me, that's impossible.
Could have hotwired it. I don't know, man.
Chase, where are you keeping your keys? You're in your underwear.
That's a good point, I didn't remember that.
He's in his fucking underwear.
mean,
He's got them shoved up his ass.
Maybe he's got a, a natural keyring.
Maybe?
TJ leans back, whipping his arms around Carl's, and I can see him shaking. I look over my shoulder through the back window. Jesus fuck, just like Dax described.
There.
We've all seen it. It's how I remember, but I don't remember it was ever moving that fast. Or with, blood.
Jenna rings her paws together, speaking quietly. Her tone is thoughtful but worried. She's trying to rationalize all this to herself. Fuck, that's what got Salem, isn't it? Jesus, don't fucking take your foot off the gas, Leo. Leo doesn't respond, staring hard ahead. He's squeezing on the wheel hard so it looks like it's bending. I pull back the hammer on the repeater, holding the rifle across my chest, the barrel points towards the window. I remember Duke's pistol that I stowed in the car door holder earlier. I grab it and toss it to the back seat. Jenna grabs it without hesitation, aiming out the opposite side.
This is friggin' nuts.
At this point, Chase's car is a good distance away, only visible because the headlights are on and the streak of light fading across the desert. Duke's dead, isn't he? Some dry retching noises followed by heavy splattering sounds cut me off. Carl is hunched over the seat, head between his legs. It isn't hard to figure out what's just happened, especially when the smell hits me.
Oh my gosh, Carl.
Carl looks torn between blanching away and comforting the ram. Sorry, TJ looks Carl comes back up looking like he's about to say something before diving forward again. A much louder retch followed by a much quieter plopping sound follows. A grimace feeling my own stomach roll.
God.
Daxon's looking up at them, a paw up his nose, to his nose.
You okay, man?
Carl keeps his head down a while longer, his fingers twisting into the fabric of his shorts. TJ tentatively rubs his back.
I would have done it at the window. I don't want to open any of the windows now, though. It's okay. Leo, are there any napkins in here?
Leo, who's been silent until now, remains silent. He's staring out the windshield hard, pausing the wheel in a death grip. Chase, meanwhile, is clutching at his chest, his eyes red and bleary. He leans forward and the sound of something wet hitting the fabric floor mat is audible through the cabin. Chase's puke sounds much less wet than Carl's, the retch is more grotesque. I can practically feel the bile in my own esophagus. Daxon stops what he's doing and holds Chase. Fuck! The otter manages to exclaim in between bouts of puking.
Drink some water.
During all this, I'm still glancing out the window. Not head on, because I'm honestly fucking terrified I'm going to look straight into those eyes again. We drive in silence for the next 5 minutes with no creature in sight, thankfully. But I don't know how to think right now. There's no way what I saw could be some animal like Carl implied. The way it moved, the way it crouched, and most of all, its face. I've never seen anything like it, at least anything that's not a Halloween costume. Maybe the locals dressed up in a costume or something. Is it some sort of shitty prank show like one on the science fiction channel? But then how the fuck did it keep up with the car? We were going that fast. Leo did slow down a little. I keep these thoughts to myself. Everyone looks freaked out enough without any more speculation. I feel trapped like I'm stuck in a metal box I can barely move in, with a gun I can't aim. This is the thing. If this thing can outrun and rip at cars, nothing is safe. I just have to focus. We're on our way out and soon we'll be safe in a clinic, police station, or an applauding audience surrounded by a shit ton of cameras. If it's the latter, I'm decking the first fucker that comes out with a microphone. I try not to think about Duke by the car, Salem on the blanket, my aunt out there trying to keep everyone safe. With that thing, I shake my head trying to stay watch for any sign of movement.
Are you okay, Chase?
TJ's arm is still around Carl. The link's craning his neck to peer back at the hunched over rotter. I've never been so friggin' scared in my life, but yeah, okay. Chase grasps at his throat and neck, wincing heavily. It's getting harder to breathe.
Hold on, Chase.
No, how can... What? Carl lurches as Leo slows down again. I squint my eyes, attempting to peer past the glare of the headlights reaching onto the darkness beyond. But I don't see anything. It's the road stretching ahead of us. From the back seat, Chase's croaking high-pitched voice pipes up. What's wrong? Leo's quiet for a moment, his face is blank, ears twitching. Don't worry about it, Otter. Just a little distracted, that's all. That's a fucking understatement.
Why'd we stop?
TJ sounds panicked. The Link turns around in his seat and stares out the back window. The first time I've seen him in a car without a seatbelt on. Leo was silent, his vacant expression contorting by the brief flickers of confusion. He's looking to the mountains that surround Echo Canyon.
Wait, I know what you mean.
Jenna scoots forward to the edge of her seat, pointing at something outside.
The hills. Those were on our right side a while ago. We must have looped around. But we've been going straight this whole time. The only way we'd be going back the way is if we got turned around when we hit the main highway. But we haven't hit the highway, have we?
Chase presses his furry cheek against the window, his tired eyes bulging. What in the goddamn... He trails off.
So we just seamlessly transitioned from going one way to the other without any of us noticing. No, Liam must have gotten off and turned around on the side road that I...
There's no way. He slaps the steering wheel hard, a honking rings out and echoing through the valley of desert scrub beyond the guardrail. TJ gasps, digging his claws into the fabric of the seat.
Please don't do that. Let's be quiet, okay? Leo, we're going the wrong way.
Jenna speaks as calmly as possible, clearly aware of the wolf's added mental state. Also the fact that he's now holding Duke's pistol. Or she's now holding Duke's pistol. Leo brings the car to a hard stop, throwing me forward into the seatbelt. He then does a quick three-point turn, shoving me right then left before I'm smacked back into the seat as Leo accelerates again. I hear a soft thunk of flesh on glasses as a groan from the back, Chase rubbing his face with a sore-looking nose. Injury upon injury.
You okay?
No. He responds back hoarsely, sinking back further into the scratchy fabric of the seat.
Oh, same.
Daxon does a curt nod. Leo was sitting upright, only moving with a rigid, like goddamn automaton. We both stare at the windshield eyes in the horizon. It's clear that Leo doesn't want any talking, so we're all quiet. Even in the silence, I can feel the growing unease of those behind us, the trembling muscles and clicking of claws. I try to block it out, just to focus on watching what's ahead. All things considered, it's not so bad as long as I can keep the fear from clouding my mind. Although that could be said about most things in life. We just have to keep driving to get us out of this fucking town. We can't get sidetracked again, especially with that fucking eyeless thing around. I wonder if I heard the horn earlier. I focus on the mountains now, making sure that they don't disappear. They slope up and down gently under the moonlight, speckled with the dark spots of rock and vegetation. Vaguely I remember back when I was younger, leading Sydney around the bend and entertaining his explorer fantasies. I brought my BB gun and he'd run around shooting at mesquite trees? Mesquite trees, and looking for signs of lost native treasure. I told him that the pioneers thought there was a city of gold buried with the mountaintop soil, waiting to be unearthed. He fucking loved that, even brought a little trench shovel as he put it to dig his own little mine. Pretty sure he thought that was the whole reason for Echo's old mine, to find the city and shit. It wasn't a complete lie either. The Ahat tribe supposedly told the conquistador types that the treasures and riches were stored aplenty in the Meseta territory around here centuries ago. Of course this was so they'd fuck off and bother the rivals instead of them, but the prospectors did eventually find gold in the mountains. All Sid ever found was some feldspar and alabaster quartz. He kept the whole collection. I blink, staring at the windows as the mountains just disappear, slope down to nothing. I squint, then look at the chase's window at the back. Sure enough, the mountains. Leo, don't worry about it. Leo speeds up, instead of turning around though.
Dude. What are you doing?
TJ's claws come out again against my skin and he gets that scared cat look in his eyes. Leo mumbles mostly to himself. We're just confused.
I'm sorry, TJ going, little cat.
We're just confused. There's no way this leads back to Echo.
Leo, slow down a little.
Leo lets out a small growl and I instinctively clutch my rifle a little tighter. This is getting out of hand, but I honest to God don't think I have a fucking better idea. I'm gonna keep going until that car we passed. Tone in Leo's voice keeps any of us back from arguing. Though I'd hate to admit it, something about his demeanour actually shuts me up as well. Another minute of driving, more awkward silence, and then Leo hisses through his teeth. Straight ahead of us a sign. What? How in the shit? Echo Mine. Danica entrance? Danica entrance.
No, Danica.
That's on the other side of town. I say this as it cannot possibly be where we're at, though there it is. It stands as 8 foot tall, faded wood and touristy Wild West font placard that the country commissioned a couple of years ago. The sign's only readable because our headlights are right on it, the original solar face lights having been destroyed by junkies a year ago. Leo thins his lip, driving right past it. The minutes pass and it becomes increasingly difficult to place exactly where we are. On the side of town I can see that the smoke and earlier more clearly too. The smell like burnt charcoal seeps into the cabin through the AC.
Leo, can I drive?
I had better eyes for night stuff. No offense, of course.
Am I making lots of noises? Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Just trying to help.
Leo says nothing, although the wolf begins to pull off to the side of the road, only to flip around once more and go the other way again. Do you know that sort of strange sigh? It's laden to her common exasperation, but there's a slight quiver in her vocal cords.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
We keep going and more time passes. Daxton mutters something I can't quite make out to Carl, who's already been oddly silent as paws over his face.
I didn't know you.
I occasionally catch Chase looking at me in the rearview mirror. Despite his shit with the spider bite, he looks more, well, animated than I've seen in a long time. There's a lot less staring off into the distance and more active grimacing, muttering, softcore swears and darting eyes. I never realised how yellow his eyes were before. Were they always that bright? More time passes and as we round a bend, Jenna crawls away into the mid-seat console and points ahead. That's where Duke and
That's
Chase's
what
car was. Oh, sorry. There you go.
That's alright. Nah, go for it.
Oh, that's where Duke and... That's where Duke and Chase's car was.
It's not there now. How can you tell?
Daxon keeps craning his neck to see past me. The corner looks familiar, but where's the car?
I remember that thing. Its silhouette was outlined against the group of pine trees and the guardrail.
TJ makes a whining noise. I recognize it too. There's no broken glass, tire marks, or blood, though. Absolutely no remnant of the memory to be found. God. There's nothing there, don't worry. He of course is directing them to these reassurances solely to Chase. His tone is so soft it's almost cooing, treating Chase like a child. That's what's making us worried, you hollow-headed bitch. Leo doesn't react right away, then at the corner of his eye slowly turns his head to look directly at me. It's fucking bizarre, he just stares, his gaze like a goddamn plastic doll.
Flynn, just don't interact. Oh, jeez.
I'm just gonna watch the mountains.
Let us know if they decide to flip around.
He lets out a dry, terrified chuckle. Jenna returns to her seat, her eyebrows scrunched.
It's like we're stuck in some kind of loop.
Jenna gives Dax an inquisitive look, seemingly baffled that anyone could find humour in this.
What? It's just, well, it's nothing. Go on. We've got time, apparently. Yeah, exactly. I mean...
He exhales, shaking his head. In the Dastra.
I love the characterization of everyone.
Carl groans, his displeasure muffled by the pause over his face.
Some kind of... was the go-to line of Captain Amicus whenever he encountered something he didn't quite understand.
Daxton leans his head back, his bald noggin pushing against the headrest.
Some kind of alien transporter, some kind of time paradox, some kind of matter replicator, some kind of reproductive goo, and so on. And this helps us how? Well, I don't think it does. It's just sort of funny, I guess. It's just like I'm in an episode with a group of wacky characters. Wacky, huh?
Jenna responds, monotone. She returns her focus to the window.
I'm just really glad I'm not alone.
No one speaks after that. As the truck's engine pulls us up another hill, I see something come into the view through a clearing of cacti. Oh, fuck me gently. Back to the...
Mine. Danica entrance. No.
TJ whines. Leo slows down more and more to become to a gentle stop. We sit there in silence, staring at the faded text and gravel trail that leads to the canyon head. Leo starts muttering darkly to himself, looking out the windows and then the dashboard. I don't ask him if he's okay, I know what the answer is. TJ continues to make soft whimpering sounds like he's trying not to cry. It's okay. It's okay. It's just dark. We're going off-road somehow. Leo whispers whatever comes to mind to explain what the fuck is happening. Carl still has his head down and his paw is completely quiet. He could be asleep for all I know. I think about suggesting that maybe we should just wait it out till morning in the car. But as I open my mouth, I hear a scratching noise towards the back of the car. TJ's eyes perk up, which lets me know that I'm not the only one. Instinctively, I turn around in my seat. Bits of glass fly into my face, and the next thing I know, I'm down in my seat, head down, with my rifle raised towards the hole. Get down! Carl ducks and Jenna and TJ lurch from the respective sides of the car. TJ accidentally opening his car door and nearly tumbling out.
Close the door! Close the door!
Carl manages to get a hold of the links, try and tug him back at the back upright as TJ cries, flailing about. I can't get a good shot. Carl's big head bobbling about and around as something moves around outside towards the newly opened car door. A shot rings out, but that's not from me. A wide-eyed looking Jenna holds a smoking pistol up and fires again. A sharp crack reverberates through the cabin once more. Carl, very much awake now, slams TJ's door shut and screams at Leo.
Go, go, go!
Leo's already on it and I feel the car jolt forward. Then I'm bouncing up and down in the seat as we go off-road. Leo's not bothering with three-point turn this time, instead just going full U-turn. And we're back on the asphalt, speeding down the road when I feel safe enough to raise my head back up and look out the back window. For a moment I'm terrified I'm going to find that thing crouched in the trunk staring in at us. But instead all I see is a giant hole through the back window, remaining glass jagged.
Oh god, are you guys okay?
Daxton looks back and forth between us and the road behind the van. Chase, meanwhile, looks like he's about to throw up again, his mustard features scrunched in a tight grimace as he shivers with fear and other general unwellness. I sit up fully, keeping my sights trained on the back. Yeah. I yell at him over the sound of the car and wind whistling through it behind me. Jenna, did you get it?
I don't know.
Carl is bent over in his seat too, brushing glass from his hat and hoodie. I look at TJ, who's crouched over in his own seat, covering his head. Bits of glass are scattered on the back and on his back and head. I pick up some of the pieces out from the fur and neck and lean over him.
TJ, are you alright?
TJ shudders and doesn't say anything as Jenna plucks some of the shards from under his collar.
What was that?
Daxon shouts back at us, staring through the window. Fuck if I know. I don't want to think about what I actually think it was. I just need someone to be ready if it comes again. Leo keeps the high speed, hitting some of the potholes hard enough that I'm worried we're going to get a flat. There have been some real deep shit. We drive for another 5 minutes in silence, then the sign appears in front of us again. This time no one says anything and Leo doesn't bother turning around. I watch out my window as we fly past the historic path. But nothing happens. All I see is the tailpiece of wood with the broken lights, and all I hear is the wind whipping around us. Jenna tries to get a paw on TJ's back as he remains hunched over, with the other still holding Duke's pistol. Carl sits quietly staring out his window. On the bright side, the bashed-in back window now has diminished the smell of sick, with the smoke smell stronger than ever. Sparse dots of light show up in the horizon, indicating where Echo is. That's when Leo speaks up. How about we head back to my house? You guys can get some sleep while Chase and I figure out what to do next. Leo pauses, waiting for an answer. What? Sure.
I'd rather not meet the same fate as that guy on the blanket. Yeah, I reckon that's sound.
I shift myself onto one knee in the seat, the odd thing creaking into my way. The old thing creaking in my way. I have a hunch so low and my head isn't swished against the ceiling, quietly praying that Leo doesn't hit any serious bumps in the road. There's a sinking feeling in my stomach at the thought of going back to Echo. Part of me wonders whether Duke and Chase's car is still there, which has imagined the whole grisly scene. I stare at my window, watching the hills move slowly by the moonlight. Move slowly by under the moonlight as we turn into Lake Emma Road. Maybe taking one of the mountain roads at a time would be worth it. Maybe we could have enough gas when it happens. Whether we'd have enough gas when it happens. A crouched figure sits by the peak of a hill just about 50 feet from where we are. I squint at it, just barely able to make out what it looks like on the shoulders and his head hunched into the light of the moon. Oh shit. I'm directly across from the thing when I open my mouth. I'm barely able to make a sound when it moves. It dashes down the hill in the blink of an eye, covering the distance between it and our car in a matter of 2 seconds. One moment I'm staring at a tiny black figure, the next is right up against the car, smashing into the side between my door and Jenna's. My head smacks into the glass and I see a flash of white. At the same time I hear Jenna shout as if to hold on. TJ screams, Carl yells. The lake. I watch as water begins to pull through the broken window, the jagged glass getting carried out with the flow. The van is already halfway submerged. We crash into the fucking lake. How can that be? We're nowhere near it. The water is shockingly cold and rising up to my knees. TJ yelps something incomprehensible. I see Leo thrashing against his seatbelt trying to get unbuckled till the car's battery shorts out and the cabin lights go dark.
Carl!
Hyperventilating Ram splashes about behind.
I can't open my door.
I hear the sound of the door handles being yanked. I grab my own, press the unlock button and push outward, but the pressure of the water is too much, it doesn't budge. I try to wrangle my rifle through the butt of the glass, but my seat got pushed too far up in the impact. I can barely move with my chest pushed up against the dashboard. Oh, wrong button. Straining to wriggle free, I end up scraping my head along the roof. Piece of shit. God damn my stupid lanky ass.
Carl, use your head. I don't know what to do, dude.
The horns, do your ram thing.
I realise what Daxon's trying to say. Fucking species features, go Carl!
Okay.
There's a shuffling and movement followed by a hard slam. Glass shatters and the more water comes rushing in. There's a flurry of movement out to the window as first Jenna, then Carl, then TJ go through the window. Then the water's up to my nostrils and my blood goes cold. I remember my uncle telling me something after we watched a movie with a scene like this. Until the pressure is equalised, you can't open the doors. It doesn't stop me from wrenching on the handle regardless. I push my maw up to the roof and take a large breath before being fully submerged. The metal underbelly of the van scrapes against the rocks in the lake floor, which make a downright horrifying sound underwater. With one hard push, the door finally opens and I begin to squeeze my way out. I look over my shoulder, seeing a faint outline of rust-covered fur on the back of the van. Leo seems to seemingly trying to get chase. My lungs begin to burn as I realise I can't see the surface. I kick my legs, trying to push myself off the slimy lake bed. The pressure on my eardrums is like a drill pushing into my skull. Seconds pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And finally I breach the surface. After a moment the water splashes and Chase and Leo emerge from the depths. Leo, I'm fucking otter, I'm fine.
That was Chase.
Guys.
Carol pants and the ram appears to be clutching one paw onto TJ's shoulder to keep afloat. He can't really swim well thanks to his hooves. TJ looks to be struggling to keep both their chins above waterline.
Where's Dude Man? What? Daxton! I don't know. Did anyone see that thing where that thing went? We need to get out of the water. It can't be here with us. I know it.
TJ's voice sounds like a mix of a whisper and a shout.
Please.
His voice cracks in the 12-year-old's as he stutters a mixture of cold water and shock. I look around the mass bobbing heads that surround me, but neither Daxton or whatever attacked us is in sight. In fact, land is like 100 yards away? How in the fuck?
Daxton! Dax! Carl, you need to stop yelling.
Jane's tone is hushed but firm, the wet fennec looking at a soggy mop in the moonlight. You notice a glint of steel and realise she's holding Duke's gun. I left mine on the lake floor. TJ's right, we need to get to oh, sorry.
That's alright. Just keep going.
Ah, okay. TJ's right, we need to get to shore. There's a coldness to her voice, one controlled by fear. It takes her a moment to realise what she's saying, and a horrible contortion of worry and guilt crosses her soaked features.
Chase, can you get him?
I don't know, I just don't know. No way, you're in no condition. TJ looks down, opening the mouth to speak, but nothing but whimpers escape him. Fucking hell, he's still probably all the way down in the van.
We gotta get him. He's a salamander, right? I know his kind can hold their breath a little longer than we can.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck he does, though. Chase, you're the only fucker here who can hold your breath that long. You can barely
He can
breathe.
barely breathe, is Flynn.
It's because yellow and yellow, that's why my brain keeps reading it wrong.
Yeah, I get it. I'll do it.
Beware, the Lord of the Land approaches.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, AJ.
Hello, Raiders.
We're doing we're just finishing off, hopefully, this story of Echo. Well, at least the first part, anyway. But yes, welcome in. How was your stream? What were you playing, AJ? Carl pushes himself off TJ.
I sink like a stone anyway.
Is he fucking stupid? I swiftly doggy paddle my way over, grabbing the ram's arm and forcing it around my shoulder. Yeah, you fucking will. How's your stoned ass going to get both of you back up? I think I can. No, we need you to get to shore. I noticed Leo's paw wrapped around Chase's wrist, preventing the otter from diving. Daxton's down there and everyone's acting like a complete bag of assholes. God, fuck it! Carl, try not to sink. The ram blinks as I push away from him, but then nods in understanding.
Oh, I'll be fine. Jesus, good luck, man.
I take a deep breath, rolling my shoulders forward and began diving down. I have to fight my body's own natural buoyancy, and to keep returning from the surface I kick hard. I make myself open my eyes, and the first thing that hits me is how dark it is. Here I am, forcing myself to go deeper in that frigid nothingness like I know what the hell I'm doing. The pressure builds up again around my skull. I don't have time to acclimatise. Climate or any other that diver shit. I'm tall, this should be easy, I just need to grab onto the van. It wasn't that far down, was it? Except I don't see the van. What do I see are the blue of Daxton's eyes staring at me through the murk. I can't even see the rest of him. I wave, hoping the fluorescent orange markings on my body are enough to get his attention. My lungs are starting to burn and I have an increasing urge to just open my mouth and breathe in the water. No response, just the eyes. I swim closer and the eyes seem to get bigger. Finally, I see the outline of Daxton. He's just floating there, not doing anything. I reach out to him and a flurry of bubbles escape his maw. He's screaming, veins bulging along the side of his neck. The salamander swats at me, his slick skin sliding into my grasp every time I try and grab him. I can't bear it anymore, I have to come up for air. I manage to snag one of my claws in his stupid planet shirt and tug him hard. He thrashes, kicking and screaming into the void. I feel like he's pulling me into it. Is that what he sees? Can he see anything at all? I'm starting to feel faint, the pounding in my heart and my chest deafening as already muffled cries from Daxton.
This is all so familiar.
Clenching my eyes shut, I scoop the water like I'm climbing a mountain, legs kicking like crazy. Don't pass out, don't you fucking pass out. What seems like a geyser of water splooshes up in front of us. I gasp, straining for air. I find myself in an efferent embrace with Daxton, our bodies shivering together. Where in the shit did that voice come from? As quickly as we embrace, Daxton shoves himself off me, jolting free, his gaze is still wild with terror. He writhes with water as if it's some terrible force that's nipping away at him beneath the surface. The salamander takes off, swimming as fast as he can towards the shoreline.
I think he's got the right idea. Come on.
Ah, good. I'm glad you... did you have fun clone hearing? What kind of stuff did you play? We all follow suit, though I'm having some trouble keeping up. My arms are like jello. Unsurprisingly, Daxton's the first to the shore, and then Jenna, TJ, Carl, Leo, Chase, and finally me. All my adrenaline is completely tapped out at this point, and I fall to my knees in the sand. Daxton's clearly trying to put some distance between him and the lake, though, so not going too far as to be out of sight line with the rest of us. He paces back and forth jitterily.
Can't believe you actually rescued him.
I grunt, trying to rub what feels like a lake gunk out of my eyes. Daxton stops. The hell were you doing down there?
Trying to save you.
His tone was intense, the salamander clearly trying to reconcile whatever the hell happened back there. The hell you were. That's what I was doing.
I thought you were drifting further into the lake. You weren't moving. Anytime I tried to grab you, you just drifted further off. Always with your back facing me. Eventually I couldn't see anymore. It was too dark.
He rubs his eyes over his biceps, rapidly trying to warm himself. Did you hear the voice too?
No, there wasn't any noise in the water pushing my head. But the water.
He exhales, looking briefly at Carl and back at me.
I'm sorry, I panicked. When you touched me down there, I didn't realise it was you. You were all red.
Red?
At first, and then, well, I flipped my shit, I guess, until we hit the surface, and you were there, and I got overwhelmed, and...
You hugged me. He cocks his head slightly.
Pretty sure you were the one that was hugging me.
Don't think so. I did. You swear you didn't hear a voice? He holds up the flat of his palm, shaking his head.
I swear it, man. Out of all the surreal whatnots that have been transpiring, voices ain't one of them.
I frown. Daxton looks back towards the water and backsteps a few more paces. I'm not just imagining this, am I? Fucking hell. Chase seems to be trying to uncoil himself from Leo, his breath wheezy and his seems to break out into a raspy cough. Leo quickly rewraps his arm around him, patting his back gently with one of his massive paws. Easy, easy, we're safe now. The fuck we are. I peer around, even with eyes having adjusted to the dark, we're still having a hell of a time seeing beyond 20 yards or so. Jenna gives me a quick nod, holding up Duke's pistol to show me she still has it. The soaked fennec would look comical if it were not for the direness of the situation. She must put so much conditioner in her fur to keep it that fluffy.
Whoa, that's 2 saves now, dude.
Carl proceeds to fall flat on his back, spread eagle in the sand, his hefty gut rising and falling.
You're pretty good at this crazy land stuff. Crazy land stuff.
He sounds so casual about it, like this is one of his video games and I'm somewhat not getting my ass kicked at all. Come on everyone, let's get a move on.
He didn't deserve.
TJ mumbles something, the lynx sitting at his arms around his knees, staring out at the lake. He makes an effort to scramble back a few feet as the tide comes in. Jenna moves over beside him, hugging the lynx from the side.
Shh, we need to get to Leo's.
Leo lives in the outskirts of town by the old railway tracks. It's fairly isolated from the rest of the town. Going there is not the worst idea, but that's not if that fucking thing can catch us in a van going 50. Fuck, I saw it move too. Like a strobe light was being turned off and on and got closer with every pulse. That is still the plan. Leo affirms that with a nod, the wolf standing upright and ready. He's trying to not show his exhaustion and fear. TJ's just looking at Chase now and he's got a shimmer in his eyes. He's crying again.
Chase, did Sydney... How long did he...
He's cut off before he can finish.
Come on, TJ, we have to go.
Chase looks over him, his expression harder to read. What? Everyone but Chase seems to be pretending they're not hearing the whimpering TJ ushering him along. I rise to my feet, nearly tripping over myself as I get used to the solid ground again. Jenna pulls TJ up with her, trying to move the links along. Leo also follows suit, helping Chase up the shallow incline through the loamy soil in the basin of dry grass. TJ peers back across his shoulder, he's still looking at Chase. That's when I notice a large rock with the sole pinyon tree hanging over it. There's little bullet holes in the side of the trunk, 22 caliber. I made those. I look around and right where Carl's laying, I see it. His blank stare, his blue eyes, he reminded me of a fish. This is where it happened. Carl sits upright, clearly trying to catch his breath. At first he doesn't seem to understand, but then realization hits him and he sees the tree.
Oh shit.
Carl rises from his hooves, gawking at the tree still.
That's the thing I saw when I wrecked my car. The one that brought us here now. He did it for a reason, you know? I mean, I used to think my house was haunted. That it comes with the territory of big, spooky mansions. But maybe it's us.
Carl extends out his paws to the surroundings. I assume he means the whole group. I sigh, feeling rather vulnerable out in the open, without my repeater. The hysteria is affecting the whole town. Everyone's going crazy in their own way. That's what my aunt always told me. And even got her in the end. Oh, even got her in the end. I wonder if she's okay. They found other poor schmuck to blame at the end times on.
Then why are we all seeing this?
He gesticulates with a swirl of his hand to the tree and the lake itself before letting his arm fall and play at its side.
We're all here for a reason.
We meet each other's gaze. Carl suddenly lets out a small chuckle, rubbing the space between his horns.
Unless I'm just imagining you seeing this?
I let out a puff of air and rub my face. You're dreaming about me, huh?
Seems like it.
He shrugs. Next time, cut out the horror games before going to bed, yeah?
I haven't seen a single zombie. It's bullshit.
He looks toward the lake and sombers.
Just kidding.
Yeah. I'm not immediately sure what to say. In the distance, the groups look to be trudging through the dried up reeds and heading towards the train tracks down the pass. They're not waiting for us, which I guess is understandable, noting Chase's condition. Carl's watching them too. He doesn't seem overly antsy to rejoin them. If it were, a ghostly spirit or something, he wouldn't hurt us. Carl looks a little surprised, shifting his attention back towards me.
What makes you so sure?
I can tell by the tone in Carl's voice that he doubts that. I remember Carl was really sensitive growing up, sheltered by his folks, something fierce. He'd cry and eat and cry. He was basically a fat, spoiled TJ. It took me a while to figure him out, but for Sid, he didn't really have much grace with the sensitive types. He was cool. I know you two never got along, but he had things rough at home. I loved hanging out with the group and all. Hell, he thought TJ was cool.
What? No way.
Well, he never said as much as plain like, but he just wanted to be him, I guess. I just do believe God was real and have a plan to be good without having to try so hard to have folks who give a shit about him.
Dude, those last 6 months.
I think back to Chase's words. I know, he wasn't himself. Not really. After a long pause, he shrugs.
If you say so, I believe it. I was different then too, I guess. I was just a child, and now I'm a man-child.
Yeah. I wave off the thought. At least Carl can be calmer now. At least doing a good job at blocking out the terror. He's still got his tie on, the shirt's completely soaked, and I can see his chest underneath where he faces the moonlight. Man, if this wasn't real, anything you want to say is not real, not real me? No hesitation, Carl speaks.
Not a real big fan of fishing, dude.
I furrow my brow at him and sigh before beginning to trudge through the sand after the others. I can't even see them now, they must have picked up the pace.
Dude.
Right, you know what? I need 2 minutes, I need to go pee.
Fair enough.
I just realised I have not peed in like 6 hours.
Yeah, go pee.
I should probably go pee. Back in a minute.
A few moments later.
Right, we're good to finish this thing then.
That tastes like a bottle that's been open all night.
You could have put a cover over
I
it.
could have put a cover over it, but that would have required effort.
So,
The vine has breathed, but breathed too much.
You're the one judging me right now. So.
Dude.
I stop. His voice softer, apologetic.
But like, when you take me out, even if it seems like I'm whining the whole time.
Yeah, there's no seems like about it. You do whine the whole time. A brief sad smile crosses his thick muzzle.
You guys still here?
Salamander peers at us worried, like, Carl and I exchange glances, and nod.
Good, that's good. I lost the group. I don't know where Leah's house is, and they kept walking faster, and then they just...
Daxton toys with his zipper at the bottom of his hoodie.
must have gotten ahead of me. It's okay. I think we're supposed to be here. Right, dude?
Carl looks at me. I cross my own arms, unsure how confident I feel about this whole tapping in the paranormal hunches. I don't know. It's just a feeling. The thing could have killed us easy like, but didn't. Instead, we're here.
So, where's here exactly? Where our friend died. Well, where he drowned and later died in hospital.
Carl's bluntness takes even me off guard. There's no coldness in his tone, though, just the truth of it.
That's terrifying. I'm sorry I asked.
After a moment, he speaks again.
And sorry for your loss. I feel like this past week I've just been a dingleberry on you guys.
Dingleberry, that's what I call you. Silly girl.
It's okay. It's cool you're here.
Everyone goes quiet. Daxton occasionally looks over his shoulder to see if there's any sign of the group sent someone back for us. No such luck. I'm starting to realise how exhausted I am. Coasting on adrenaline for an hour straight will really take the wind out of you. I lower myself first into a squat, then sit cross-legged in the sand. Despite all the water and vegetation, the air still feels kind of dry and smoky. I wonder where that fire's coming from. No response. I look over at Carl and Daxton, still sitting together watching the tide. They look as tired as I am.
What do you want to happen here?
Carl eventually speaks, his tone droll and somewhat monotone. I look towards the tree with all the bullet holes. I just want to know what happened. They're gone? I spy the aspirants of Carl and Dax in the sand next to me, but they're nowhere in sight. Quickly rise to my feet, hesitant to call out their name, noting what happened earlier. I move up the top of the hill next to us, slipping to the dry grass. As I look around, I see no movement beyond the rolling tide of the waves, illuminated only by the slight moonlight. Fuck! My whole plan of waiting here for something to happen seemed a whole lot better when I had others around. Now that I'm alone and unarmed, the gall is starting to fucking wane. They must have went to Leo's house. I mean, surely they'd fucking wake me first, right? Did I even pass out? I feel more like I just blinked and bam, gone. For a moment it feels like something tugging at the back of my shirt. I turn, expecting to see the bulbous face of Carl at my side, but there's no one there. Hey assholes, where are you? I let out a harsh whisper, directed at the desert scrub around me. Again, no response. I sigh, rubbing my palms over my face. There's no choice, gotta get to Leo's. My gaze drifts back to the beach and the bullets-ridden pinyon tree. I'm struck with a strange sense of solace that the spot would be somewhat tranquil to me if circumstances were different. For now, I take stock of what's still in my soggy pockets: keys, phone, dead as hell, probably fried, and an old granola bar wrapper. With a grunt, I make my way off the beach and towards the rail tracks. I follow the familiar route, passing the occasional abandoned freighter car. It's been about 15 minutes, and so far no sound or sight of the gang or other miscellaneous townsfolk. I inadvertently find myself walking on top of the rails, balancing like I'm a kid again. It kinda keeps the edge off and softens the noise of my footsteps though, though it ain't very time efficient. It feels like by now I should be able to see Leo's house, but so far nothing. It isn't until the tracks dead end perpendicular to the highway that I realise I'm being fucked with again. I stand at the edge of the pavement where the old bike lane has been overtaken by weeds, pavement crumbling to gravel. I had hoped that the spatially fucky shenanigans would end once we exited the van, but god damn it, why would it?
You're going the right way.
My back of the skull tingles, and I cup hands over the sides of my head. That wasn't my goddamn thought. Tolios? I ask aloud like a fucking loony I am. I wait. No response. I clench my fists in my sides. Fuck it, fuck this. I take off on a run down the road, keeping the power lines on my right. I run mindlessly, knowing damn well the nature of the loop will try not to think about it. I'm not usually the sort to do running in Echo, on account of the country's worth of broken glass that lines the sides of the road. That and the fact the sight of 6 or 7 Gilead sprinting tends to naturally raise alarm, even with folk already know who I am. Somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour passes and I see something ahead. I stop somewhere along the centre line of the winding old highway, the cracked asphalt feeling like it's chipped away on my already blistered heels. I stare at the faded red building, my truck parked at the front for some reason. Why the fuck am I here?
Right. Why do you come here?
The voice in my head is clearer than before, like some harsh whisper coming from the inside of the back of my neck, slinking its way into my head. It almost feels like I thought the words myself. Is that the fucking clue?
It's a mystery.
My thoughts were rhetorical, and hearing it respond so aptly takes me off guard. I clutch my throbbing head in both hands. I've gone full fucking schizo. When the weird shit on the outside is one thing, but on the inside, I grimace, bracing myself against the gate in front of me. Gate? There's no gate in front of this place in real life. Take a closer look and see the entire place is fenced off like some sort of high security complex. A tarnished rear bar gate in the only entrance point, my truck on the other side. It's only about up to my chest in terms of height, though it's got security spikes around every foot along the top. A single key lock is all that keeps each side of the gate together. It doesn't look too sturdy. I eye the truck through the bars and check to make sure I still have my keys in my pocket. Sure enough, I feel the familiar leather Sagro keychain between my fingers. Might as well try the keys, right?
Yeah.
Without even thinking, I take out my keys, flipping through the ones for City Hall. I grab the sides of the lock and push the key, twisting. To my surprise, I keep turning my wrist while resistance. I hear a soft click as the fastening point comes unlatched. I stare at the lock, feeling some sort of fleeting sense of accomplishment. As soon as it falters, I note that the lock being there in the first place doesn't make a lick of sense. What in the fucking fuck? Also, the tips of my fingers were grabbing the lock appeared to have been stained black, paint of some kind. Someone must have painted the lock recently, though the fence itself still looks pretty faded. I wipe my hands off on the back of my pants and push the gate open. It only opens about 6 feet wide, nowhere near enough room to get my truck through. If I revved hard and gunned it, I could probably break through, though I've got a feeling that's not what I'm supposed to do. There's not really a fence in front of this place that isn't fucking real, but I'm seeing it. So why am I seeing it? That's the fucking question, right? Duke's words from earlier come to mind. Thing is, we've all got something after us, something bad. We won't let you leave till it starts. What's after you? What is knowing what would fucking help right now? It's not just be even more confusing in the long run. I half expect the voice from earlier to speak again, but it's silent, just a dull throb in the back of my head. The smart thing to do, the logical thing, as Dax would put it, would be to sit down under a nice tree and just ride it out like a bad trip. Maybe just get some sleep, that could fix it, like turning off a computer on again. I peer up at the sky. The red lights from the building make it seem though the sky itself is blood red, expanding to various pinkish hues in the horizon. Like fucking hell I could get a wink during this shit. The pounding in the back of my skull just keeps thudding away, a constant beat that reverberates through my head like a cavern. I step up to the door with the engraved bit of signage next to it. Here for the seed? That, of course, ain't what it usually says. The cheeky ass, winking, smiling face is still there, though. I let out a short sigh. You fucking idiot. I turn the handle and pull, but it doesn't budge. I push next and still nothing. The handle shouldn't turn if it's locked, but I know. I've been here before when it was. I push once more and I'm surprised that it gives the door opening. I only leave it open a crack, but it's still wary about whatever weirdness lies within. The first thing I notice is the burning smell. It's stronger than it is outside. It's hot as hell too. This place had a kitchen, I'd swear something was being overcooked in it. At first it's quiet, nothing but creaking wood beneath my feet. Then, music starts to play. I notice the boxy television set in the corner of the room is turned on, a grainy old cricket match on the screen. It's very much the same as what I remember, except for a lane A lone otter sitting in the bar counter. He's holding something in his head, an ice pack. I'm not sure he's nursing some shitty import pale ale in his free paw. There's no one else here but him, at least, in the front area. Hey, you. The otter's posture stiffens. Yeah, you real?
What?
He responds back, his tone exasperated and groggy. Confusion, that's a good sign, I guess. I step a little closer, the otter using the bar counter to rotate himself in the swivel bar stool. He's decked out in a skull, t-shirt, cargo pants, and one of those lame scout caps that only jarheads, leather daddies, and theatre kids wear. He seems dazed, squinting at me like I'm a bright light.
Someone turning up an orchestra in here?
What? After a moment, something seems to click and his eyes widen slightly, a long smile crossing his snouty muscle.
Motherfucker.
He pushes himself to his feet, making his way through the bar's haze.
What are you doing here, you big-ass bitch?
He claps my shoulders roughly and pulls me into a tight hug. Even for an otter who've got a strong grip, I actually irk aloud as he pats my back. The fuck? What the hell are you doing? After a moment he pulls away, raising a shadowed brow beneath the hat. Then I notice his eyes, baby blue, almost grey. Not a common colour for this kind of otter. There's some bags under them though, like he hasn't slept in some time.
I was fixing to ask the same thing. It's been dead all night, and I wasn't expecting company. It's been kind of unreal seeing you here, though. It's been...
He huffs, astonished with a slight air of sheepishness.
well, a while.
He folds his arms over his chest, the otter looking up at me from beneath the brim of his hat with a sort of wry expression. He seems happy to see me, and it's all so familiar. Wait a second. I blink. Jesus fuck, Sid? He lets out an amused noise, nodding.
Yeah. Wait. Don't even try to tell me you're here by coincidence.
He's an adult? Fucking 6 feet tall, I'd reckon. He's in shape too, rocking a full-on muscle shirt. I look around as if expecting to see Chase round a corner of the video camera and see a shit-eating grin. There's still no one around but us, though. I'm sure there's a reason I'm here. He seems to perk up, doing some one-handed finger gun gestures my way, while the other nurses an ice pack on his head.
Knew it. Man, I mean, I'm glad, yeah. Did you get my Christmas package? Wasn't sure you'd like it. Saw in Macy Mays. Thrift down in Elwyn. Haunted Hakshienta.
No idea.
Deadly Love Rivals 2, Final Obsession, The Choir Boy, Horse Sleuth, shitty B movies I got from Bargain Bin. You know the sort. Not a lot of plot going in to get in the way of the film. Plus, I bundled them up with Butcher Crossfire shooting mags. Oh yeah, I also threw in some jerky I got from a trade show down after my match in Desert Springs. The jerky, it's super good. Hatch green chili flavored, you know? The one they grow that shit in Mass, right? World capital.
I can't help but stare, absolutely flabbergasted. This is what he'd look like?
Let me just quickly...
When I don't immediately respond, his smile dissipates some. Right. We have a very grumpy loud cat back on my lap.
It's alright.
It's alright?
Maybe not. Didn't get it. Fucking delivery guys, right? Probably some weasel or something with a good smeller.
Yeah. He honks his own black nose.
Pining for my jerky.
Am I fucking dreaming right now? Am I asleep or just tripping? The otter Sydney is looking at me more worriedly.
You, wanna sit down or something?
I look around at the still empty bar. Facade or not, my legs are killing me. Sure. He motions towards an old wooden velvet bar stools next to a raised table in the corner. We take our seats. After Sydney grabs his drink, of course.
The artwork in this game is surreal. I don't know where the bartender went.
He's usually in the back. I look towards the smoke room door. Nothing seems to have changed about it.
He?
Yeah, he. Big tiger fella. Only works here as far as I know. He scrunches his brow, thinking for a moment.
Unless he got a sex and species change, became a bleach blonde bunny with a big bouncing tits, I don't think so.
I grunt. What the hell is he talking about? He was into dressing up in chicks' panties, I think, but I don't think you were talking about the same person or the same bar. Said Snark, looking at me a little wide-eyed.
Thinking of one of your gay bars, right?
The fuck are you talking about? This is the gayest bar in the state. If it were real, there'd be 20 fucking dudes reaming each other behind that door as we speak, including the bartender. I point to the familiar no smoking label door, my tone more firm now.
Including you?
His comment has a derisive, yes, sorry. Derisive teasing tone. After a second he blinks, looking back over his shoulder to see what I'm pointing at.
You been porking guys who go clown school? That's goddamn tiny janitor's closet. Says so on the door.
I squint at the door. For a brief fleeting moment I could almost quite make out the little mop and bucket symbol posted in the centre. But it's simply not there.
I honestly don't know why I came here tonight. I guess I just had a good feeling about it in my gut. And by that I mean I saw the picture outside for the chipotle dusted beer nuts and my stomach got a boner. And I guess it also worked out since I got to see you.
He thrust his arms towards me, trying to put on a cheeky sarcastic grin, like he's trying to play off the statement as he realises how sappy it sounds. There, to my knowledge, there have never been advertisements for spiced beer nuts posted outside the bar here. Jesus. I slowly lean back in my chair, letting out a long exhale. It's been real good to see you too, more so than you probably know. He opens his muzzle to speak again, but I cut him off. Sid, where do you think we are? He takes a swig from his beer, peering at me for a long moment before examining the surroundings.
It's, you know.
He snaps his finger a few times.
The beer nut place.
He frowns, shifting an ice pack back on his noggin.
Fuck, I'm not that sauced. I just hit my head real hard on the counter when I was bending over to pick up the phone. Shit, do we have plans to meet here? I generally don't fucking know.
I sure as fuck didn't. I trail off for a moment, swallowing away the tight feeling in the back of my throat. I pull my phone up from my pocket, turning it over in my hand, still dead. I wasn't expecting to see you ever again. His blue eyes widen, the otter giving me that same doe-eyed look he'd given me after we'd been hanging out and said I have to go. He never wanted to go home.
Look, I know after I bailed on the interview you set me up with, you're pretty pissed. Rightfully so, too. Fully justified. I get that. I know I fucked up.
What?
I'm trying to get clean. I swear to shit, it's just so fucking hard, you know?
You're on drugs?
No, I mean, not right now. I'm sober as fuck.
I look into the ale in his paw. Sans the booze? Yeah.
Ugh. Look, all the other guys I wrestle with at the road shows, though, they're all on the shit. Everyone's trying to bulk up and stuff so they actually get a pop when the crowd sees them.
His tone is completely defensive, the otter looking me straight in the eyes, searching for any sign of doubt.
There's this one guy, Cody Altaro, or, well, he goes by the name Rico Renaissance now. He's been getting booked as my rival, and the bastard's nearly 25, and the bastard's up 25 pounds in 2 months. 25 pounds. No way in the fuck is he doing that with chicken breast and protein shakes.
Wait. So you're telling me you wrestle for a living? I would explain the muscle shirt and those tacky ass wristbands. Like that's your actual goddamn job? Suddenly leans back so I'm still peering me with that same searching look.
Yeah, we used to go to all my shows all the time. SFF, Sunday Funday fights. It's mainly fucking juggalos and that shit now, but we get paid in pennies and grass, but you know, it's a start. I'm tough.
He sniffs, eyes drifting down to his arm, sticky table surface. He doesn't seem grossed out by it. Brian told me they never clean up the front anymore. Said not to touch the underside of the table since they're packed solid with two things, gum and cum. I notice patchy areas in his fur and in our elbows, which takes me a moment to register. He's got fucking injection marks. He seems to see me staring and pulls back his arms. I gawk at him for a moment, Sydney bracing himself for whatever I'm about to say. It gives me a sinky feeling in my gut, but it makes sense. With the shit Sid dealt with growing up, every sign was pointing to him getting sort of chemical addiction down the road. It ain't just roids, is it?
Yeah, well, you know me. I take some shit for, you know, the mental stuff.
Mental stuff, I'm assuming it ain't prescription.
You assume correctly.
He speaks slowly, twiddling his thumbs in his lap, his eyes dancing from the bottle in front of him to me and back again. I'm not sure what to say, we sort of just sit there in awkward silence.
I know you never really understood all the fucking stuff going on in my head. I just want to thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Can't say the same for anyone else. I'm not really an easy person to have the back of, especially when I'm one person 1 minute and another the next.
I remember the shit Chase was talking about earlier about the incident with the ice cream place in Purple. The way he just clicked and changed. Continued speaking and the otter shifting his thick tail listless behind him.
And tell your roommate Dax thanks as well. I know you're both really tired to get me a stable job and all that in the print shop. But fuck it, it would have never worked out. A schizo like me couldn't hold a position like that.
Instead of Carl, Sydney was the one I would have been helping. I realise he's still out there caught up in all this hysteria without me while I'm stuck in this place. Sid, this ain't real. The otter gives me another strange look. He clearly was expecting me to be acting much differently than I am now. Like he'd been preparing to speak to me for some time and now completely derailed his plans to get a lot of shit he wanted to say off his chest. You're not real, I'm just fucking dreaming right now.
I thought you couldn't dream. You used to get annoyed as hell with me when I go off about the shit I dream about.
Yeah, well, I am now.
How you would even know what a dream was if you had one? After all, you look more like you just woke up.
I shake my head watching the blurry brown and black form in front of me shift from side to side. I keep expecting him to just not be there when my vision refocuses. Look, just let me lay this shit out plain like. You can't be here, you're dead. You drowned over a decade ago in Lake Emma, I think. Chase did it. Or at least I think he did. Sydney looks uncomfortable as if the slight semblance that this is some elaborate fun ruse I'm pulling on him looks incredibly unlikely.
Okay, well, that didn't happen, no nuts. And Chase, that twink couldn't hurt a fly.
He sighs, rotating his half-empty bottle of pale on the table and smearing the ring of condensation that forms beneath it.
I'm right fucking here, and I just want to talk to you.
His tone turns terse, hurt even. No shit, Bird, you died. TJ saw two bodies with brown fur riding in the water before you drowned. They all thought you died on your own somehow, like you passed out or some shit, but I knew better. I see a flicker of realization in Sydney's eyes, and again he shifts uncomfortably.
I think I remember what you're talking about. But I'm not dead. I'm here, motherfucker. Feel me.
He reaches across the table and takes my wrist, squeezing hard. It's like he's trying to give me an Indian burn, like he used to. I yank back my hand. Fuck off. He stares wide-eyed at me, his maw slightly agape. A moment passes before he speaks again.
Why are you acting like this? Like you can't fucking just join a goddamn company? Plus you're so goddamn intense. You're not even high right now.
This isn't fucking fair.
I'm your goddamn best friend. Hell, you're my gay, scaly brother.
You can't fuck with me like this. This is too real. I quickly shake my head, closing my eyes.
You're dealing with me right now, not the thing inside my head. And that's fucking becoming a rarer and rarer thing these days, so I'm just really trying to enjoy what time I've got. Just talk to me. I don't want to think.
He trails off, staring down at his lap. Think about what? There it is. The change. The music seems to sound further and further away until it dissipates entirely.
Maybe you're right, Flynn.
What the fuck are you talking about? The sick heat left forgotten the conversation began crawling up my back, grabbing onto the table and helping me maintain my posture. It's clear that something has shifted. The little bit of light in Sydney's eyes just gone.
2 bodies.
What?
2 bodies, right? I remember now. Man, that shit fucking sucked, didn't it?
Shifting uncomfortably, the topic is reversed onto what previously denied. 2 bodies, Sid. You're fucking dead. I saw you. I looked in your face and saw nothing. I gripped the edge of my seat, my gut feeling like it's twisting in on itself. It's like I'm standing in front of a roaring fireplace, the smell of smoke and fresh ash licking my nostrils, while the heat tickling my scales. Sydney's gone forever, and all that's left is this. Who are you?
Feels different to me.
The thing is, the thing that isn't Sydney looks around.
This is not the smoke room. It looks like it, but not to me.
The otter continues to stare off to the side before seeming to realize I asked a question.
Sam, I am.
While he speaks, he points towards you across the table with both hands. There's something metal in his grasp, long with a barbed end. I can't make out what it is exactly. I swallow, try to speak evenly. Who is Sam?
A facsimile of a person that was. I'm dabbing myself with ink so I never dry, but it smudges.
Red Skull!
A simulation. I'm here. I become we with you.
Me?
Pod players, no.
I'm not sure I heard the first part correctly.
At first, they came through the gate. Then they came through the stars.
There was a pause.
Did they come for you?
He looks at me and I feel my legs begin to shake. I tremble, wishing I was anywhere but here.
The others before. They bounce, undulating, constant, restless motion.
The hollowed figure heaves, breathing heavily as he sways Sydney's body up and down. He stares at me with eyes that remind me of the fish Carl and I catch at the pond.
But that's not what you want. You want the answers. After all, it's a bit late for love, and still too for lust.
I just fucking need to know what happened to Sydney, so the hysteria stops and everyone else is safe again.
That could help. But are you sure you really want to know? You can chase the truth until you're red in the face.
Thing looks over towards the smoke room door, which was once Sydney, raises his arm to point at it with an unnatural stuttery movement.
It ebbs and flows like the tide. You can ride it. Each time the tide comes in, it's a little less of what it was, abstracted. It goes where sorrow sprouts and takes with it what it can before rolling back out. Some tides are particularly large.
He waves a blurred paw at me again, and again I can see the metal thing grasped in his paw. He seems to be really looking at it and holds it in front of me.
You burn them all down around you until only the truth remains. You needn't the superfluous kindling, for those are but the lies they tell others, and eventually themselves. You'd make a good detective if you weren't marinating in your own neopistic squalor. Unlovable, shameful, a sin to all who initially cared for you. Truly only belonging amongst the sawdust, semen and ash, thoughts drowned out amidst the moaning and groaning of unfamiliar shadows. The only one who precisely knew you, who precisely loved you, ushered into the tide by those who thought fondly of. And justice denied again and again and again.
He presses the barbed tip of the rod into the table.
There were 6, and now there's 5.
The distorted otter is looking at the thing in his grasp as he says this. It's a fire poker. I hesitate to speak, my mouth feeling dry and my forked tongue caught between my teeth. Yeah, I get it, but are you what I saw earlier in Leo's van?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, we were there.
We? You keep saying we. Well, what I just saw with Sydney, was that real?
It could be. Somewhere in here.
He seems to be referring to the poker. I reach for it, but my hand can't quite touch the metal. It phases right through it. The hollowed thing just stares at me, watching my futile attempts. Slowly I rise to my feet, my legs like gelatin-like, as I wobble some. I manage to steady myself with my tail, grasping the sticky table for support. The distorted otter just watches me, somehow looking almost eager. With a small amount of trepidation, I begin approaching the smoke room door, the sound of the crackling flames growing louder the closer I get. This has to be it. The alternative being done nothing, which, while real damn appealing, probably wouldn't stop what's going on outside. And that's how this works, isn't it? I grasp the handle. Fuck me.
Many have.
I stop, looking back over my shoulder. The figure is leering closer now. Fuck you too. As I turn back to face the door, I swear I see the shape smile. I turn the knob and step inside. The air is absolutely electric and I feel myself involuntarily shiver. I brace myself against the wood-sided wall, staring through the darkness. I've never seen it this empty before, and I get the sensation in my gut that something terrible happened here. Looking back, I don't think the shape followed me.
I'm still here.
God damn, leave me alone! I feel my blood chill, but I keep moving. Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Just ignore it.
This version of the smoke room is impossibly large. I keep walking through the darkness expecting to reach an end, but it doesn't happen. It just keeps looping in on itself. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for. I hear a sharp crack, a gunshot followed by a low cry. Someone's wailing. It doesn't sound like it's coming from the inside. Rather a reverberating noise outside, far away. The whole room begins to vibrate as if activated. The rumbling is stronger on one side of the room and I walk in that direction. As I approach, I hear more wailing, more voices, some sounding different and rather close.
Flynn!
Now there's huffing and panting, the sound of hooves and soft feet on the stone floor. They're trying to catch up with me at the other side of the long, cavernous hallway. The rebar from before, Jesus, I'm not in the smoke room. I'm in the mines. And it's very, very hot. I feel my whole body rumble like the shockwaves are bouncing my insides. Kinetic energy, electricity like 1,000 subwoofers reverberating from the stone walls.
You hear? The source. Feed. Dude!
Stay back. Initially it's like a cold shower, an icy sensation that presses against my front and washes over me like a tide. I recoil, but there's nowhere to withdraw back to. I first measure the body's unable to discern extreme cold from extreme heat. Through that time soon passes and the burning feels all too real. I can feel it seep in between the cracks in my scales and lick at the more vulnerable flesh beneath. I'm standing in fire, but I don't see it. I see nothing. I can't even tell where it's coming from. Wherever I go, the burning follows. The fabric of my clothes ripples and the seams begin to snap away. Some of it falls to the floor, while the rest clings to my body like new skin. Even the air I breathe burns, making my insides boil. This isn't in my head, this is real, I'm burning. I flail into the darkness, running now. After a while it feels like I'm practically gliding. I hear a sound and move towards it. Fucking help me! I utter, my voice raspy and light. Footsteps, there are several of them in a bonfire. I see the silhouettes of people running, flailing around just like me. Panic, everywhere. A woman, Genevieve Saunders, the mail carrier, standing above the fire. A gun is in her hand, Salem's body is burning. And beside her is Auntie, face down, a bloody hole in the back of her head. No. I pinch myself, trying to wake up. I pinch so hard I feel the scale of my arm split in half and blood that seems like it's boiling pools from it. It quickly evaporates and all that's left is a mark of reddish pink flesh beneath the scar tissue. I look up, she's still standing there, mouth agape like she's frozen, but her eyes follow me in real time. She sees me. It's like she can't react. Why? Fucking why? I receive no answer from the horrified visage. She's still holding the gun.
She'll do it again.
She'll do it again?
Stop her.
Stop her. I lunge. It's made of sand, flesh dissolving away beneath the claws as I touch her. And then, it's like a rope wrapped around my waist yanks me back. The wind's like sandpaper against my burning head as I fly through blurred shapes and silhouettes. What did I do? Was that real? Oh god, Auntie. Jesus, fuck, what's happening? Next thing I know, I'm in front of the city hall again. Though, everything's different. There's a crowd gathered in a large tree outside. Their clothes are all old-timey like. Men in suspenders, women in prairie blouses. Their faces are furious blurs, polygonal masses of fur and teeth that I seem excluded their emotion more strongly than their distinct facial features. Meseta Fennec stands in the wooden stool with a noose wrapped around its neck, the priest next to him, reading his last rites. The man is so angry, so hurt, tears like waterfall down his matted yellow cheeks. Someone hurls a piece of hardtack that hits him square in the jaw, but he doesn't react. The cries of the crowd are obscured, distorted. Something about a child or children. There's a man on the edge of the crowd, a ram. He's the one the Fennec is staring at. He looks like Carl. The ram pivots on his hooves, turning to walk away, but stops when he sees me, his expression vacant. The Fennec shouts indiscernible hatred at the man, and just then the stool is kicked from beneath him. As he sways, feet kicking and driblets of piss cascading down his overalls, as if the ground itself begins to bounce. It is something so palpable and awful that is beyond words, and I can feel within my mind more readily than the burning of my flesh. The stony faces of the mob seem completely unaware that the actions are feeding something far greater than they will ever know. I'm sucked away again. I feel my scales fall from my body like black and orange confetti. My thudding heartbeat is becoming increasingly irregular. I'm standing behind a shelf now. There's someone in the hoodie next to me, but he doesn't notice I'm here. He's got a camcorder. I think it's Salem? He's younger. A large bear, larger than me by a couple of inches, steps out of what looks like a bathroom door. It's Brian, the meth dealer who lives in the trailer on the outskirts of the old city limits. I see him at the smoke room sometimes. He deals there. Neither of them are looking in my direction. I soon see why. There's a Fennec on what looks like a rack nearby. One of the eyeballs is gone, but he's still alive. On the television behind Brian, a slideshow of grotesque images flashing by. One of the Fennec's missing eyes in the smoke room counter. It looks like the place was closed, so nobody could walk in and see what they were doing. In the real world, the Fennec's words are garbled and distorted as if coming from an old VHS. He's feigning love for the bear, asking him to hold him tender-like of whatever else he had planned. The Fennec's face becomes increasingly blurry. Is that? Oh, it's you.
Is that Danny? Casey? Keith? There were so many. They blur together.
Salem's grinning, the reflection of his camcorder screen leaving a stark glint in his eyes. I feel myself move out from behind the shelf beyond my own will. It's a rumbling pull in my gut. I'll be pulled away any moment now. Hmm. Attack Brian, attack Salem, or put the Fennec out of his misery. Well, Salem's already dead in this one. Fennec is got one eye missing already. Let's attack Brian. Let's be brave. Brian sees me, his eyes growing as large as saucers. They're real. So all I can get out from my hands pass through his gut. The hairy flesh seems like it periodically disintegrates at my fingertips until I notice that they're all splattered on the wall behind me. As I'm pulled away, I can just make out the tusked, smiling face of Salem. It's full of shock, but the smile remains, and so does the maimed Fennec. I gasp into the void, the fresh blood mixing with my own. My actions no longer feel entirely my own volition. It's like something is pulling in my skull. Back of City Hall when I condemn Chase.
We make the justice we're given.
I pop back in front of a familiar ram and salamander, like all that happened was some horrible vision, but my body feels the same and the gaping expression of the duo show no sign of relief. I can barely make the noise in my throat the way it is. I can practically feel the vocal cords snap away and speak, letting me only exclude a guttural growl. I reach out to him, seeing the sinewy red appendage my arms become. The tunnel shakes around me. Carl and Dax both turn and flee, Salamander screaming his absolute lungs out. I'm terrifying to them, and as they're about to round the corner, I see Carl hesitate. He looks back at me. I can't see his expression, but I can't see his expression. I can't call out to him. I have to let him know I'm still here. With some strained effort, I turn my wrist around and close all but one of my fingers. The ram continues to stare at the rumbling increases. I'm pulled away once more. It goes on like this. Each stop I lose more of myself mentally and physically. Each visage that appears before me now, before me some new unspeakable evil I haven't fathomed existing. From time to time I let the thing inside my head take more and more control. Sometimes I don't have the control in the first place, when the suffering is strongest. When Sam thrives me, he drives. With my body, like my body, I become numb. All but my vision and hearing is gone, they swiftly fading too. I keep closing my eyes waiting for it to end, but it doesn't. I can't die. I hear the soft pitter of feet on the rocky embankment. Somewhere down the way, stones are being skipped. Clap. Someone threw a big one. Then, sniffling followed by a low sob. Crying's become so familiar to me I hear it more than anything. It feels like. It's like... No, sorry.
It's like singing, isn't it? Purest expression of emotion.
Fuck you. But this is one more familiar.
To me as well.
I could just make out the audible sound of little pebbles rolling down a hill followed by a heavy thud. I turn to see a faint grey silhouette with big blue eyes.
What?
The voice hits me like electricity. This is it. This is what he saw that day on the beach by the outlet. No, sorry.
Finally.
He screams, they always scream. I have to follow him, I have to see it. I descend beneath the waves and I see excess fat drift from my body into the tidal current. The water is abrasive, but I'm able to glide through it, swimming without swimming. Something pops and I suddenly can't see anything from my left eye. There's white water ahead, thrashing movement. A slight bit of reddish pink mist dissolves in the current in front of me. No. No. I strain myself to hear, trying to keep absolutely still. But other than that faint occasional splash, there's nothing. Eventually the splashing stops and I know my best friend is dead. I rest in the current, the voice in my mind, fortuitously, silent, not pressing me into the movement or action. Although my eyesight is gone, my skull punctuated with nothing but empty sockets and orifices, I see something. Bright blue eyes and the starry skin. It's Daxon, I'm sure of it. He does not move though I can read the intent in his eyes, as if he very much wants to. Instead he remains motionless, like we stare at each other. I imagine speaking to him, telling him what's happening to me. His words are rambling, my mind not what it used to be, but it doesn't seem to matter. He meets my gaze regardless. I ask him if Carl's alright, and of course he doesn't respond. I then state I hope he's okay. I go on and tell him about all the crap the ram and I have been through and how much I hope he fucking makes it out decently enough. I'm sure they gave him another shot of the interview and account of the town-wide madness. I tell him I hope it's over now, wherever he is. And finally I apologise for what an absolute ass I was to him, when he deserved goddamn none of my angsty bullshit. He never shows any indication of understanding or even blinking. Most surprisingly of all, it feels though hours pass with the hysteria simply holds on, whisking me away. No rumbling, no fire, no screeches into sudden chaos, just a slow eventual feeling of drifting away somewhere else, somewhere dry. There's a telltale sound of a hot water heater rumbling nearby. It's humming away. Someone must be taking a shower or it's laundry day. I feel the vibrations more and actually hear the thing. Then a faint whimper. The sound is stifled as if the upset individual is trying to hold back tears. It's high-pitched, feminine, a girl. The distortion is slight. I bring my hand up and feel the wooden slats. When I push harder, the whole surface bends and folds outward. It's the closet door. The sniffling stops. Slowly I hold up my hand and do a small wave, gentle movements, and as I'm unsure the distortion that's making it look faster. It's quiet. All I can hear is the water heater in the girl's room. There is a shuffling of sheets, then small footsteps. Hi.
Hi.
Her voice is timid. There's another long pause.
Are you real?
I think for a moment, then slowly shake my head.
Whew.
That's a sudden ending.
Is it? It feels like it should have ended there.
Yeah. But that's
He
the
wanted
end.
answers and he found them and it destroyed him.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the ending, by the way, Jody. Of a gay furry dating sim.
Oh, you all made it to the end.
Yeah, of one route.
You're gonna do all the routes, aren't you?
We are, probably.
Yes.
I love this.
That's a yes from Pops.
I love the toy you bet.
How are you feeling, Popsky?
It's good. It's
Any...
there was, as I said, there was times that it felt very Stephen King, and like it was like, we need to get the characters, we need to get the setting, we need to get this, and it felt that there were times that it was taking quite a long time to actually go anywhere.
Yeah.
But by
then
the time
you
it got to
slowly
the ending,
realised-
it was properly starting to speed up and get somewhere. So yeah.
It's trying to establish the feeling of normalcy with the slow creeping horror before everything goes to shit.
Hmm.
And it definitely pulls off that vibe. Like, you do need to just kind of take a breath sometimes, go, okay, let's see what they're doing with this. You know?
Yes. But no, that was good.
Genuinely freaky.
Hmm.
I certainly... I don't know about scary,
Yeah.
but unsettling is definitely a good
Unsettling,
vibe for it.
definitely. I think as the sort of psychological side, it definitely does very well.
Yeah. Again, it's a psychological horror.
Yeah.
Like, this town needs secrets.
Yeah.
Even in Flynn trying to know everything, he couldn't know everything.
Yeah.
It destroyed him before you could even see what happened to Sydney.
Yeah.
Also, the subtlety of how it was doing the lock at the gate, the lock trying to get into the mine. Yeah. The heat as he walks in, and it's slowly building up when he hit the smoke room. Like, again, themes are so solid.
I mean, there were very solid themes of like orange and black all the way through. Just was the self-reflection.
Something burning.
Yeah. Because there was mention of everything that happened every so often. There was a mention of an orange and black thing, and
Also-
those two mentioned colors came back a lot.
So, a lot of the things that you see at the end are things that are hints about what was going on in other routes. Carl talking about his house being haunted, being a big one. The whole kind of it goes where sorrow spreads thing.
Yeah.
Like, we have a name for the character that's possessing Chase and then Flynn.
Yeah.
That's Sam, so we do learn more about Sam in other routes. We learn more about the fennec that got hung, and then the ram that walked away. We learn more about that in Carl's route. I think Jenna has the route where you learn more about Sam in it.
Was
The whole train tracks thing, and Brian, that tends to come up more in Leo's, while TJ's tackles more Janice.
okay.
Yeah, so you kind of build up a bigger picture with each route that kind of pleats everything together.
I'm intrigued to know what Stay a While does.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. 5 years later.
Seriously, this could be such a good fucking time. You'll be glad you came.
Big grizzly bear nudges the coyote playfully, almost knocking the canine in the passenger window.
Do you want me to?
Keep your paws in the wheel or your paw at least. Cameron eyes the giant half-eaten burger on the bear's equally giant paw. Dev's other paw casually steers the elbow resting through the open window. The bear looks happier than he's been in a while, somehow grinning as he chews. A coyote sighs and stares out his own window, watching the desert landscape fly by. It's nothing like this in his hometown. He found himself wishing he was back amongst pine forests. Something he'd been wishing for since he moved to Pueblo for school. Technically, it was his natural habitat, but he found the whole place depressing somehow. Empty and dry and rough.
What you pouting for?
I'm not pouting.
Yeah, you are.
Cameron sighs, deciding to change the subject. So why couldn't Larry go again?
Well, I don't know. It's just something about his car breaking down. I think he just flaked though.
Aren't the other haunted places in Pueblo that we could have gone to, like by the school? The bear shakes his head, letting go of the wheel to crumple the foil that is packaged as sandwich, tossing it into the bag.
Not like Echo do. This place is the most haunted town in the whole fucking world.
Cameron sighs once again, suddenly grasps his seat as the car swerves and takes a hard onto the smaller road heading towards the big blue lake. What the fuck?
Whoops, sorry, almost missed the turn.
The drive continues and eventually the map and the dime chimes, indicating they've reached the destination. Why?
Because a lot of shit happened here.
The grizzly hops out of the car, making the entire thing tilt sideways as he squeezes his bulk out before reaching back in the camera bag. He takes out a small compact camcorder from inside and wraps it around his wrist. He flicks the on switch and Cameron sees the familiar red recording light flashing. He points the lens at the coyote and quickly covers his face, letting a frustrated sigh. I'm not the hobby you're after, Dev. With that, he unbuckles and slides out of the car. The bear waits for him, reaching out a large padded paw. Cameron takes it and is immediately drowned in a tight embrace and a kiss. The coyote tenses up for a moment and waits till Devon releases him.
Even the fucking college kids in the future are gay. Everyone is gay.
It's brilliant. Can you not do that right after you eat a big greasy hamburger? Cameron makes a show of wiping his lips. Devon rolls his eyes.
No pleasing you, is there?
Nevertheless, the grizzly holds his paw again and Cameron takes it, the two of them walking towards the town centre. It's not really a pleasant walk. Most of the infrastructure is pretty shitty condition, overgrown in places, sage, brush and dry vegetation. So where are we meeting this guy?
I told you, the old civic building.
Wait, you mean City Hall? Cameron recalls the late night rants with Devon over the phone, the bear regaling every last detail of the incident. Where they shot the mayor?
Yep.
The coyote releases his paw from the large clawed one of his boyfriend, peering up at him with slightly wider eyes. Damn, you're absolutely sure he's okay with this?
Yeah, looks like he's the one who did the report on the town after what happened in the first place.
Devon tries to put a reassuring smile. He seems keenly aware that folks sometimes find his large predator grin unnerving, but Cameron always seems to have told him it was cute.
And he's gay, so, you know.
The bear re-wraps his paw around Cameron's own.
No need to be worried about that.
Eventually the two reach the old town centre. Sure enough, there's a man standing in the gravel parking lot with his paws in his pockets. He doesn't appear to notice the two at first, and Devon takes the opportunity to film him from afar. The sun's behind him, so he casts in front of him a shallowing silhouette, giving him an eerie visage which might be able to use in the video.
Hey, is this chase and shadow chase, literally?
The civic building's roof is fully collapsed. A faded grey tarp over the top walls is all that's protecting the interior. Like most of the structures they passed on the way in, a laminated notice of condemnation stamped on the county seal is posted on the front door. After about 15 seconds or so, it's fairly clear the older guy is aware of two college kids' presence and he cants his head in their direction. They quickly shuffle up, wearing sheepish smiles and already sweat-stained clothing.
Chase?
Yo. Hi. The bearded daughter seems to be looking at their held paws, which they quickly unclasp and shake his own in turn. He offers them a sort of melancholy smile. Two of you been together long? Oh, hey, sorta. Okay, he rubs the back of his head, the bear wrapping an arm around his shoulder.
Yep, a while. Must have been tough growing up in the sticks out here, for a gay guy especially.
Chase lets out an amused grunt, reaching into his pocket and withdrawing a pack of cigarettes. Yeah, I guess. My ex still lives down off Gretchen Way. You know, by the old railroad? Devon nods.
Couldn't say his property after what happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, that and some other shit we don't really need to get into. Oh well. Regardless, we must have been tough for the only gay kids out here growing up. He sniffs, looking off to the side. You all mind if I smoke? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, plenty of fresh air around here. I don't mind.
The otter nods, sticking a cigarette between his lips and flicking his lighter. However, he doesn't bring the flame up, instead just holding out in front of him. Seconds pass. Slowly he shifts the lighter in the direction of the old civic building. Cameron and Devon watch the other expectantly. After everything he's been through, some oddball behaviour is expected after all.
So, I'm a big fan of your original report you did. Hell, I did my own little video on what happened when I first started my channel.
I know. You used a lot of my footage. Devon begins to look a little nervous, laughing more to try and lighten the mood.
I credited you, of course. I'm just some haunting vlogger. You're like a professional journalist and everything.
Chase finally lights his cigarette. Was
Huh?
a professional journalist. I got pushed out by my reporting gig with KGUA like 2 years ago now. No one liked my stuff anymore, no matter what I did. It was never as good as that piece I finished in college. Devon blinks.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He pauses, thinking to himself for a moment.
You know, those news media companies are all fascist shit factories anyway. God, that's a tongue twister.
Dev?
Without all the big billionaire funding, they'd be going the way of the dinosaurs, relegated to sports and weather for senior citizens.
Chase stares blankly at the much taller bear, unsure how to respond to that. Devon clears his throat.
And your social media profile said you were still...
Oh, sorry. Wait. I haven't updated that in a while.
Ah.
Chase takes a long drag from his cigarette and stopping at the first speed bump. He seems to become increasingly aware of the uneasy stares from the two college kids in front of him. Sorry, it's been a difficult few years for me. The statement from the author makes sense looking at him now. He's awfully haggard for someone in the mid to late 20s, with facial scruff untrimmed and a dye job looking less than stellar. Cameron can't help but think he'd be kinda cute if he cleaned himself up a bit. Or perhaps he just has a thing for sad eyes. Said sad eyes were fixated in the civic building now, Chase's lips thinning tightly around the cigarette, squeezing ash from the lips. The coyote steps up, placing a paw on the otter's shoulder. Hey, it's alright. We don't want to put any pressure on you. Right, Dev?
Right.
Devon sounds genuinely supportive. Chase could even see why Cameron might have been so taken with him. It'd be nice to have something like that again. He finds himself relishing the paw on his shoulder. He didn't realise it was so touch-starved. Still, Chase can't help but avoid the reassuring gazes, the otter rubbing the old spider bite mark on his neck. Let's begin, shall we? The trio began to head northward past the burnt newer buildings that went up in smoke during the hysteria. Devon finds an odd-looking glow broken in the middle of the road. Cameron offers to carry it with them, though Devon seems quite adamant about not looting anything. Chase doesn't appear to care either way. Eventually they arrive on the outskirts of the nearby mine, warning signs posted damn near everywhere. It looks like barbed wire fencing has started being erected along the main entrance. Though Chase mentions the county gave up on trying to fully enclose it a couple of months ago after the folk kept cutting through it. So there's more than one entrance to the mine. They're all barred off now. I mean, the main entrance was locked up tight even before the crap show 5 years ago. Devon sets up his tripod, pointing towards the black void in between the rocks.
Oh hey, symbolism. Remember when Chase did that right at the beginning of the story?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Metaphors! This is where they found the bodies?
Chase shakes his head. That was the side entrance in the A level. This is the main entrance. It goes all the way from A to F level. How deep is that? It depends. The deepest shaft goes down 1900 feet. Jeez. Chase holds up his hand, gesturing behind him. It's been like half a century since the mine's been active, so rotting supports and the like most certainly have caved in most of it. Devon nods, a tight frown crossing the bear's broad muzzle. It's clear he's got something on his mind.
What about, you know, that one guy?
Hmm?
The mayor's nephew? I've read the reports and all, but what's your take on what happened?
Chase hesitates for a moment, not having expected the question. Or at least, hoping it wouldn't come up at all. The otter steps back, bringing his fingertips up to the bars of the mine. He touches them with the cave wall and they're embedded in. He draws back and shows the two his blackened fingertips. The cave is scorched. Well, the theory is that there were flammable gases that ignited in the lower levels. It created a sustained burn that started billowing smoke into the air a couple of weeks after the whole happening.
Yeah, I know that, but why did he walk inside while it was like that? Also, remember when Flynn like touched the gate and it came away with like blackened on the fingertips. Like it's just really good writing. You were one of the last people to see him after all. And all those other two, they said they couldn't stop him after you left.
Chase looks away, staring off into space. He says nothing, and soon Devon and Cameron were exchanging nervous glances with each other. Next thing they know, the otter was walking off without another word.
Wait, hold on.
He swears under his breath, Cameron looking at the crossed arms as Chase heads towards his car.
Ah, fuck.
He's not gonna... Oh, damn, he totally is.
What the hell?
Devon whines.
Fuck. I was being sensitive, wasn't I?
You never know when you strike a nerve with these kind of things.
These kind of things? What do you mean?
Devon quirks in a curious brow towards the coyote through judging his grimmest reaction. Cam regrets bringing it up and doesn't speak further. You hear the sound of an engine starting in the distance. Devon sighs. Good thing we brought our jeep instead of riding with it, eh?
Fuck.
Cameron frowns, reaching upon the end and holding the big guy's arm. Hey, don't worry, I'll get the camera. Exploring on our own can be pretty cool, right? The bear's nostrils flare in a hefty exhale.
Yeah, I'll put the jeep around.
Cameron gives Devon a thumbs up before moving up to grab the camera. As he's about to close the viewfinder display, he notices a green square appear in the center of the frame. He leans down, more closely pricking the display adjust button. Face detection disabled. The square vanishes. Huh? He hits the button again. The square returns. That's weird. He flicks the switch on to the side auto while balances the image. Oh, while white balances the image. The whole screen flashes, the lens adjusts, but comes into focus. Fuck. A lizard stands in the darkness behind the bars. But he can't just stare, not really, because his eyes are gone. Half of his muzzle's missing. Cameron jumps back, tripping over the rocks and landing on the sharp edges. A coyote hisses in pain, but fear spurs him on, trying to scramble up the rocks after Devon. The bear's already turned around, though, reaching down to pull Cameron up.
Shit, you alright? What happened?
Sorry? As Cameron clings to the large bear, he looks back, but nothing's there. I don't know, I saw... Devon looks in the same direction, squinting. Cameron stares a while longer, but turns back and shakes his head against Dev's chest. When Cameron looks up at the bear, he's grinning, though.
Holy shit, did you see a ghost?
A coyote scowls. What? No, I just thought I saw something. It was probably camera glitching out. Bear gives him a knowing smile. What?
You're gonna be a believer by the end of all this. I know it.
The grizzly hugs him tightly as Cameron frowns, still looking back at the cavern's entrance. It'd been so real. But before he can even readily collect himself, Devon is pulling him and the camera along back to the jeep. That's a good epilogue.
Picking to stay a while longer, like, oh man, that fucks with me.
You're telling me Carl died?
Oh.
Carl didn't die.
Bodies.
Flynn died.
Well, Flynn died.
Yes, but bodies.
Well, yes, but we'll find out when we do Carl's thing if Carl dies.
Yeah.
We won't know till then.
Huff.
Yeah.
Huff. Have to be several weeks down the line, I imagine, before we... Depends who we want to do next, really.
Huff,
Yeah,
I
like,
tell
who
you.
would you want to do next?
I don't know, I just want to check if I hit a load game. We can still choose our...
Click one, maybe? I don't know if it's on
Yes,
one.
there we
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
Cool, I was worried in case we'd lost them. That's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no,
we
it
still
should be
have
good.
these two, which one, I think this one was the point where we can choose where we go.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
we
I
still
warned
have
you.
that, so that's good. We can jump back to anyone else. So if anyone has any preference which one we do next, this is going to be going on the YouTube later this week, I imagine. So it will be like a week, like 2 weeks today. So like the Monday, the... What is today's date? What is today's date? That's the big question. What is
The
two? What?
12th.
Okay, so it's 12th day, so the 26th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something
that'll
like
be
that.
that Monday. So yeah, it'll either be that. It might be the Monday before that. Depends if there's a everlasting week or not. But yes, we'll be doing more Echo then. So if you have any preference, which one we do next, give us a shout. Let us know. Otherwise,
Yeah.
we'll just roll a dice and choose one.
Cool. What do you think so far of Echo?
It is good, especially for a free game. It's very good.
The writing is good.
The writing is good. I think there are times. I think if you saw it as in a sort of pocket moment, like you only saw a little clip of it, you'd probably be like, I don't really get it, but it does have quite good storytelling over time.
Yeah.
As I said, it does have that Stephen King element to me, where it's like, if you gave me a random chapter and told me to read it, I probably wouldn't be involved, but because I've been involved from the start, I'm a lot more hooked in.
Yeah, definitely. It's got a vibe that slowly grows on you, you know? The horror slowly sets in. It's not scary, it's just kind of upsetting.
Yes. It's more, like, disconcerting, maybe I'd say, something like that. Yeah, it's like, it gets under your skin and just, like, brims nicely, just this point where you're just like, you can feel it kind of being like, what is actually going on? And where does this go? But I think...
I think it's more like generally upsetting and horror-inducing than most horrors these days. It's kind of why I suggested it. Like, a lot of horror doesn't have good narrative. It's
That is
just
very
jump
true.
scares and gore, and like you can very easily detach yourself.
It's very hard to have an experience with horror that actually tells a horror story.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
a lot of horror
every
is like...
aspect of it is under your skin, kind of.
Yeah, a lot of horror, because it's I mean, this is why horror works as a book medium. Maybe not as much. It translates weirdly into film, but it works very well as a book medium because it's the gripping thing that makes you feel uneasy about reading.
Yeah, like even the scenes where the characters are just hanging out, there's a social awkwardness to it. Like, it just slowly kind of creeps into you, and you end up just kind of staring in horror as things gradually get worse and worse.
But yeah, that will do us. We've ran very much over what we were planning to run today, but I think we both kind of got hooked into it and just wanted to see the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, that will do us for today. As I said, this will be going up YouTube. If you do want to have a preference which one we do next, please let us know. You've done TJ's story before, right?
I have, yes. I got about most of the way through it. I don't think I hit quite the endings. I found it like a bit too upsetting.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what happens due to YouTube essays.
Right. Okay.
But
well, maybe then we'll do one of the other ones that we haven't done next, and then we'll do that one as the one after it. I mean, there's 4 or 5.
Like, think about it as in, who would you like to know more about?
Because I mean, we've done Flynn now. You've technically done TJ, but we definitely will, because the way you've described it, I want to know.
Yeah,
but there's...
TJ's is probably closest to Flynn's in terms of like tone, but it is a different kind of horror medium.
Yeah, and then there's Leo and Carl's.
And Jenna. You can pick Jenna.
Oh, okay. So has Jenna actually got
a whole arc? Yeah.
Alright, so basically is it just when you go follow Leo and Jenna, you then choose between one or the other?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so there is five full stories in this. Okay, well, that's cool. Well, as I said, I'm more than happy to run through them.
Yeah, like, if you could pick, who would you pick?
I mean, I kind of want the juxtaposition of what we've just gone to maybe like Leo's, I guess. Maybe do Leo or Carl probably would be the ones I'd probably go with next, just to see what they're like, because I think I have a feeling Carl's would be more relaxed but fucky, whereas Leo's would be more kind of intense. So
yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
So it depends entirely what we're kind of feeling like next time when we start, but we'll see. I mean, this is taken...
Again, I know how they both kind of end, but yeah, generally speaking, Carl's is a lot goofier and funnier.
Well, I mean...
Like, again, it's a ghost story, so it gets wacky.
I mean, if we take from when we got to the split point, from then till now, it's looking like it's been about 13, 14 hours?
Something like
so that's just from the choose point till the end. So that's a lot of content.
Yeah. It's not a short game.
No, it's not a short game.
This was crowdfunded. This whole game was crowdfunded. It had like one writer, one graphic designer, one coder.
Yeah, I could totally support this kind of stuff. Yeah, you're right.
They have done others as well. Like Route 65 is the prequel. Adastra is kind of not even a spin-off. same team, different vibe.
Hmm.
It's more political thriller.
Ah, okay. Well,
It's also very interesting, but even hornier. Like that one straight up has sex scenes in it.
Right, okay,
You have
okay.
choices, and yeah,
alright, well,
it's a lot more nudity.
there's, 5 endings, and it's taken us about roughly... I mean, this is even though this has been the 3rd week, this has probably been like 2 sessions in one.
Yeah.
So it'll basically take us about easily two to 3 sessions per character to get through it all. So this is going to be going for a while, and I'm looking forward to it because I think there's a lot to unpack here over time.
What do you think about Flynn's arc throughout this route?
I think it's been interesting. It's kind of gone from... It had its kind of moments of being... I guess kind of what it needed to do to kind of explain the character in more depth.
Yeah.
And then it went from the whole kind of like, well, why is he doing this? Well, is he Asperger's? Was he that kind of stuff? That would be a potential thing to look at.
I think he is autistic. I think Flynn does have autism, and it kind of explains his deadpan expression, general swearingness, and lack of social couth.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably the most antisocial of all of them.
And he has hyperfixated on his boyfriend's death from the age of 13.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, they're all kind of like... There's definitely proper grounded character points in there. As to this character has this, what would that make them do? It would make them do this. And then that's all explained over time. Yeah.
Flynn's neediness around Chase is definitely a point of horror.
Yeah.
Why Chase killed Sydney? Point of horror. That links in with TJ. Why Carl is so anxious and just unable to function? Point of horror. While Jenna feels the needs to put up a facade and psychoanalyze everything. Point of horror. You know?
So what actually
the cycle is trauma.
My brain's I just realised I'm not actually sure what the fuck happened at the end of... what the fuck did happen to Sydney? Because of the way they described it as oh, well, this happened, and then it's all well, this is happened, but it's wrong, and you're like, what?
Yeah, again, the picture builds up more and more with each route. I will say that Chase did kill Sydney. The context of which was Sydney was being cruel to TJ, and Chase went into a protect TJ stance and pulled Sydney under for a bit too long.
Ah.
Yeah.
That would make a lot more sense, but I suppose that will become more evident as it goes along, so yeah.
Yeah. Of course, with TJ's route, you find that out as you go through it. The horror in that round is very psychological, very tragic. It actually kind of fucked with my brain a little bit. As for the rest of the town, there's something about Echo that draws in lonely, sad, self-destructive people. Something about it is a net. Something about it means that they can't leave. Something about that dying old town is like quicksand.
Yeah.
And it seems to have built up with every horror that has occurred in the town. It ebbs and flows like the tide. The hysteria comes in and out. This town needs secrets. It will keep making them have more horrors. You can see at the end, Devon and Cameron were secrets again. What happened to, the mayor's nephew?
Yeah.
What happened to him? It's just this increasing horror building up over the years. The Fennec Fox and the Ram with the hanging, that comes up in Carl's route. You find out who they are and what their deal is. Jenna goes more into Heather and the destruction of the town, more monster vibes from what I remember. It's just a quagmire of trauma. You keep coming back to it because it has traumatized you, and therefore it will always sit in your head. It's that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
How dare a furry dating sim do this to me? It's a furry dating sim.
It's a very good furry dating sim.
It's a very good furry dating sim. It's just a lot. It seems to be the hysteria is triggered by guilt.
Oh yeah, that's
if I had to guess.
I mean, that's one thing. Like, does it like balloon out? Like you choose the character, then it balloons out, then it all comes back to a certain point, then it balloons out again, or is it literally everything is completely different? And like, does it go back to the hysteria points again?
Yes. Carl's birthday always happens. The hysteria always hits.
Right. Okay. So there are elements to sort of pull it back that tie it all together, and all of them. Okay. Cool. That's the bit I wasn't sure about.
Like I'm trying to think of a solid example that won't be too spoilery. You know, Flynn running around with a gun and Duke trying to work shit out. They come back every time. The mayor is always kind of there. Janice is always floating in the background doing meth and being creepy.
Yeah.
At one point in TJ's route, she hires you and TJ to dig a grave. Who on earth is she burying? You find that out in Jenna's route. You know, it's it's all kind of linked together in a horrible cesspool of just generational trauma, essentially.
Yeah, but I dig it. I totally dig it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You could write an essay on what the hysteria is.
I mean, I am intrigued. Part of me would be intrigued to go and look up, you know, as you said, like YouTube essays and stuff on this, but I have a feeling that I'd be better at least doing at least 2 or 3 more run-throughs first, because otherwise I don't mind getting little bits. See, I'm not someone that really cares about spoilers. I don't really mind, to be honest.
I don't think spoilers really... the only thing it takes away is the initial shock. And it instead replaces it with like a dread of, oh, this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, at
and
the end...
horror isn't diminished by it.
Yeah, I mean, good horror doesn't matter if you know there's a monster. Good horror matters how the monster comes across.
Yeah. What is the monster to you, specifically? Yeah. It's kind of like The Ritual. The Ritual had a lot of that kind of vibe, where if you have suffered enough, you could become part of the cult worshipping. And it's very good at making you feel trapped, even though it's in an open forest. Like, The Ritual is really good.
Yeah.
Has a very similar kind of vibe to it. Yeah. Like, again, like little pieces come back here and there. Everything links together. Shadow Chase comes up repeatedly. The fact that Leo seems to be talking to a Chase that doesn't exist is a thing.
It's a kind of, I just like the kind of, I imagine Leo's, right from what I can see, just looks like it's going to be sheer mental, like, fuckery.
A little bit.
Like
I will also
illusions
add that
and...
there is a kinky torture scene in Leo's route. Jody's looking at me. Yes, he uses breath play. Strapped up on a rig, being tortured for days. But that links back into what you saw in Flynn's route, where you can see a guy there strapped to the rink.
Oh, yeah.
He's not just being breath play tortured. He's having a bit more going on. Brian's extensive list of murders and his backstory are also a whole thing. Keith, remember Heather screaming about why Keith is dead? Yeah, he comes back. You find out what happened with him.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. Everyone sees something different.
Alright, cool. Well, that will do us for this evening then. So, as I said, we'll be doing more of this next the next Monday. There's no Verlasting, which will be probably in 2 weeks' time. Unless, if it gets cancelled next week, I will let you know. I'll let Rowan know, and if we're both free, we'll do some more then. But again, we'll see how things are going.
Might be a bit later because I am running D&D a little bit.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. I forgot you're doing. Is that on Monday nights now?
It is Monday nights. It's usually from like 7 till 9 at the latest.
That's fine.
Like I don't do long sessions. I do hour and a half.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I will let you know if we're doing that next week. But I'll probably the week after again. We'll be back to doing this because Verlasting usually runs every alternate week of this. So yes, we'll be doing more Echo in 2 weeks' time. If anyone does have a preference, please let us know. Apart from that, our next streams will be tomorrow night. Will be myself, Tom, Zeph, and maybe a Meow doing some Deep Rock. The Oktoberfest doesn't start till Thursday, but we are going to do some tomorrow because it'll be a laugh to get through a bit more. Then after that, I'll be doing some indie horror, hopefully. I need to look at what I'm playing, because I have all the ones from last week, because I didn't play Thursday last week because I wasn't coping with the heat. It was far too fucking warm, and my head was
Yep.
playing up. Then Thursday this week will be more indie horror. Friday should be, I think me and Tom and Zeph are playing Desolate still. I think this is going to probably be the last week we play Desolate. Maybe the second last week, I don't know. Because every time I think, oh, we're going to either keep it going or stop it, Tom tells me, like, oh yes, I'm kind of done with this game, and I'm going, like, right, okay. So, I think it's going to either be this week or next time we'll be winding up Desolate. Might wind it up for October, actually, so maybe do it till October. But yes, that's Thursday. That's Friday? Thursday? Friday. That's Friday. Friday's Desolate. But after that, if AJ is free, we'll be doing some Sons of the Forest. And then Sunday, we should hopefully be Darktide, which is our Dragon Age RPG. So yes, that will do us there. Yeah. Let me just see if anyone's on for us to raid out. If we don't know anyone, then we'll just sort of call it there. But we'll see if we know anyone. We know 2 DJs, and that's about it. So let's just call one big person doing Jackbox, and I don't really want to raid into them. I feel really weird raiding at someone doing Jackbox, especially when they're like a big person, but they've got like 800 people watching. You're just like, oh no, I feel no. I don't know. Maybe it's just me problem that I don't like announcing myself. It's like walking into someone in the middle of a theatre production. It just doesn't do it for me. Anyway, we're going to wind up there. But yes, thank you everyone for watching along. I'm rambling because I've been reading and thinking far too long.
Yeah.
But yes,
I'm sorry.
it's fine. I'm more than happy to got to the end of it. So yes, everyone take care. Have a great rest of your week. We'll hopefully catch you tonight for Deep Rock. Till then, you all take care. Good night.
Bye.